stand for peace, why? Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like the wood? Stand for peace, child. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Yeah. I don't
the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, uncovered, yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, unstoppers, yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see.
Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic, episode 75. Forgot to change background again. Okay, so what the hell, man? I playing some nice music. Some people say gay music. What the? Hi. Yeah, so resistance to change. Oh my god. So okay, I'm gonna drop the link to join the DPA Open Mic in the live chat, and I've pinned it already. And I drop it on both the Rumble and the YouTube live chat. And also this DP Open Mic is multicast on multiple platforms on YouTube Open Mic channel, DPA Open Mic channel on Rumble, on Twitter, Twitch, and Telegram. Yes. So enjoy the discussion and be part of the discussion. You know, because by chatting, then the world will get peace. So, and hi Vaughn. Oh, you're muted.
I said, "What's up?"
You sub.
You feeling any better?
Sorry.
You feeling any better?
Yeah, somewhat. Still a bit fluish. Hi, Mr. Lambo. Oh, it's a rare instances of seeing Mr. Lambo so early.
Who's this pretty woman that just showed up?
It's Miss Lambo.
Miss Lambo.
Mr. Homer. Hello, guys.
Hey, yo.
I'm looking fucking tired like last week. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, don't worry. The more rugged you are, the more the girl will like you. So
Anything for the DPA.
Yeah.
No, I saw one of the comments in the questions in the comments. Hey, Prada. Well, we can wait till more people show up. But they were asking about
Melkor. Yeah, there's feedback on your side. We can hear ourselves.
No, I was going to say when we get some more people in here, we could take a poll and I know we'll eventually get to it, but they brought up the 300 billion in Russian assets and it being seized and turned over to Ukraine, which I think we've all stated at one point or another would be unlikely, and if it was done would be probably very catastrophic for a lot of the world as far as the implications. But I mean, I don't mind talking about it, but I mean, does everyone pretty much feel like there's not going to be no money taken because of the ramifications if they seize assets and what it opens up? I mean, I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, I don't think the Russians will see the color of that money again, but it's a different thing having that money confiscated or given to someone else or having that money frozen. Nevertheless,
yeah, if it's frozen, it's still there. I mean, like you said, they may never get it back, but it's different than spending it or taking it.
Yes.
So I just don't think that'll happen because you've all made it very clear about what would happen economically and geopolitically if stuff like that started happening. So I'm in the no camp.
there is a precedent when they froze the money from the Iranians that they give to Americans to buy something. Then the Shah was overthrown, and they kept that money for a long time. And Obama decided to give back that money, and he had to give it with interest rates, which was a huge amount of money. So the problem here is, of course, this is even worse. This is not even money they gave to the Americans. This is money from central banks kept on other central banks for transactions, like every central bank does. And like you said, it's very dangerous for the whole system as we know it. But the thing is that they even trying to get the interest rates from that money to give to Ukraine, like Europeans have been trying to. It's so controversial that nobody agrees on it. Well, at least the European Central Bank is completely against it. And let's remember, the most of that money from the 300s, 280, I think, if I'm not mistaken, are in the European banks, not in the US. So it's interesting the US makes these advances. It's up to the Europeans to do that.
Now I understand there's like 80 billion of assets in Russia still held by G7 or NATO countries owners that they could seize basically in countervail. So like even if there is 300 billion in nominal assets, apparently what is it, like only 40 billion is in cash and the rest is like what, shares of enterprises. So they don't gain all that much unless they open up what they have. Their plan apparently was to give Ukraine some massive line of credit backed by these assets, which is a giant hole in the Western banking system, obviously. But I mean, how you would spend that or how you would deal with production, like you can't spend that on war. There's nothing to buy. They don't have the ammunition and everything that they would need. I mean, I found out just a couple of days ago that Canada bought 1 billion bullets from China in exchange for the copper ore they needed to do the copper jacketing. China can apparently produce ammunition at about 1/10 the cost of the West. So like, I mean, at every level, artillery shells, rifle bullets, you know, aerospace, everything's 1/10 the price in Russia, China. So I don't see how that militarily 300 billion more will make any difference at all.
And just real quick,
Melkor, you need to put your phone. Yeah,
Just real
Melkor,
quick on
you have to
that,
put
I
a
was gonna
earphone.
say-
There's no way we can hear you.
if you think about what the Russians and the Chinese use, the majority of their equipment is all Soviet era mass production, and you can imagine as far as like 125 shells for a tank, 152 shells, 7.62 by 39 or 45. I mean, God, they could probably crank out millions from new factories and reopen old factories if they've ever even shut down lines the whole time. I mean, imagine how, because you look at the American military, they're always talking about a new gun and new ammo and stuff like that. Instead of just sticking to the basics, either 5.56 or 30-06, 45, 12 gauge, 9mm, 308 Lapua, 338, the new 9mm, the 40s. All this shit they want to do is like, and that's probably one reason why we can't keep up, because they're making too many little specialty rounds and niche rounds. And, the Chinese and the Russians, they make three calibers, that's what they make.
And compound that with all the other NATO gear from Sweden, from France, from Poland, from Bulgaria, everything that's been dumped into Ukraine is all incompatible calibers, parts, and equipment with very, very small supply chains. So it's basically looks like the German inventory, where they had Czech tanks and French tanks and 20 models of German tanks and impractical huge tanks that Hitler personally designed, and just they couldn't supply that garbage.
And if you think about it too, can you imagine a list of or a request of supplies? Sorry, Prod, I'll be quick. And they need X amount from Czech, X amount from Poland, X amount from Germany, X amount from the United States or Britain. And then they got to cobble these specialized logistics packages together and try to get it to this specific unit has this specific batch of equipment. I mean, it's just got to be a nightmare at this point, even more than it was in the beginning.
Yeah, I don't see it having any
But I was-
logistical effect. The economics is more interesting. Prada's point is more important, I think.
Oh, no. I was just saying to remember that the 300 millions they have been talking about, they haven't talked about to finance the war, but to finance the reconstruction of the country, or at least to keep the money as long as Russia doesn't pay the reconstruction of Ukraine, or doesn't pay for compensations for Ukraine. So we haven't been listened to any types of suggestions to use that money for weapons. Nevertheless, we have the bill from the US, which is more important to analyze, because if we go down from the 300 to the 60 billion they are talking about, and we cut it in little pieces, we see that's very little money for munitions, what they're thinking to give to Ukraine. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, go ahead, Melkor, I'll wait.
So the thing about with this 60 billion is, like, a lot of it's going to be just operating capital for the government, because like there's no way with their tax base right now is able to support even just paying their soldiers, teachers, doctors, firefighters, guys that unplug the drains, all that stuff. So like it'd be interesting to see what their GDP has actually fallen to, because I know was it a 40 billion deficit this year? So the 60 billion that they're getting plugs that deficit, but it doesn't leave a whole lot left. And as far as the 300 billion goes, I'm pretty sure Pratt is right about it's going to be like used more for reconstruction, so that the American companies like BlackRock, State Street, all these guys are in there buying up property and buying up land. Like they're the ones that are going to benefit from that. I don't see really any benefit for the Ukrainian people themselves in this.
Yeah.
And like as far as weapons, like they're still using some Soviet stuff, but it seems to be the thing that they're moving majority now to NATO based. So like with NATO, it is standardized as far as ammunition goes. Like it's all 155 millimeter, or the tank rounds are pretty much the same. Like if you take the German tanks, if you take the British tanks out of it, but if you go with the German tanks, Swedish tanks, the American tanks, they're all using basically the same rounds. So
yeah,
like the goal is for them to get them equipped like a NATO army, whether they ever join NATO or not. But like honestly, I think Russia is moving way too slow. They need to do something big soon, because these small gains, it's not good enough as far as trying to end this thing before the end of the year. That's my opinion.
Well, remember, in Russian doctrine, terrain doesn't matter, right? Like they don't care. They're just waiting for the enemy
But it
to
does.
be exhausted.
But it does. But it does matter. The more ground you give them, the more ground they have, the Ukrainians have, the more space they have to reform, rearm, train. And I know the Russians are pretty good with their missiles, but now that it looks like NATO is going to be, flying missions close to the border, and they're going to be using their air assets to take down Russian missiles, there's going to be a smaller impact.
They'll just lose the planes. I don't see that having any impact.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm pretty sure that it was stated earlier in the war that using fighter aircraft to intercept cruise missiles is pretty much a fool's errand. It's very difficult.
It worked for Israel. Hardly anything got through.
The majority of the missiles shot down were probably shot down by air defense, not
the majority. A lot of them are taken down by British and American jets.
They probably shot down a lot of drones.
Yeah, because Iran wasn't using its good air defense missiles against Israeli or U.S. jets. If they fire their good stuff, all those fighters are in the drink. So if NATO
but they can't, because Ukraine, it's not over Iran. So they can't.
They attack outside of Iranian airspace.
It does.
No, it doesn't matter at all. If you're shooting down my shit, I can shoot your shit down. That's the rules of warfare. Now,
not whenever somebody's attacking. Not when you're attacking. If you haven't declared war,
let's not get off on
illegal.
This is kiddie time. In real war, you shoot down the assets that are shooting at you. End of story. Now, how they
it was real war, there would have been a. If it was a real war, then the Israelis would have launched a nuke. If it was
No, because then they lose their state. They fire the nuke and they're done as a state.
Let's not abuse the idea
what
of
the
the,
ta-
of the
you know,
nukes.
there's
Okay.
happened is
Israelis
protocol,
can't-
all right.
Okay,
It's just a
Melkor,
kiddie
you
idea of
just
warfare.
pick
You
up a
can't
good
do
point.
that.
Melkor, you just pick up a good point, but I think
Got
that
away with
we have to be careful about these conversations if we want to be serious. Now, Israel was not going to use a nuke. If Israel even tried to use a nuke, this would be very bad news for Israel for many decades to come. No, I think the
It just wouldn't
Israelis
exist.
are not-
A state
are
that
not-
fires a nuke is not just not going to exist. Not a small state.
Yeah. It doesn't.
There,
it doesn't-
I don't want to keep going on Iran because we can get back to it in a little bit. But since you brought it up,
Yeah.
there is a rumor that the Iranian or the Israelis launched an F-35 with a nuke with the intention of doing an EMP over Iran, and the Russians shot it down. And nobody knows if it's true or not. But remember the hype in the beginning about this decisive strike that was going to destroy Iran and cripple it and teach them a lesson. And then all of a sudden, it kind of the hype died down, and everybody had another
gonna
meeting.
happen.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying, but that's the rumor. That and think about it. If it was true, the United States isn't going to admit to being party to it. Israel's probably not going to admit to getting caught. The Russians probably don't want to escalate the situation, and they'll be like, "Look, you know what you were trying to fucking do, and we shot you down." The Iranians, we told them, and maybe that's why everybody kind of chilled out because it was like, "Whoa, what the fuck." Because maybe somebody actually thought that was a good idea and tried it and it didn't work, or maybe it was just a rumor because somebody brought it up and it
Covered
leaked
up
out.
just like the Liberty,
story-
right?
just
Like
to
the
introduce
USS
the
Liberty.
story, the story was launched by Pepe Escobar. And
Yeah.
he has been refusing very spares. He has rumors as well. So let's
Yeah.
not make too much
Yeah.
of it. Like Juan said, let's take with a pinch of salt and stay with the idea of rumors, not make a big story of it. Go on, Craig.
Escobar doesn't have a
But,
whole
like-
lot of credibility.
I don't
Well,
agree.
well-
I think he has a lot of credibility, but if he's repeating a rumor, he'll say he's repeating a rumor, right?
Well, that's what he was basically stating. That it was a rumor. But I mean, and who knows? But if you look at the situation and you want to read into it, you could say maybe there was something to it because at first it was like, oh, Israel's fucking up Iran. Then all of a sudden it chilled out. There was another meeting. And then
It's
all of a
very
sudden
sudden.
everyone kind of temped down and nothing's really been happening other than some rhetoric. And it's
Yeah.
like maybe it happened and everybody on all sides was like, whoa.
Or even if it
but
didn't
then again, I
happen.
kind of doubt Israel would have been able to do that without the U.S.'s nod. So maybe it was
Even
just a proposal.
Even if it didn't happen, releasing a rumor that it did can still dampen down the rhetoric.
Yeah.
So either way.
But even using a nuclear bomb for that, you still have the nuclear decay. That would be mass murder in long
Oh
term.
yeah, I mean, well, think about it. Some people were saying, oh, they were going to cripple their, electrical grid with it and just cause a lot of problems. It's like, in reality, it's like you're potentially killing millions of Iranians because of the problems with food, communication, medicine, and disease that would result. Even if they didn't get hit, the bomb didn't affect them directly, just the residual effects of you blacking out a large portion of that country. I mean, they talk about it in the United States all the time. If there was a massive EMP attack on the United States, they say 90% of Americans would be dead in a year because of disease and starvation and violence. So, I mean, it's kind of like I said, maybe somebody put that proposal out there and people were like, whoa, dude, think about what you're suggesting, And then it goes to what Todd is saying. It's like, there's no way we'll ever sell this. There's no way we can ever justify this. There's no way anyone will ever accept it. So maybe it just got shelved and somebody leaked it.
It doesn't really fit what's kind of known about Israeli declared nuclear doctrine anyway, because so much is secret. We can't say this for sure. But I've always seen reports that say the Israeli nuclear doctrine is when we are totally overrun and have lost the war, we will let the nukes loose regardless of civilian population loss because it's essentially a scorched earth situation. That their strategy has they've never announced that they would use them offensively to conquer territory or even to deal with a strategic rival, but only as a poison pill at the very end. Now that's what their declared doctrine is, but who the hell knows who's in charge? Who knows what the generals think who actually have these things? If even it is generals, we don't know. Their problem with their stash is it's secret. So it's not a normal military command chain. We don't know who makes these decisions. We don't even know if the decisions are visible at the top. They could have a bunch of general rippers over there, going rogue every 10 minutes, and then being countermanded somehow by kill switches in F-35s. For all we know, we have no idea, and we can't find out.
I noticed that Melkor has been saying no all the time. Go on, give your voice, tell us why.
So the Israeli doctrine on using nuclear weapons is they're countries and feel that they are on the point of.
You're breaking up.
Not
Mike,
not
your
necessarily.
mic is just
You're intermittent. Yeah, your connection is intermittent. I'm not sure what's wrong. Yeah, it's still. Give me a second. Let me remove the echo cancellation. Okay, you try again. You try again. You try talking again, Cap Malcolm. Not much better. Yeah. Looks.
I'll join.
Yeah. I think you may need to rejoin. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Hit Biotech is actually he used to be a regular long time ago on Open Mic. He haven't been on for a very long time.
Yeah.
Long
I
time
kind of
no
like
see.
the name.
Yeah. No, but when I was on back, it was mainly because of my theory. So I just want to. It's been a long time, and the war has now progressed a great deal. But now I feel that we are getting into another phase of the war. Are you agree? The so-called experts, are you agree that we are going into another important phase now?
The whole cold experts have been saying that a few months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now it's real, right? Now things are happening down there, isn't it?
The big question in my mind is, can they actually make another line of fortresses and hold a web between them, or have they just run out of strategic depth? And if they've run out of strategic depth, then essentially the Russians have a large number of places where they can do their preferred tactic, which is grab a redoubt and aim at killing grounds and let the Ukrainians run into it.
And the other thing is too, I mean, like Melkor was kind of complaining about how the Russians aren't going fast enough. I mean, they're doing everything the way they want to do it. We're still technically in the muddy season of spring. It's got to dry out. And I've said it, and I know other people have said it. I feel like the summer is the time when that's going to be the big moves. Right now, they're shaping the battlefield. They're getting the Ukrainians spread out all over the place, like they always do, because they all think it's going to be at Kharkov or Zaporizhia or whatever, you know, and then it ends up being some no-name place nobody even thought of.
Yeah.
And you know, I figure once the ground dries out, they're in the center area, which I know people want to get on me because it's not all the Donbass, but between Kupiansk and Donetsk City, I figure this summer is going to be fucking wide open, because that's where it's the weakest. That's where they're spread the thinnest, and that's where the Russians have the most shit. And they have 30 brigades up there around Kharkov, but they can't leave because there's like 150,000 Russians sitting there, and there's a big chunk of Russians down at Zaporizhia. So you've got these two big fat ends of the rubber band, and then everybody in the middle is trying to stretch everywhere. It just seems like the Russians are setting the table for a prime action this summer. And I don't think they're going to wrap it up by the end of the year. I just figure they're going to be at the Dnieper in a lot of places by the end of the year. And that means October, because once it gets snowy and rainy, they're going to have to slow down again.
I agree.
But I figure it's going to be a hot summer for them.
So based on my information, if you guys remember my source, the pro-Ukrainian guy, so according to my latest information, is that the Ukrainians are betting on Chasivya. So they have sent a lot of their best troops to Chasivya. So reminiscence of the Battle of Bakhmut. So that's where they're going to bet on. Although I think that the Russians' main push is still the Avdiivka front. So it's going to be a very weird situation where the Russians are pushing very hard at Avdiivka, in the direction of in the area of Avdiivka. Whereas the Ukrainians are sending all their best into Chasivya. So it's going to be a weird situation. And of course, if the Ukrainians are concentrating on the best troop in Chasivya, then the Russians will have no choice but to take them on in Chasivya, because that's the aim, right? Demilitarization. So that's what happened in Bakhmut as well. But the Russians don't really have to push like Wagner, because Wagner wanted to prove themselves. The Russian military don't need to prove themselves. They can just bombard them. So it's going to be very curious what's going to happen next. And
I agree, and I would say that we see that the Ukrainians are trying to create those things in Chasiv Yar, and they haven't yet been able to close down the front in Avdiivka. So the Russians keep advancing in Avdiivka, one village after the other, and they do it very slow. And the Ukrainians keep guessing where they have to put the new defenses, and they haven't been able to close anything yet, or it will be very difficult. So of course, it's much more logical to go Avdiivka inside, yeah. But
I mean, think about it. That's
go on.
Oh, I mean, you've already got a lot of Ukrainians committed to the Avdiivka area, and Chasiv Yar is not really that far away. So you basically have a massive concentration in those areas in that front. So that's where the action is going to be, and then and then north of that, that's probably where you're going to see some more breakthroughs, maybe, or openings made, because they got to be stripping troops out from those middle areas up north around Kupiansk and stuff that they can, to send them down to Chasiv Yar and around Avdiivka, because they can't really strip any guys out. I mean, I'm sure they've already gone through the guys in Kharkov and, maybe took one of every 5 out of a company or something like that to send them in different places. But how long can they play that game when the Russians can literally drive anywhere they want, drop a battalion tactical group off and just drive west, and they have to respond to it every single time?
Yeah, so which is why when I was looking at the map, I find it very weird, because like for the Russians, they don't really have to attack Chasiv Yar. Chasiv Yar is a very hard to conquer place, because it's the way the terrain is very advantageous for the defenders. The Russians can just push any other direction, and they can just bypass the entire fortifications and everything. So it's weird to me that the Russians are still pushing at Chasiv Yar, but then their main force, they have a full army group basically focusing only on at the Avdiivka front, and that is actually a very dangerous place for the Ukrainians, because if the Russians push to Pokrovsk, you're talking about half of Donetsk will fall, the half of the oblast will fall, and then you will break the connection between Konstantinivka and Pokrovsk, which means that then all the transport, all the logistics will have to go through Sloviansk and Kramatorsk, which is basically you are halving whatever the Ukrainians can do. But yeah, then the Ukrainians, I'm not really sure what they are planning right now. Like, you can't really attack, you don't have the equipment to attack, but then when you defend, you're just sitting there. So I'm really not sure, even though I'm reporting on the war on a daily basis, but I'm like, what can they do? I don't even know what can they do. Vaughn.
I was just going to say too, and if you think about it, I mean, yeah, they may be moving slow on the ground, but what they're not doing on the ground, they're doing with the fabs and their air. The Ukrainians are still basically on the run or pinned down, and they can't even fall back far enough to set up another line, because as soon as they stop and get concentrated or bring out digging equipment, it gets hit. I mean, think about it. You got lances that are up to 70 kilometers. Some guy driving a backhoe, he's not even safe. And the Ukrainians ain't going to run over 70 kilometers west to give up that much land to set up another line, but they almost would literally have to. I mean, that's really the only option they have, is to trade space for time, because they just can't get a breather from the fabs. I mean, they keep trying, but even if the Russian army's not moving on the ground, they can just sit there and pound you till you leave, or you're dead, and then they just walk up there anyway. I mean, I can't imagine what's going on. Why they don't just. I mean, I know they can't, because the Russians can't really chase them, because they've mined the area so much. I think that's one reason why you don't see a big. They might break through an area, but then you don't see a big push, because maybe they have a lot of minefields to clear. Because they always talked about how many air deployed or artillery deployed mines they were dropping all over the place.
We've got questions about Seversk and about Odessa, but before we move on to those other fronts, I want to back out a bit and suggest that strategically, Chasiv Yar might be a more attractive target for some reasons, but let me give you a bunch of reasons why Avdiivka is the Stalingrad. Avdiivka is the Stalingrad, in my opinion, because it's the strategic hub they always wanted. While they held Avdiivka, they could rain artillery down on Donetsk market and terrorize civilians and drive Russian ethnic people out of Donetsk to go start a new life away from this in Russia. That was their strategic objective. Reduce the number of ethnic Russians in Donetsk so that they could colonize it essentially with ethnic Ukrainians. They have sat there for 10 years in Avdiivka, wasting NATO-provided ammunition to kill civilians. That has been their strategic objective. Kill Russian ethnic civilians and terrorize them out of that large city. And Avdiivka being taken is a major, major breakthrough in the denazification of Donetsk. And not only that, because it's such a strategic objective and because the dedicated, genocidally racist Nazi troops were always there, always firing those shells, I suspect there's a good number of them still there. And that whereas Azov and so on have refused to go into Chasiv Yar and other places that they don't view as central to their strategy, which is genocidal, that they will agree or somehow be leveraged into going to Avdiivka to sustain their long-standing genocidal attack against ethnic Russian civilians. And that means it's the ideal place for Russia to concentrate because the Nazis are more inclined to pile in there and defend it, and to defeat them there is more decisive and more protective of civilians. So I think for various reasons, both sides view Avdiivka as strategic to their objectives, and I think that from the Russian point of view, they would far rather physically exterminate dedicated Nazis in Avdiivka than try to negotiate surrenders of ethnic Hungarian conscripts in Chasiv Yar. Like, they know that those forces fall apart the second that the Nazi backbone is broken. So any place that Nazis are inclined to defend or inclined to pile into, that's where you'll see the tactical action, because it suits these multiple strategic objectives of the Russians. Like, who cares about these bypassed fortress towns? They don't matter. You clean them up by supply, cutting their supplies off. But if you can keep Avdiivka under control, then you have achieved something strategic, which is the safety of the ethnic Russian population in Donetsk.
Yeah, I agree completely with you, Greg. Taking Avdiivka is important for that, and taking distance of Avdiivka, so going further away, is making sure that Donetsk is not, the chance is going to be much less to be attacked again. So it makes completely sense what you're saying, and that is something that a lot of people already were saying for a long time. If you're looking at other YouTube channels that are like Below I Am say that also, for example. So yeah, it's a very important place, and you see it also how they are moving now away of Avdiivka, and which way they are moving away of it, enter more of Ukraine. It's just also very much to protect Donetsk, and maybe in the future to rebuild in a better way Donetsk also, and maybe also Avdiivka, like they do at Mariupol.
Yeah. They can start the rebuilding now, whereas they couldn't before.
Yeah, they need to have distance from the battle line. So.
Yeah, I was going to say, since we're talking about the rebuilding, I wanted to bring it up earlier, but then we kind of got off on different things. So, in relation to the 300 billion, let's say Russia takes all of Ukraine, would they be able to possibly negotiate the release of the funds and the assets if they agree to rebuild Ukraine, even though they control it? And basically release the West from its obligation to help the people that they sent to war. We'll do all that for you if you give us our money back.
What court would that be heard in?
The option is they stop at the Dnieper and destroy everything in the West and leave a money pit.
BlackRock's going to have a claim on that 300 billion. I think they're just trying to get it out of the Russian column into literally any other account. And then they're going to let BlackRock sue to get hold of it to recover the money they piled in to, quote, buy land under IMF terms in Ukraine. This is all about BlackRock. It isn't actually about any rebuilding. It isn't actually about weapons. It isn't even about punishing Russia. It's about BlackRock not having to put $300 billion loss onto their balance sheet, collapsing Western stock markets. It's neoclassical accounting issues here driving this nonsense.
I wonder if they'd ever calibrate BlackRock headquarters.
By the way, since we were talking about the numbers again, well, this deal is going to allocate, so 14 billion is to help Ukraine to buy advanced weapons. 13.7 billion is for the US to buy defense systems for Ukraine. And then 13.4 billion is to replenish US defense stockpiles from stuff they gave to Ukraine. So the numbers, if you look at 7.3 million is for the US to have operations in the region in order to support Ukraine with information. So if you look at from the 60 billion, they are just giving now actually 28 billion and not more than that. No 60 million to nobody.
It sounds to me like he just described the hat trick for the MIC, because it sounded like they was getting paid 3 times. We got to.
They are getting paid 3 times. It is that.
We got to give some money to Ukraine. Ching. We got to buy systems for Ukraine. Ching.
Yeah.
I'm reading other numbers, but yeah, I just hear on missile and nukes on Telegram.
And 10 billion of it's alone.
To replenish stocks of weapons and ammunition of the states himself. Is that like buying only air defense? Because like a Patriot is calling 1 billion, and Zelensky said, "I need 25 to cover the whole Ukraine." So that's what the states themselves. So all the ammunition they're going to buy is only fucking air defense. Can be. 14 billion to purchase various military equipment for Ukraine. Yeah, diapers. 11 billion to ongoing US military operation in the region, and 9.5 billion economic assistance to Ukraine. Cocaine.
Wasn't it?
Buy cocaine with that. Cocaine.
Weren't they saying when they were like last year? I mean, I know it's come up multiple times, but weren't they saying it cost Ukraine like 4 to 7 billion a month just to run the country? So I mean, even that 40 billion, whatever the cash amount is only going to be a couple months, 3-4 months max.
Yeah.
Economic assistance, you can already understand, like Russia is destroying all these power plants, so they need to buy a lot of generators. Belgium did already finance a lot of generators last year and 2 years ago. So we did a lot of civilian deliveries for like power generators in case of...
China and Japan are probably selling the shit out of generators right now.
Oh yeah, you're working Honda. Ooh. Yeah,
and
if you just look at it militarily, though, keep in mind that the 300 low-end ballistic and low-end drones that Iran fired at Israel, which is a far more easily intercepted situation, cost about $3 billion to intercept. So do the math here. Every 100 low-end ballistic and drones that Russia fires is going to cost $1 billion to intercept. So keep that in mind when you think about the magnitude of these numbers, how expensive it is to do effective air defense.
Just the U.S.
think about
Army, just the U.S. Army costed $2.4 billion those attacks to defend Israel from those attacks. And we are not talking about the replenish of the Iron Dome, because the replenish of the Iron Dome, I think it's like 40 billion.
And Mr. De Silva reminds us, don't forget 10% for the big guy.
Yeah.
You mean?
Well, I mean, think about it. If you took that money and just put it in defense, anti-air operations. I mean, if it was a full-scale war where the Russians would, let's say, launch a large-scale attack on a daily basis against assorted targets, you're looking at like a month of interceptions, and then you're out.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if it was a full-scale war, like NATO versus Russia, you could potentially see hundreds of drones every day flying to different places in the West, or bombers launching cruise missiles every day. The magic number, like you said, all you got to do is fire 100 shitty-ass missiles, cost you $1 billion.
Yep.
Yeah, the average of the Type 3 missile of a Patriot, one missile is 4 million euros, something like that. So you shoot 100, you have almost a 500 million that's gone. 400 million, 500 million, I don't know the exact price, but they say far more 5 million, something like that for Type 3.
Far more significant than the amount of money the Americans are putting in is the incredible amount of dissension, division, and anger in the United States Congress over it. Like, the amount of money and the effect it'll have on the battlefield is nothing compared to the effect of Marjorie Taylor Greene coming out and saying, you want to send this to Ukraine? Hold an actual election. Come clean about all the biolabs and CIA activity, and sign up for conscription with you and your families yourselves. Those conditions should actually be set on the Israel and Taiwan aid as well. And she's started an internal conversation in the US about the conditions of foreign aid. This will have way more effect on the US than it will on Ukraine, this aid package.
Well, I think Green has picked up on the pulse of the nation really well.
Yeah.
And people, like, guys, what's going on in the States right now is not normal. You know, you've got people lighting themselves on fire every month. And I think that the underlying health of the American people, American society, is probably a lot worse than, you know, even I believe. And we all follow this stuff. So what Green is, you know, picking up on is just the sentiment that is overwhelming in, well, everywhere now. Like, nobody in the United States supports this war. Nobody in Canada does. People in Europe don't. Like, people are starting to wake up that this is a lost cause. The 61 billion is to get them to November, to keep the government of Ukraine going so people don't revolt. All they're thinking about is November. I said this last week. Get to the election. Once the election's over with, you're going to see a whole lot of change on a whole lot of different fronts.
I hope.
Yeah. And in the budget, that in the 60 billion, there is also, you know, huge sum given to, you know, for the operations of United States in the region to support Ukraine, right? I was thinking that's very weird because by right, your soldiers, you know, all are on contract, all your vehicles, all the fuel, everything, you know, you already have it, you know. So in a way, they're actually funding.
You forget something, the AWACS,
right?
the drones,
Yeah, but they're just flying, right? You already have them.
I mean,
You know,
to
you
pay the
don't need to
fuel
spend
and
extra
the
money.
man costs. So one pilot
Yeah, I think it's not just fuel.
$100 an
I think they
hour.
are. No. I think what is happening is that they are actually charging Ukraine, because Ukraine have to pay them back, because now these are all loans. They are basically charging Ukraine for the services of having the AWACS flying, the drones flying, and then having it's basically now a service. You know, it's no longer. They are no longer getting this support. They are now buying mercenarism from NATO forces.
You know, America is a service-oriented country.
That's true.
Picking up on that service point. Oh, sorry, we had one. Go ahead.
Hit. Is he frozen?
Is it me?
No, he's moving.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, so I have full respect for especially Craig and Vaughan. I have nothing to say to them about the details of the war, because I agree they are correct all the time here. But as I used to talk about, I'm kind of a conspiracy theorist. What I see as what pushes this war is actually the so-called globalists have hijacked NATO and turn it into a monster. That it is one thing if it's one thing that drives this war, it's someone's urge to enforce the global state. And as I see it, as Stoltenberg, remember that I'm from Norway, so I grew up with Jens Stoltenberg. I grew up with this guy, this socialist in Norway. If you want to if you want to know how the global state is going to turn up, you should live in Norway, because here we got this optimal conditions for the global state. They reduce the chaos. It's total rule-based order. And they always try to pretend that everything is good, but we are scared. We are scared. The young males on the right in Norway, we are scared because we understand what's behind all this. So I just want to. My view here is that how I see it, NATO is paying for getting white male risk takers killed. That's how I see it. They don't care if they are Ukrainians, if they are Russians, if they are Polish, because all white conservatives that comes from chaos, they are their natural rivals. That's just how I see it. And go back to the details about the tanks and the shells and everything. You are very smart guys. It's not about you. It's just I kind of miss. That's we should go back to this. What's really pushing this? We have BlackRock. Yeah, they are earning money, and we have got this financial push button. But how I see it, what is really behind all of this? It's a group of people in the West that try to use NATO to establish the global state. Thank you.
I just on that point. I mean, you could, let's say it's a conspiracy since we can't prove it, but I mean, it's kind of convenient that NATO is just a military arm of corporate West interests, and whenever there's a country that has something that we want, they have problems with democracy, and then they get invaded. I mean, think about it. Why the fuck is NATO in Africa? I mean, yeah, granted, maybe there's some NATO countries that have interest in Africa, but those are the interests of the country, not really the interest of NATO, theoretically. Why the fuck is Japan and Korea or whatever, South Korea, talking about joining NATO and shit? It's North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It's not the, you start SAFO, the South Pacific or some shit, treaty organization. I mean, Japan and North Korea or South Korea have no interests in what goes on in Europe. I mean, other than if they want stability so they could have trading partners and economic ties, but they don't have any military interests there. So why would they go? They're just trying to get these footholds in these places to set up, so they can start reaching out to these resource areas in the Pacific. I mean, that's all. I think that's all it is. I mean, whatever, the Soviet Union's gone, so NATO doesn't have a purpose other than to go out and find new assets for their masters. I think that's all they do.
But nevertheless, taking into account what Nunez said,
they're like Wagner, but where Wagner is, that's the Russia's. That's where Russia has interests. Our military and NATO is Wagner for us. We just go out and let that wherever we're at meddling is where we want to steal something.
Yeah, but is that not
nevertheless, what Nunez was saying, the money that the US is giving doesn't support that idea of NATO. The money they are giving to Ukraine is just to go through until the elections, not more. It's very little money. It's just Ukraine needs, the administration of Ukraine needs $5 billion a month. Europeans are giving a lot of money this time, more than they have before, and the US is giving a loan. Actually, it's not even giving financial aid like they used to for. Now they have to pay that back, and it's really little money. It's 20-something million. This is less than what the Ukrainians need. So the Ukrainians will penance until November, actually September, and after that they are cleaning their hands. Actually, the US is cleaning their hands out of NATO somehow. I think it's either Mr. Lambo or Nunez. Come on.
I was just going to say that probably I think we all know that the United States since the Cold War always tried to weaken Russia in every way possible. They're trying the opportunity to do that via Ukraine. It's not working. And now they're like desperately saying like, we need to invest, otherwise it's going to end. Are we going to try? I just think the 60 billion is going to be the last time. I don't see it going further. I just can't imagine that next year they're going to say, we're going to refund 100 million again. Look, all these kids in the trenches from 18 years old and younger need all of these weapons. No, it's not going to happen anymore. Next year, it's going to be totally different. It's just a last chance, I think. A last effort to give something. And after that, it's going to be finished. Russia is advancing too hard for the moment. And they are not even in a max power. But just look how they're fabbing the shit out of these trenches for the moment. It's crazy. Like I saw a video today, I think it was 6 fabs in the same area, like in the same grouping, 6 bombs, 6 500s, in the same grouping, like going to destroy that part of the map in the place where we need to attack, just 6 bombs. It's crazy. Ukraine is never going to be able to hold that. Yeah, they're going to maybe have new air defense. When they are going to get them, they already lost this week a few SUs again. They have nothing anymore left, almost nothing anymore left. So once it's just waiting for air supremacy, and then you need to wait to Ukraine to have these. Maybe in these 60 billion, you're also going to have these finances for the F-16s that are going to come. For what? For how long? We don't know. They're not going to make any change. That's the whole point of the thing that you're already saying, like for 2 years, it makes no sense what's happening in Ukraine. It's just a waste of money and most importantly, a waste of people on both sides, actually, also. It's just a fucking
People.
big waste. Yeah.
Yeah.
Human beings, yeah. They don't care, and NATO don't care about Ukrainian human beings. I saw yesterday again, I met 2 Ukrainian girls, like, how old are they? 22 years old, something like that, not even. And I just asked them, "Hey, where are you from Ukraine?" They both said from here. And I didn't even start a conversation about Ukraine. They know. I saw the way they respond to me. They fucking know they are screwed. Kids from 22 years old, girls, they know it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. Biotech, don't worry. But you're not going to war in Norway. Like, you know, to Lambo's point, we've got a bunch of Slavic countries that we need to chew up long before it ever gets to Norway. So as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, you know, European, I think you're as safe as a kitten. Like, keep in mind, guys, as I said before, you know, people are pushing back on all of it. Well, let me finish it and then I'll give it to you. Like, people are pushing back on the whole globalist narrative. So yes, I agree with you that NATO has been overtaken by the globalists, as has a lot of our institutions, but they're not getting any traction anymore whatsoever. Like, people are ditching the whole globalist ideology en masse. And I'm not just talking about, you know, I'm talking about just normal, everyday, like soccer moms that you talk to. They are all so anti-insert politician's name right now. It is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it here in Canada. So, you know, this is a short-term thing. I wouldn't worry too much is my point. Now, back over to you.
Yeah, so I think you misunderstood, because we're not scared of the war coming here. That would actually
I know. Yeah.
Because what I'm saying, male risk takers, the soldiers, they want to get rid of soldiers. And if you're a soldier and they remove the chaos and create this rules-based order, they get you into a cage. They don't want to. That's why they want to get rid of the risk takers, the male risk takers on the globe, because then they have to use force. They have to take risk to get to the power. That's this new transition. This is this new transition humanity is going into now, is to dominate via rules. And
it's a demographic perspective on the war. I've said this before, that Europe wants to wipe out all these military age Slavic males, and it wants all these white women in Western Europe, that it actually solves their demographic crisis. But it does also have this effect that native nationalist movements and so on become weaker. So according to the West, every concept of Slavic nationalism will be weaker after this because of the dead people. And when you look at who they are, you know, Ukrainian nationalists, DNR and LPR, with more Slavic people in the Russian ethnicity, you are in fact losing that group of people, Orthodox, in that case, males who might be inclined to fight for some notion of Orthodox civilization. So that's an angle from which you can object to the war, which is different than an economic angle or a peace angle or a World War III risk angle. And I actually think it's the angle that someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene has. She's a Christian nationalist, and I think she notices that these potential Christian nationalist allies of hers in Ukraine/Russia are being wiped out in large numbers.
So you mean by that, Greg, that to save the European demographic, I need to try to start to date one of these 2 chicks I met yesterday to make babies with them in the future to save Europe?
That's the big plan, yeah.
Damn it! One of them was.
Just now I was listening halfway. I was thinking, It sounds like a feminism ploy, you know. They want to kill off all the soldier age, the guys, so that, you know, it's easier to overtake the government. Then after that, oh, okay, it turned into something else. Okay, but Drew.
Can I go? I came on because Nodia was talking about how globalism is evil and bad and it needs to go away. And
I didn't say no. I didn't say that. I said that a certain element of the globalist WEF crowd, they're the ones who are the problem, not globalism in
general. I piss off a lot of people by saying that I'm a globalist. I think globalism is fantastic. The problem today is that it's not globalism based on equality. It's globalism based on one group of people trying to conquer everybody else, and everybody else are their slaves, right? Sure. If it's globalism on an equality basis, so you and I are the same, we are all working together to improve humanity, that's great. That's you get efficiency, you get efficient communications, efficient government, efficient use of everything. There'll be no more cases of, let's stop the factories here, let's move them all to Asia, and then let the pollution go there where we can't see it. There'll be no more, these oceans are not, let's all try to overfish it, because if we don't fish it, the other guy will fish it, right? It will be all shared resources, and then we can allocate it properly. So globalism is good. The problem is the implementation today is wrong. The one group is trying to shit on everybody else and control everybody else.
Yeah, basically, Drew, basically what it boils down to, globalism is great to have internet, communicate, doing business with each other. Globalism is great, but the problem is the chaos. When they try to remove the chaos and make one global government, that's when we are in big problems. Big problems, because according to my theory, then that's when evil traits in humans starts to dominate the good traits, and that's when we're all in trouble. But globalism per se is fantastic. This is globalism. Yeah, this show is
globalism I was talking about.
We have a very
this
important.
Show is globalism.
Yeah, we have a very important. Yeah, we have a very important super chat of a very serious guy, John Steele, to answer. Oh my God!
We must take away free speech to make the world safe for socialists, atheists, LGBTQAI, and WEF.
Is the AI new? I must be out.
Hail Hydra.
So my plan for the Ukrainian globalism is not going to work if I need to accept what John Steele is saying. So I need to be gay.
Isn't this free speech? And I'm a socialist and an atheist, so
I think John's joking, guys.
You think? I was really wondering if it was very serious or not.
No, it is serious. There's a real difference in how so-called free speech doctrine in law works versus what we call in the Commonwealth free expression doctrine. They're two absolutely opposed and different legal doctrines. And I would say that what's going on now in the UK is just a wild abuse of that. I mean, Canada is shifting in the UK direction with a Bill C-63, which should not be passed, whereas we used to actually have by far the best balance of these concerns. Like the Canadian Supreme Court pretty much nailed down exactly how to do this, what did and didn't constitute a reasonable prohibition on advocacy. But now they're going way beyond that and trying to stop offended people and writing in historical events into the law and other stuff that the Supreme Court never told them that they should do. So that's a form of resistance we're seeing amongst people, that they are fearing that they will not be able to honestly debate some issue. Like, look at, we had a long debate about medical stuff and what constituted true history of, say, the COVID epidemic. And now it turns out that 15 different U.S. agencies knew that that U.S.-funded gain-of-function research had happened in Wuhan. They knew that, and they didn't even tell the researchers working on the vaccines what they knew. So this is actually a terrible, terrible crime. And we're finding about this much, much too late, thanks to a few people like Rand Paul, for instance. But, what you're seeing now happen in the U.S., an example of what can happen from a society that is fairly open. Marjorie Taylor Greene can advocate, these conditions that I think are mostly reasonable on Ukraine aid, and somebody else can say, well, put those same conditions on Israel and Taiwan. Rand Paul can get up and pull up the evidence and drag heads of agencies saying, why didn't you tell us what you knew? It was criminal to conceal this information. And why are we funding gain of function research at all? And shouldn't the experts have been heated on this? And Jeffrey Sachs put that out there a year and a half ago, but Rand Paul's got all the evidence for it. And Matt Gaetz was grilling generals about the fact that only 29% of the F-35s are actually available for missions right now. And is this whole thing a giant grift for Lockheed Martin? Like, so on one hand, nobody wants any of that to stop, certainly not with elected officials, right? And they are people who are all part of this pushback within the United States against an unthinking commitment to the military-industrial complex. On the other hand, you've got Mike Johnson, who says he's been to CIA briefings, says that Russia, China, and Iran are an axis of evil, and he's a wartime speaker, even though the Congress hasn't voted to declare war. And even though 2/3 of the GOP's membership are against Ukraine aid, 2/3 of the Democrats' membership are against Israel aid, and probably 2/3 of the whole country is against banning TikTok. What does Johnson do? He listens to the CIA, he piles all that stuff into one bill, and it barely passes with corrupt money at 51%. That is not a democracy. That is a mess. And we're seeing in the United States all this happening at once, the various totally different attitudes towards these different conflicts. And it'll actually start to play out. And exactly as Dunya said, we had a guy set himself on fire outside the courtroom where Trump was on trial, and he was protesting the two-party system. If you read what he actually wrote, he's protesting the duopoly, the deep state, the bipartisanship, the mechanism by which Mike Johnson can take 4 totally unpopular things and jam them into one bill that barely passes. So this is a protest against the hijacking of democracy itself, and it's pretty sad when self-immolation is the most effective way to be heard.
I was going to say, in relation to the F-35 thing too, I mean, we don't know for sure, but you know, it is very beneficial to Lockheed Martin and these other military aviation companies that have these maintenance programs. And I wonder if the reason why they have these maintenance programs in place is because the Air Force is having trouble recruiting guys that want to work on F-35s or F-15s or F-16s. I mean, they have shortages in all the other militaries, so why wouldn't it be the same problem there? So maybe Lockheed Martin is getting a sweet deal, but that's because they have to be there to do the maintenance because they don't have enough people in service to do it and keep the numbers up. So maybe that's what's going on. Yeah. I mean, we've already, you know, if the Army's having problems, the Marines are having problems, the Navy, why wouldn't the Air Force have problems?
Yeah.
And maybe they don't have enough people in these factories or these places doing the work that they can't keep up with the mission quotas and stuff. So you only got, what, 30% always ready. The rest are always getting worked on somewhere. But that's probably what I would think that might be a good explanation. They have problems with recruiting new guys to be mechanics, so they're shuffling them off to the manufacturer to get fixed.
The plane is just too complex. That's the problem. That's the only problem. That plane is fucking complex. And they have too many orders. They need to work too fast. So you're going to.
Yeah, but think about it. You got mechanics on carriers that work on F-18s and everything, and you know, all those guys work on the F-15s and the F-117s and the B-2s and the B-1s. All that's advanced stuff. It might just be they just don't have the people.
No, so it can also be because they have the pressure to produce. No, because you have the pressure. If you have like 200 orders, and normally before you have a capacity of 160, and they're cranking up the orders to 200 a year compared to 160 in a year, it's normal you're going to have more chance of defaults and problems during the construction of something because you put more pressure on the people. And what you're going to have is you put more pressure on the people. You're going also to create people that are going to stress more. They're going to do their job less better. I think it's a lot to make, and the development that went too fast, and also and the pressure you get to the people to make it done. So maybe they're going to control less good. Are you going to create some problems like that? I don't know. For me, that plane was designed way too fast for what it is technologically. It was designed too fast, put on the market too fast, and you create problems with that. And actually, it's normal to have, and planes and jet fighters are normal to have. If you just look at the beginning of the F-16, it wasn't working properly also in the beginning. It was normal. It took time to have the finished product at 100%, and then having upgrades and all that shit. F-35 is actually way worse. I just think that the pressures is too high. It's too high, and it's already for how many years that they are speaking about malfunctions and problems with the F-35, and they are laughing about the Sukhoi 57 that flying the old engine that working very well, Russia decided to do it like that. Yeah, it's okay.
So shall we let the new guys introduce themselves? Lance, introduce yourself.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, where are you from?
Hello. Yes, I'm Lance. I'm Lance. I'm from the USA. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I'm from the USA, Wyoming State.
That's all.
What are you doing? Why are you here?
Yeah.
The only thing I can't figure is why am I getting like audio feedback? I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. This is all new to me.
Maybe you have to check the settings. I think he hears us, but I think he's slow. He might be delayed.
Oh.
And he's hearing echo. So I'm not sure what setting that he did. So meanwhile, you figure out NP. Introduce yourself.
You look like a tank builder welder. NP.
Yeah, I'm a noob welder. I don't feel like a new guy because I'm listening to the show from the first episode. I'm only here for Vaughn. Joking.
He's a fan.
You're awesome. I just, but I rarely listen to the cast live. Often while I'm working on something and when I have free time. So I'm just doing something in garage, and I wanted to stop by to say hello to everyone. Although it's not some topic that I could contribute with something. I just last week was something, but that's gone by now.
You can always change the topic, no problem. Just change the topic. No need to care about. No,
I don't have an inspiration. Honestly, I don't have any inspiration now.
Yeah, Lambo like to talk about planes. No, you can change the topic. Then he's like,
do you really think I want to talk about planes? No, I only want to talk about the barrel with the guy in it. That's it.
What, the barrel? The barrel.
Zelensky and his UF-16.
Lance, tell us more about you.
I've been watching you for a while now. I think I found out about you. I think it might have been through the Viva and Barnes live stream that those guys do. I know Barnes has mentioned you many times, and so yeah, I just kind of took interest in your coverage of the Ukraine war, and I like your daily sit reps, and I like the memes of smashing the like button with meteor strikes, and I think that's hilarious. So that's what I did on this stream. I hit the like button and it got destroyed. So, but yep. So yeah, I live here in the United States, and just always had an interest in geopolitics, and my interest goes all the way back probably to the Syrian conflict, and yeah, that's pretty much kind of where I'm at, I guess. I think it's all interesting stuff, and I think I live in a country that's got a really idiotic government that likes to mess in other people's affairs, and I just think a lot of Americans here, we're tired of it, but don't know what to do to fix it. It's like, just don't know. The military complex has such a strong, hold here in the United States. It's hard to, I don't know. We're Americans. What can I say?
Lance, keep pushing back. That's all you can do, man.
Yeah.
Fight the man. Go out and protest. Vote for the candidates that are not part of the deep state. That's what you can do, is stay vocal.
Yeah. Just for everybody out there watching, he mentioned Viva Barnes podcast. And if you're interested in like American legal and some politics, especially in relation to the Trump case, that would be an excellent channel to watch. They cover like protests and the legalities of like some of the bigger cases like January 6th and all that kind of stuff. The trucker protest, the legalities of that. So if you're interested in American legal politics, that would probably be an excellent source to check into if you have a question about a particular legal issue you're seeing in the States, and they would be able to explain it probably a lot better than I could, or, you know, maybe somebody that's a lawyer would understand it like Toby, but, you know, they're really good at breaking that stuff down on especially big issues that make worldwide press.
Yeah. And for those that are watching, you know, if you think these are all scripted or all these are people I paid and come on the show and, you know, do propaganda, you know, that's not the case. Anyone can come on. You can try. Just click the link. You know, you'll come on. You will see my face and then you will be surprised.
Pay me more, Wyatt.
Nunya, be careful. There's a pink alien behind you. Nunya, you don't hear us. Ah!
Oh, no.
Nunya! Nunya! God damn it. I was afraid you was attacked by a pink alien behind you, Nunya. Fuck. Yeah, you make us...
I thought I was drunk and I was seeing things and hallucinating. I was like, look out, Nunya.
She needed a pencil.
No, you know, John Wick only needs a pencil. You know, he don't need a lot. You know, be careful of the pencil. Okay,
I do like this bottomless supply of magazines, though. That's always amazing. I'm like, where the hell did he keep that one? Oh wait, where did he get that one? Wait, hold on, he's tying his shoe. Nope, he's getting another magazine out.
So I just ended the poll. I forgot about the poll. So how much of the US aid money will Ukraine actually receive? 55% of the people voted 25%. So no, that's the general consensus. So 25% of the money. So which is quite sad. You know, actually, you know, if you are Ukraine, imagine all the money that 60 billion, you thought that you're going to get a lot of it. Actually, everything just go back to United States. No, it's a left pocket to the right pocket. No, it's bullshit. What is a zero generic?
They will just put it themselves inside their pocket. So, you know, just give them as few as you can, control as much as you can. That's the best way you can allocate the money, because if not, it will just be thrown again in some pockets of some guys, you know, who actually don't need it, and they will not increase the chances for Ukraine to actually do something on the battlefield. So I think it's the best way to do it.
What is a zero degeneracy? What's that? I don't understand. Anyone can explain?
Yeah, I need to pay $2 extra to explain.
Okay. Then no, I don't have money. That's it.
No, he needs.
It's probably a German thing. I don't even know that.
Oh,
so it's very sad that the money that Ukraine is receiving, which is being portrayed as a saving thing, it's not enough for any. It's not enough. It's just like Nuni said, just to keep the Ukrainians going until the elections and not see the whole collapse. But it doesn't really promise Ukrainians anything in terms of being able to hold until November, because okay, the money just came, but how the Ukrainians are already without ammunitions like this. It's like not the Ukrainians don't have anything. It's just they don't have enough. But we have been talking about there was one thing the Ukrainians don't have that you can't buy with money. People. You can't just, if people don't want to fight, there is nothing you can do.
Whoa. MC Voz in the air.
I mean, think about it too. Even the mercenaries that were all hot to trot in the beginning, they've all left, except for the ones that maybe can't leave or just there for different reasons. I mean, like you said, they can't buy people. I mean, think about it. Even if they had like, you know, $50 million to go out and hire mercs, how many professional merc soldiers would be like, oh yeah, I'll go fight in Ukraine for you. You know, I mean, I would imagine people in that business probably know what's going on around the world because they always looking for a new job, and they probably seen what's been going on in Ukraine, and that's like the one job they ain't taking. I mean, I bet you couldn't go around the entire world and find enough people.
Yeah, but we are talking about thousands and thousands of people.
I mean, what do they say? 500,000? Yeah, I mean, where are you going to find 500,000 dumbasses that'll be like, yeah, I'll take $2,000 and go to Bakhmut? I mean, I guess you could, but I would think most people, you know, if you're going to hire professional mercenaries.
Hello.
All those people are like, hell no.
Hey, biotech.
Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if some guys in NATO, these analytics behind it all, they will actually calculate how many dollars each killed white male, white soldier has cost them. Are there 500,000 killed now, Russians and Ukrainians, brave white soldiers, divided by how many dollars? And so, and I just want to mention one other thing, that I'm from Norway, and we are grown up with Jens Stoltenberg, the General Secretary. For example, a couple of months ago, he was participating in the birthday of our Crown Prince. And they were filming at this party, and just standing there with his champagne glass, laughing it up. You can see that he is just in a very good mood. And you don't stand around like that as a commander-in-chief, and you're responsible for the death of hundreds of thousands of people. You just don't stand around with a glass of champagne and have a great time.
You talking about Zelensky?
No, about Stoltenberg, NATO's General Secretary.
Yeah,
So,
think about it. Think about how high they are and all the power they have right now and all the money they get to throw around and all the speeches they get to make, and they get to send people off to die, and it doesn't affect them. I mean, even a cost of food and energy, none of that affects them. So, I mean, he's probably...
my argument. It just supports my argument here that deep inside they actually want to kill white risk takers. They want to get rid of the soldiers.
Yeah, but
the socialists want to get rid of the soldiers, and the soldiers that goes to the front line, they are risk takers. They take the power by risk. And the socialists, they don't want to take any risk to have power. They want to create rules and put them into a cage and control them in that way by social democracy.
Yeah, but how do, like if you look at the American Army, in our demographics, like let's say when I was serving, I mean, you have black patriotic Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asians, and whites. You know, that was all the Cold War or shortly after the Cold War Army. I mean, those guys were just as hardcore as I am. I mean, now today's army would be different, but you would still have those people. That demographic would be a problem. You should maybe look at it more like they want to kill off the class of men that they feel would be providing the most resistance to their agenda, whether that's a white man that's in Russia or a black man in Angola or an Asian man in China. They want to get rid of the men that will stand up to
so
them.
they're coming. They are coming for them as well. But don't pretend to be stupid there. Russia is the main obstacle to enforce the global state. That's Russia.
I would think China is too.
Yeah, but they come after. But if they can control Russia first, then they could put pressure on China. And after China falls, the rest are gone. And they are, but of course they got balls. And Africa, for example, and it was very good news today. I saw on Twitter that Niger has kicked out American troops and endorsed Russia instead. That's a really smart move. Put into this scenario.
And if you think about your theory, look at what's been done to Africa. It's completely dissected. The men that may want to fight all fight for disjointed sides against each other. They don't unite against a common enemy. And I mean, think about it, because you have men that would fight in Africa, but they're all over the place. There's no organization. So it's easy for bigger powers to go in there and take what they want, manipulate them. And now they're starting to rise up and
put them into a cage. They want to put them into a cage, lock the cage, and then they can.
What I'm saying is, if you look at Africa, Africa might be like what you're talking about, the end result. You just have this large territory, and there's no organized resistance. There's no organized counter to you, whether it's political or military or anything. It's just, a tribe of guys over here, a tribe of guys over here, a few guys scattered here and there. I mean, that's kind of what you're talking about. Basically, just unorganized, trapped, separated,
They try
you know,
to get them
isolated.
into a cage. They try to get all the soldiers into a cage and dominate them and win the war without losing one drop of blood. Without any risk. They win wars without any risk. And then they have to get rid of the risk takers because it's harder to control risk takers. The woman is okay. The woman is okay.
Well, that's the same thing like when they
you
talk
can
about a
control the
revolution.
women. Women aren't risk takers. They are born not to take risks. They need to take care of her baby. They can't go out there and take risks. But they're a male risk taker. That's
but
really
the same people killing off the risk takers don't encourage women to stay home and take care of babies. I mean, their agenda is not to kill off men and have women take care of babies.
It's much easier.
They want to kill off those women too.
Shut up! It's much easier to manipulate a woman with fear than a man. Yeah, it is. Therefore, but by creating a cage,
I'm sorry.
a government
I think we listen to you all
Let
the
him
time.
talk.
We understood it. You don't need to repeat yourself. We understood it. Like
Yeah.
Ron was making critics that it makes sense. So you should actually be the one listen to him instead of telling him to shut up, because we already understood what you meant. We are not stupid.
Yeah, but Vaughn is drinking, and it's always. I remember back in the days. So you always were interrupting me all the time, and you're drinking, you're drunk. So somebody should tell you to shut the fuck up. Yeah.
Off of soda.
Yeah, you need to be less
So
biological.
you are the ones you're criticizing is the ones you're doing exactly the same way. You're just trying to shut him down. He's obviously not drunk. You're trying to shut him down with such a stupid argument. If you have any argument to go against him, give some reason. You are telling us that you're a rational guy. So give him us a reason and don't give us such an argument which is empty of anything.
I mean, I don't even think I was disagreeing with you. I think I was just coming at it from a different perspective. Like, I agree with what you're saying, but I just don't think it's just white people. I think they want to get rid of all the men that they see as a problem, whether it's a black man, a white man, a China man, whatever. If you're a guy that's independently minded or can take care of himself or wants to fight for his country, they want to use you and then get rid of you. You're right, just like they do in revolutions. They have a communist revolution and then they round up all the revolutionaries because they can't have people that are good at stirring up the people around after they get what they want. And I agree with exactly what you're saying to a point. I don't know if it's that as focused as you're saying, but as far as getting rid of strong men, yeah, that's definitely an agenda. I agree with you 100%.
I'm sorry, Bob.
You're all good, dude. If it gets heated, I don't even care. It's all cool. We're all
Hey,
cool.
that you're drunk and all that, but you know, I get excited when I come to these things. So
he just told he's not drinking alcohol.
I'm sorry, Juan. I'm sorry.
Upgrade.
Yeah.
It's all good, man. Don't even worry about it. It's all cool.
It's fine. Everybody has
Anyway.
insult each other, and yeah, just give me a second, Rosa, and then I give you the word. I just had to come in because it started to go a little bit crazy. So about the Stoltenberg thing that he's drinking champagne, that's not something new, right? We saw many politicians getting crazy when the situation was going very bad for their countries. So that's something totally normal. And if you see his perspective, he thinks he's fighting for democracy and freedom, and he's fighting against evil Russians who want to take over Ukraine. So yeah, he's kind of like, yeah, we give it to the Russians, you know, they have thousands of casualties every day, and we decimate them and try to contain them and maybe try to win this war. And on the other topic about Ukraine, 61 billion, I just want to ask a question to you guys. What should the Ukrainians actually buy with the money they will get? Even if the poll was like 25% of the money will go to Ukraine. We all know they need air defense, but yeah, air defense, yeah, but
that'd be the number one thing.
They want to start a new offensive in 2025. So what kind of, yeah, I know it's ridiculous, but just in sake of the argument, you know, for the other side, what should they actually buy, and what should they use it for? If you want
well, I mean, where could they buy anything? I mean, who has supplies that they could buy that are ready to be delivered? I mean, we could sell them M1 tanks, but they'd either have to come from active or guard units, since those would be ready to put on a train and ship off, or you'd have to buy them from the reserve stocks, which some may have to be refurbished to some degree. I mean, there's thousands and thousands of M1s in storage, but I don't know what the condition would be. And I would imagine even if they're in great storage condition, they still probably have to get, relubricated, maybe have seals replaced, and they have to go over them. And you're only going to have so many guys that could do that, so many tanks a day. So, I mean, I don't really know where they could go buy anything, because the only other big suppliers in the world are China and Russia, and they ain't going to sell shit to them. Hell, I bet you they're not even selling shit to people in third parties unless they know who the end receiver is. Like they sell it to somebody that goes to Azerbaijan, it's fine because they don't have a problem. They damn sure ain't going to sell it to somebody who's going to end up sending it to fucking Armenia or somebody else. So I would just assume that, honestly, what are they going to buy? More IOUs? Like, we will sell you 29 Patriots in 2037 with this $10 billion you gave us. I mean, I just don't know what they could buy off the shelf that's ready to go that we can afford to give away. Because everybody's pretty much down to air defense. They're not going to give away shit. And I think other than the United States, all the tanks are gone.
Actually, I think it's very interesting to notice is that, you see that most Western countries don't have anything else to give away. The shelves are empty or in a very bad state. And we see them really paranoid, going around the world, trying to buy whatever they find. It doesn't make even sense, whatever. They're just buying and paying really money for it. Like they were playing those big announcements from the Czech Republic. They were paying like 2,800 euros for a shell that costs normally in Russia 350. We are talking about really old shit that probably doesn't even work anymore, and like going everywhere.
Yeah,
everywhere.
There was, like what you were saying, there were stories specifically how they were selling used equipment at current market value.
You know where you can find this kind of shit? The old one, the one Ukraine will need. Go to Angola. There is a lot of that shit. A lot. I mean, a lot.
It's not just give you money. Why not just buy any kind of ridiculous or any kind of price? You didn't pay for it. So print money and give it to you.
To Vaughn's point, even if we were to get the equipment, we don't have any machinists anymore. We don't have any mechanics anymore. We don't have any people who, tradespeople like the welder who was on earlier. We just don't have the capacity here in the West anymore because we outsourced all that stuff 30 years ago. So even if we got it, we couldn't maintain it properly. Yeah.
But only also a lot of countries like Belgium doesn't have the shell sizes that they use. We don't have the 150 millimeters and all that bullshit. We don't have that. So the only thing we can do is finance a country that can build it for them, but they already don't have the power anymore to do it.
Yeah, but you don't even have money for yourself.
Yeah, but we are smarter. We have banks in Belgium that have Russian money, and the interest, we keep it and we give it to Ukraine. So we don't use our own money. We use the interest that actually Russia need to have. Because we have FN Herstal that building small arms, very famous small arms factory, financed by Belgium because otherwise they make a lot of losses. I don't think this year and last year because you're building a lot for Ukraine. That's the only thing we can build for them. That's the only fucking thing we can build for them. But all the things that you can, we rebought, or I think another European country rebought the old Leopards that we sold to a private person, and that guy asked like 10 times more money because you need to put everything back and storage costs and blah 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 back and work. So they did that. So all the Leopards we had before in Belgium that we sold to that guy, been bought at 10 times the price, sent to Ukraine, already been destroyed. It's already gone, so we don't have any tanks anymore to give.
everything needs to be fabricated new, and no country in Europe is busy even amplified their own military. And for the moment, there's no possible because we need to produce for Ukraine. We don't have stocks anymore. Denmark was more even stupid. That ministry, that woman, she said, we're going to give everything we have.
Give everything, yeah.
And we're going to build it later. So if Russia is smart, just conquer Denmark. They don't have shit anymore. They give already everything to Ukraine. So look at France, because everybody say France this and France that. Actually, France didn't invest a lot. They didn't give that much to Ukraine. It's more Germany that give a lot to Ukraine. Now what they were doing, they were sending fucking troops to Ukraine. And it's they're there.
They're dying.
They're going to die.
Upgrade.
They are already dying there. Already dying.
Oh, they're already
I'm dying already.
Yeah.
Rambo, I'm dying already.
I think France is more complicated because France is not going to give away the fact they are losing their space in Africa. I still feel that the French are going to do something in the Sahel, probably in Chad, because they won't be the last one. They won't be leaving without a fight.
Big mistake. Africa is ready for these motherfuckers, you know.
I hope so.
Hey, Prada, could you elaborate on that? I'd like to hear your theory on that.
No, well, we know that something is going to happen in Chad. And the Chadan authorities are trying to find a way or an excuse to put the French out of there. And I don't think the French this time will leave like in Niger, quiet and barking loud. I think this time they are going to do something stupid just for the sake of saying, yeah, we are strong.
No, revert the attention to Ivory Coast. They're going to leave Chad, but they're not going to leave Ivory Coast.
You think so? Okay.
You know, FCS. You know that Ivory Coast is next.
No, this is why the French are completely getting embedded in Ivory Coast.
The next coup is in Ivory Coast.
There's more French activity in Ivory Coast than anywhere else.
But the next coup is in Ivory Coast because they are supporting France still. Okay, upgrade.
Yeah, I don't know about Africa, but what about the storage, the huge storage in Albania or something like that with the old Soviet equipment? Did they give anything away, these Albanians, or they still have this huge equipment? Because you could buy them.
Trust me, if Albania
there's no equipment, the gypsies stole it all.
If Albania had anything, they already would give that to Ukraine, because if there is a country in East Europe that will do anything for United States, is Albania.
Mm-hmm.
So you could get all the old storage from there and just sell them. Buy them and then sell them back to the Ukrainians. Because it's a huge storage. They have still this old Soviet storage from back then, and they could actually sell them off. And Albanians always like to make some buck on something, right? So
if you don't believe me that Albania will do anything for United States, just check them out in United Nations.
Albania was not under the Soviet influence; was under the Chinese influence. They were very anti-Soviet. But the Albanians perhaps did already sell the weaponry they had to Syria, to the war in Syria and other parts, because they were real like the big traffickers of weapons. What we know about Albania, which is very interesting, is that they have been activating old factories of ammunition.
Are they selling something to the Ukrainians or not?
Most probably. Well, selling, supplying, something like that, they probably do.
But they probably don't have more like to ISIS or Al Qaeda or whatever they call themselves these days.
Because I'm trying to find out which country can actually provide anything to the Ukrainians, and it looks like there is not a lot of countries.
I know three countries. I know three countries
South
that
Koreans,
have a lot.
They shoot the shells from the Japanese. They took shells from everywhere, and said that we'll replenish them. It looks like they have nothing. Upgrade.
Yeah, Ukraine wants the old Soviet shells. There's three countries that have a lot: Angola, Libya, and Pakistan.
Angola will not give anything away. I think they're
No, the funny thing is Angola does not need it. Angola does not have anything going on. They don't need it.
Yeah, in case of.
Yeah, but guess
everybody's forgetting.
who's Angola best friend?
Well, you figure Libya's probably off limits because you've got all the different warring factions and then Wagner in there.
No.
So nobody's going to get anything really out of there.
Libya needs it. Pakistan needs it. Angola does not need it. Angola doesn't have any.
Angola needs that for Congo, you know, because something big is going to happen in Congo.
Congo can only defend itself. How can they invade Angola?
Exactly.
Angola going to use in Congo when the Wagner is going to start getting rid of the United Nations there.
They can throw rocks and sticks. Will help also. Machetes, they have a lot of them.
What? Can I make a final remark here before I leave?
Yes, please go ahead.
So whenever I participated in this open mic thing, it's clear I have this one message, this global conspiracy thing, right? So, but now the good news is that it seems that less and less soldiers are dying now. I mean, the death rate now is much lower than it used to be, right?
Because they run out.
So, well, the dead soldiers, the death rate in this war now is much less than it used to be, right? But mark my words. Then I predict that. I foresee that the Ukrainians and the East Europeans themselves will start to wake up and see this global thing that they just need to get rid of them to establish their global state, and they are never involved in this global state because they are natural rivals, because these are male risk takers. They come from chaos. And it's very good to see that Africa seems to wake up. They seem to understand the thing I'm talking about, that they should choose wisely to support Russia instead of the NATO side. Even though the NATO side is supposed to be the anti-racist, protect them against racism and stuff like that, that's bullshit. So, but maybe I'll come back in a year or so. What? But mark my words. I see the development going the way I see the development going the direction I talked about a year ago, and I will come back and I see this go further, and I think NATO will lose this war. To be honest, I think they will lose eventually.
They're losing already.
So, what is your prediction in 1 year's time? What is going to change? I don't get what is the change.
I think the Ukrainians will start to smell the cheese, so to speak. They will understand that they don't give a damn about Ukraine. That the freedom and democracy, it's just a lie. It's just 100% lie, and that's why it's so efficient lie, because it's 180 degrees lie. It's a total opposite of what the truth is behind. So if you're a nice person, which the East Europeans are, they are nice. They are risk takers. They are good. They are loyal. They're all these good qualities. So the irony here is how I see it. This is a war against evil. Against good, and as I see it from my theory perspective now, so I'm not gonna
say we are good.
I'm not gonna spam. I'm not gonna spam the whole conversation with my theory, but because I've gone through this before, and if you're interested, you can go into Hyde Biotech on the web.
Yeah,
but what I'm saying is that the Russians. The Russians are good, and the Ukrainians are good, the Africans are good, the Asians are good, because they come from chaos. But Stoltenberg and these new socialists, social democrats, these are very intelligent guys, and they have seen from Norway how they can dominate you without using any force, not spill a drop of blood. It just slowly increases the taxes, slowly removing the chaos, and creating more and more rules, and then they come after you, but they don't never use violence.
You're supposed to defend Norway. You're supposed to defend your country, but you bring them down.
Yeah, but to your point concerning Ukraine is like somebody that run into a cave from a bear, only to turn around and see a bear behind it. No matter what Ukrainians do, Ukraine is fucked. Whether they recognize it a year from now or tomorrow, they are still fucked anyway. So Ukraine have two options: either hug the bear in a cave or run to the bear, or the bear chasing it from outside. They are still fucked either way. So the choice is Ukraine.
Yeah,
they can totally Russia. They can totally
This is divide and conquer. So I understand the Ukrainians. It's very difficult for them with NATO like provoking them. Yeah, go take Russia. Yeah, Russia gonna. It's like this classical divide and conquer thing. But from my theory perspective, they are on the same side, the Russians, Ukraine, because this is a new situation. This is a totally new situation on the globe now. It has something to do with thermodynamic. The food productions have gone up. The energy context has changed on Earth. And Norway is the first society out, maybe one of the first society out, where the energy context is immense compared to the number of people in the population. So you get too much food, and they use this excess abundance of energy to create a government and just creating the new rule after another, and eventually you are inside a cage, and they try to do it the same on the whole globe, and then you are fucked. I just tell you now, you are fucked. Then it's a warning.
You need to come on more often, because whatever you say is something that we discuss almost on a weekly basis. Like it's actually already happening.
So sometimes. So I can come in, but I agree with this Peralta di Povo, because last time I was here, I was like yelling about my theory back and forth. I don't want to be here and just spam the whole conversation. Go to my, if you're interested, go to my homepage instead, and you can read about the theory. But I will come back eventually. But mark my words. Mark my words.
Everyone loves Prata.
Yeah, I shared. It's the WordPress site, right? Biotech.wordpress or something. I just shared it.
Okay.
For you.
And Won, I got nothing against you. Okay. Won, I got nothing against you.
I'd agree with that comment.
We are used to different. What he's saying, what you're saying. Sorry, biotech. We kind of discuss all the time. We just use different words. So of course we know that we are in a fight for perception of what world we should live in. I think today Biden have a lapsus linguae, and he asked people you have to choose between freedom and democracy.
But it's not free. They remove the freedom.
Exactly.
The only freedom we have is chaos. Chaos is the only true freedom we have.
The thing is that there are two types of freedom. We have to consider.
And they remove it.
There's a
this super chat. Let's talk about this super chat, please.
If I can just finish the idea.
So the super chat is a pretty girl. I'm not sure if it's a pretty girl or it's just a pretty girl profile pic. Saying that they want to get rid of all the groups that cause a threat.
You want a black punani.
It's also a good argument we have been talking about why they want
this is actually
more migration into Europe. But going back to the idea of freedom, which is very interesting here because it's true, freedom that destroys freedom. You see, we have freedom for. I want freedom for be able to go cooking on the garden, to go make some open a business, to do things. So this is freedom for. And then there is freedom from. This freedom from is the bigger problem. I can get away even from my biological body and decide to become a woman or a man. And in order for all these freedoms from tradition, from ethnicity, from whatever you want, that actually it's very difficult to get. The moment you create these freedoms, anyone that dares to say a word will be blocked because they are fighting the freedom of anyone else in a very abstract. So everybody is being shut up because they are fighting, because they are putting in danger the freedom of someone else. This is like a smoke. This is like a cycles. So you are always blocking the freedom of everybody in order to have this sense of freedom for everybody, which is very strange. It's very ironic. And this is why Biden said they have to choose freedom from democracy, because in democracy, everybody has the same right to say whatever they want. So, oh, by the way, I just wanted to say, by the way, here, Wild, our friend from Siberia, he had a really amazing video I love to watch with the guy from...
He got kicked out of Russia, you know? He's no longer in Russia. He's not allowed to go back.
Yeah, but he made a really good video about Mariupol. Very good. I loved it.
I'll be back in May 5th, but I wanted to get on because whoa, he goddamn left. No, where's this guy? He just left. I wanted to talk with the guy who was talking about life and you know, we already know what they're doing. We already know what they're planning, but it's not as bad, in my opinion, after living in Russia and also in the north part of the United States. You know, if you're in a society, you're only going to live 80 years, guys. So if you wrap your little tinfoil hat on your head and say, oh, the governments want to take our freedoms and all this, you're not going to live to see doomsday. So, and the important thing about life is that there's countries like Russia where it's the Wild West. You can do whatever you want. And honestly, I don't think that the Nordic countries in Europe are smart enough and powerful enough to control the world. I don't know what he was talking about, how, oh, they're going to get you, they're going to get you. They can't do shit. They're already being thrown by other races and other religions and other shit. Like, the plan is not working. They're not as smart as the people are saying they are. So this is just my personal opinion. There's a shit ton of Africans. Do you know how hard it is to go into the fucking African countries now? Now it's over for the fucking Europeans and whoever's the master of puppets, because the Africans know how to die just like the Slavs. Unlike the Americans and the Europeans, they don't know how to die. So this is just my personal opinion. There's
Samantha Power just said Africa is the future of America.
It's the truth. Anyways,
you can fuck off.
There's 3 races that I believe are really good at dying, and when I say that, I mean they rather die and they'll do it willingly to not get controlled. Black people in fucking Africa. So I'm not trying to be racist, but they're just really good at fucking giving their life. They're people who in Mexico we say life is worth fucking nothing. The fucking Slavic people have shown this in the most recent war. And then there's like people in the Americas, like Mexicans and of Hispanic blood. These motherfuckers die fighting for cocaine like it's 1980s. All I'm saying is they can't control the world because they don't know how to die. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm sick.
Then basically to come out to
go back to Russia and not come back in this.
And you know, in the context of Africa, just follow clarifications, right? Africa, people think Africa, majority of Africans doesn't live in a city, and that's why people tend to misunderstood. The ones you see in the city will not die. The ones in the villages are the ones that we worry about. And also, the ones in the city, the ones in the villages will never fight to defend the city.
Yep.
Only those in the villages to defend the village. So,
yeah,
in the corner of Africa, so the city population is very easy to control because they're almost westernized in the head anyway. So that's some of the weakest breed you can ever find in Africa. Those in the city.
Yeah, but I mean,
just wait till they get exploited.
I'm just going to throw this in real quick on your all's point. I mean, in relation to Africa, because you talk about the cities. I mean, yeah, even the cities, if they're soft, I mean, it's still Africa. I mean, those people have had famines and constant war and civil war and all kinds of shit. So I would think even the city people, you know, maybe they're a little farther removed from it, but I would imagine a lot of them still kind of know what's up or know how it is. I mean, even if you live in the city, that don't mean motherfuckers ain't coming down the street chopping hands off. You know, I mean, I'm sure some people got chopped up, but there's probably people in the city that got away and learned and got just as devilish as the dudes that came to get them the first time. I mean, I'm just saying culturally, they're probably more in tune with death, like Dan's saying, even if they are in the city, just because they're in a fucked up place all the time.
Just wait when they have to choose sides and they're really being executed.
Super shot.
You know, another clarifications, right? If you want to take over Africa, all you have to do is pick the Fulani against the Mandingo, and you win it. Because if you come and attack everybody, you lose the fight. The Portuguese did this in Guinea in the 70s. They attacked the entire country and they lost the war. The French won a war in 1800 in Guinea because the French joined the Fulani against the Mandingo people. So the French was able to seize Guinea. If you divide the tribes and support a certain tribes and arm them, you can get a foothold in Africa. But if you attack the entire country in whole, like every tribe, that's when you lose the war over and over. But to what our lady is saying, to what Effie is saying in the comment, yes, the head of states in these countries are basically the one basically helping maintain, making the Nordic countries powerful. What Dan was arguing earlier, they don't need to invade Africa anymore to dictate what happens in Africa. All they have to do is have some corporate government in like in Ghana, as I mentioned, or like in Liberia or other places from the north, and just bribe them and just intimidate them, and they'll go down and intimidate the people in the city. Because once you subdue the city in Africa, you subdue the whole country. Because most people in the country in Africa doesn't care about what happened in the city. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm trying to tell Vaughn. The city may have experienced war, but the city has some of the weakest link because they all just fall in line to what the government says. Those in the interior does not in any way benefit from the government, doesn't in any way have any tie to the government. They survive on their own. All these famines, all the thing here, but it doesn't affect those in the interiors. The interiors live comfortably. They never starve. They always have food. They always have everything. Comfortably in the villages. In this.
Well, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. I was just saying. I mean, if you go to Dan's point, I just think they're closer to and quicker to rise to the fight because they've been in those kind of conditions for most of their lives. Even if they were in the city, that it might have been their parents or grandparents. You know, I mean, they have a shorter distance to fall before they get, they rise up. Whereas in America, like he said, a lot of people are soft or they're not really, attached to reality, and it would be shocking fall. Whereas in Africa, they may not like it, but in some of those countries, it's like, oh fuck, it's Tuesday again.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is, I'm not arguing that. What I'm saying is, the Africa own weakness is you can't attack the group. If you attack the group, that's when you lose the war. But if you associate yourself with a certain group, a certain tribe, a certain clan, that's when it becomes that war becomes a very easy win for you. You want to take over Liberia? Don't attack the entire Liberia. Go join a certain group of people. Like in the 90s, they came to the American Liberian, the Congo people, and went against the native people, and basically.
Well, I was really just trying to keep it to the general point. Like, the majority of the African population would be down for a fight a lot quicker than most other people, and obviously there's soft spots where it'd be a quick nothing, and they could take over everything. But I'm just saying, as the continent as a whole, those people would be closer to ready to fight than Norway. Because it's for them, it's survival is going to be coming a lot faster at them than it would for somebody in Norway or something. I mean, they have a shorter time to adapt and get ready. So I just figure they're, and given the state of the continent, for the most part, most of those people, even if they are in the cities, still kind of know how quick shit can go bad, even if they are, and like you're saying, the westernized parts, they may be clueless and they'll be pushovers. That's fine. I agree with that. I'm just saying, I think a lot of Africans are, they always say in America, you're 3 meals away from chaos. Well, in Africa, you're probably 1 meal away from a revolution, all the time. And that's what I'm saying. Even if you're in the cities and you're educated, like I said, maybe your parents came from the villages and you've heard all the stories of how fucked up it was. Or maybe you have friends that got killed by, Muslim extremists going from village to village. I mean, I'm sure everybody's aware and knows somebody that's been touched by a famine, a disease, or a war. I mean, it's just the way the place is. I mean, there's probably nobody that doesn't know somebody that's been killed or murdered or genocided or starved. So I just figure those people are just quicker to figure it out and get ready to fight than Europeans. I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
Upgrade.
Yeah. Let's not forget the European continent had 2 world wars, and we were pretty good at dying, like millions of them, So let's not forget history, guys. We got weak now. It doesn't mean that we were our history weak.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that at all.
We fought each other for a little fucking Alsace, Germany and France. Millions of people died just for fucking 2 meters. I mean, guys, let's not forget about that. Maybe our days.
I'm not taking anything away. I mean, think about it. But after World War II, you can't deny that we didn't get fat and happy.
Yeah,
and a lot of the rest of the world didn't have that choice, so they're a little bit more.
That's the goal, right? You don't want to be perpetually in a war or in famines or in civil war or in revolutions all the time. The goal is to have stability and have peace and prosperity, so you can actually live with your family and don't be always worried about that somebody shoots a bomb on you or kills you. That's the goal. We fought for this freedom.
Oh, I agree.
Now we have this times where it was so good so long, so we got weak maybe, but it doesn't mean that if a country in Europe gets attacked, I don't think Poland would just sit down and do nothing if the Russians attack. I think they will fight, and they will fight pretty hard. And they did it. And
oh yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
I'm sure Poland is
Poland would fight. Switzerland wouldn't.
Yeah, that's it.
How you know? How you know, Nunya? How do you know?
Why?
Are you saying this?
Yes.
You're
Okay,
not
to your
Swiss.
point.
I agree
No,
with you.
Every man in Switzerland who did the military has a weapon at home. We have a plan, a special plan. If we get invaded, it's pretty clear.
Okay,
what we
fair.
need.
The French won't fight.
You know what we
My point
attacked.
is,
Mehdi.
No, but back to World War II, men are men. Now men are to be determined. Like, we have gotten soft in the West, all of us. I'm not just picking on Switzerland. We're all soft now, guys. And we can't even define what a man is. How are we going to fight a war?
Many. This conversation is so stupid. It's about whether we were willing to die or not. That's so stupid. Many.
Well, I think Vaughn makes a good point, and I think it's being misunderstood. I mean, it's not like, let's look at it. Let's put America in the context of Africa, right? When was the last time we had, let's say, the Appalachia chain going around and murdering with machetes people of the, let's say, Christian faith or whatever? We don't have that. Instability in Africa, though, makes it, it's more real to them. It's they're closer to them at every day than it is in America. And in America, let's look at it. What's going on in Europe? We're detached from it. We don't expect it ever to land on our shores, although the people in Europe probably are starting to wonder how far the Russians may go or extend themselves. But we are soft because we expect the government was always going to protect us. Let's look at the people and the tribes in Africa who were protecting them when they were going through their civil wars. These people were living with it right next to them. It could spill right across their border into their lands at any time. We don't have that type of conflict between Iowa and Illinois or Maine and New Hampshire. It just doesn't exist here. So Vaughn's right.
Or Indiana and Kentucky.
Indiana, yeah, exactly. Well, those two bastards are going to go at it soon. I know it over this. Anyway, but you guys, I think he makes a great point because, we are detached from a reality that exists in Africa that just doesn't exist in Europe, and it doesn't exist in the United States. It's unrelatable to us in many ways, I think.
Okay.
Well, okay. Since one is talking, I can comment. I can. Okay. One thing is, for us, the way we say is this, right? This is why for the past 60, 70, 80 years, Africa cannot get nothing done. Because every tribe have its own idea on how to run Africa. And this is the reason why, even if they're ready to fight, but the very first person they're ready to fight is their neighbor next door. They're not ready to fight with somebody from overseas. So all you need is to get some cronies from Europe to show up and say, you know what, I will support your fight against the people the next village over. Before you look, all that manpower they have, all that strength they have becomes useless. And that's why for the past 60, 70 years, they can't get nothing done. Because the moment they unite on one agenda, somebody come from Europe or come from the West, bribe somebody from the group, then the whole group turn against one another and crush. In 1990s, when Charles Taylor came to Liberia, it was basically the Crown and Mandingo other tribes joined against his movement. Before they could defeat Charles Taylor, somebody went between them and they started fighting against one another again. The people that you just joined to fight a common enemy, they became their own enemies. So they had a three-way war with one another. Eventually, they defeated the initial instigator of the war. He took off running. Now peace is back to the country. But this is the same peace. The peace that's there today is not a peace that nobody wants because the peace again does not benefit nobody. So that's this underlying tension and pressure in the country. At any moment, somebody can come from the West, exploit again, and boom, we have another civil war. There's constant war in Africa, but the war in Africa does not train the people in Africa on how to prevent the next war or to how to move past it, because the wars are never resolved. The wars are always negotiated with foreign and imported ideas. This is why the war never finished, because the main underlying issues that cause the war is never addressed. They just bring a Western bandit, apply over it. Then the moment the bandit wear out, then the tribal mentality comes again and back to war. So the same way you can have the French living in Poland, the same way you shouldn't have the Madingo living under Fulani. Something. So the song I mentioned about the Muslims butchering the people in Nigeria, it was the Christians murdering the Muslims in Liberia. This is all over Africa. There are some countries where the Christians are the terrorists. There are some countries where the Muslims are the terrorists. When you come to Africa, you can have everything in one bag. So it depends on which side on the seven. My families, I'm from a Muslim family mainly. Majority of them were murdered by Christian rebels during the war in Liberia. And you go next door to my extended families in Mali, they are Muslims, but they are murdered by Muslim terrorists further north. So again, it's everywhere. But the main when it comes to these new ideas of reconquering Africa, the same if you see the people like the ones in Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali, that mentality is what Africa need. Anything outside that, like Ghana, like you mentioned, Ghana today, to the Western world, Ghana is a perfect. It's a perfect.
Oh,
you cannot do everything you want.
And Kenya. Don't forget
exactly.
Kenya.
So, the case students, so that's good. But the population in Ghana is completely disenfranchised. They have nothing. They have no idea how the government's functioning. And when that boiled over to a war, like, the Ghanaians are very hostile people. For why the West is feeding the West. Ghana is this prosperous country. No, the city is prosperous. Going in the interiors, the people are still living the same way they've lived for the past many years. Nothing happening in cities affect entire countries. So the day the people in the interior say, enough of this bullshit, the city have to burn, is Africans are rise up again. No, because it does not. The way they view Africa, the way Africa works is two different things. Anyway, that's just my own little rant.
Yeah, one thing you forgot, is Congo. Every country in Africa is like got something going on, but there is a country that is fucked up, Congo, and I wonder why. The resource in that country is enormous, it's big. That country can feed the whole Europa for life. And guess what? Everyone is there doing something, making sure that country never ever move on.
I blame the Congolese. If you want your country, defend your country. The Polish,
they divide them by tribe. That's the problem. They make these tribes.
Can I say something?
On each other. But the thing is, Rwanda and Uganda are the biggest problem of Congo. Go on,
Joey.
Joey speaking.
Yeah. So on the issue of Africa, I think tribalism is the biggest problem. The advantage of, let's say, in Europe, each tribe has its own country. The French have theirs, the Germans have theirs, the Dutch have theirs. Of course, Belgium is a bit of a melting pot for the French, Germans, and Dutch. But in Africa, because you have very many small tribes, the languages are almost similar, like Bantu languages are almost similar. It's just like the way there's little difference between Russian and Ukrainian. But the other challenge that came up is that after the colonialists, what they did to enhance their divide and conquer, they just created arbitrary borders such that some tribes are split in two countries. Yeah, they ensured some warring tribes are always in the same country. So, like in our situation in Kenya, we have Somalis on the northeastern area. Those people should have just had their entire country, Somaliland, and they actually tried to secede in the 60s, and the government visually oppressed them. So now we will always have a terrorist challenge with the Somalis. So this tribalism, because we are so many small tribes in the same country, and then the politics is so bad because you find each tribe has its own political kingpin, and these kingpins form loose alliances during elections so that each kingpin makes an alliance with Kingpin A makes an alliance with Kingpin B, knowing that this Kingpin will bring so many millions of voters, this other Kingpin will bring hundreds of thousands. And after the elections, they immediately disintegrate. Those coalitions immediately disintegrate. And if two tribes vote in opposite directions, then there is always tribal conflict. So I think in summary, those are the things I would say, those are the challenges that are in Africa and why we keep on having wars. And as Voss said, yeah, things are messy in Africa, but DRC it's an especially serious case that I think it's just the resource curse of Africa. When you have too many resources, like in the DRC, you'll never know peace. Most African countries are that way. Yeah, if you have a lot of resources, yeah, there's always you'll have conflicts between the tribes, and then of course foreign actors intervene. Yeah, also wanting those resources. So some of us are happy when you're in countries whereby we don't have a lot of natural resources. We are a bit more peaceful in that respect.
If you ever been to Congo, you're gonna see what I'm talking about when it comes to resource. Congo is Congo is one of the biggest countries in Africa. I think it's the second biggest country in Africa.
It's the second largest, yeah.
Yeah. And they go everything. They even go things we don't even know exist in the world. And if you go in the middle somewhere in Congo, you're gonna find like 3 white people only. 3 white people and 10 black people working. I don't know what kind of work they're doing there, but they are there. They say, oh, Congo is at war. No, not in this place where these people can steal the thing they're doing there. And when things started going wrong with Congo, you know what happened? Oh, malaria. We find a new virus in Africa. Always you're going to see a white person with a white coat doing medical research, and after that you're gonna see, oh, there is a new virus here. Always come from same place, always in Congo. Okay, Mehdi.
I have a question. Well, first of all, I want to plug DPA OM here because other people watching this, where else are you going to get a view from knowledgeable common people from Africa just to talk to you about what they experience instead of what's being force-fed for you through the media with their own individual goals and aspirations, trying to make you think a little bit different from what the truth is. And so I wanted to ask, since we have this opportunity, is there a council of tribes even where the African tribes can actually work and talk together, trying to get around these problems? Or is it just so shattered and it's so fluid, like you said, the kingpin comes up, kind of puts everybody under his wing, gives a chicken in every house, a mule in every backyard, and a cow to milk. And then once the election's over, it's all gone. They come and steal the chicken, they take the cow, and they go use it for the next purpose. It's just over and over. It's like, there is no stability, it seems, there, like in the United States. Can you get a little bit into that?
Yeah, can I comment on that? Okay, unfortunately, that's just the reality of Africa. In that people are it's a very tribal place. Yeah, people are mostly loyal to their tribes, not to the nation per se. Is that the problem? Is that it's a winner take all mentality. If my tribal kingpin comes into power, then we'll get the state resources. Okay. People always assume that, but once the kingpins get into power, they just fend for themselves, and their respective tribes get very little. But you always feel that there's always this situation that if we don't get into power, if my tribe is not into power, we get nothing. Okay, like in my country, things have changed a bit because of a devolved government. But in the prior decades, it was that situation that if my tribe is not in power, you get zero, no development in your area, no roads, no electricity. Yeah, so that was the problem. So it becomes we have a winner take all, and then there's a challenge that okay, this tribe has been in the opposition for decades. So once we get in, it's now our time to eat, because we feel that at some point we might be kicked out, and then we'll be left out in the cold. So every time now a certain group of kings go into power, they have to eat as much as possible, to have our watches to campaign for the next election and stay in power. But be as it say, Africa, as I've always said before, there are always pros and cons. Africa is not as bad as people assume. It's not. Okay, the poor have it. The poor have it very badly.
To your
but
point,
middle class.
to your point, there is one thing I want to mention, and maybe you can address this, is that like USAID, which we know is CIA, it's how they get the money in and they control things, right? So the kingpins, they get a hold of this. They're the ones that get a hold of all the US aid that is coming in, and therefore they're the ones that get to distribute it to whoever they want. And that way, you know, they hold shit back for themselves, sell it on the black market. Most of the people don't get what they're supposed to be getting. How much of that goes on?
Okay. You know, hold on, Joe. To kind of add on that, right? This US aid, you hear about, we'll give 10 billion to Africa. In physical reality, probably less than 1 million. But what they push in Africa is more ideology than physical help, than anything else. They push more that democratic nonsense than they push physical change. You know, whether it's infrastructure or is it food you're talking about. Many Africans don't, I'll say about 90% of Africans don't receive this aid you talk about. They don't even know what it is because most of them live in the interiors. They don't even see it. But you go into this village, you see US aid in those villages telling women, oh, you're equal to this guy that just brushed this 10 acres of land with his bare hand, telling women, oh, you don't have to listen to this guy that just farmed this 10 acres of peanuts, of peanuts, or you're equal to him. Then she's like, what the fuck you mean I'm equal to this guy? He just farmed this whole 10 acres. I cannot do that by myself. Like, no. The real world is now you're equal to him. So USAID, Peace Corps, the EU, Friends for Africa, all these organizations, they go into this village and basically tell people, oh, break your family, move to the city, and from the cities, okay, just a little backtrack again. Most of these migrations that's happening to Europe today is coming in from this organization going into the interiors, tell the Africans to go to the cities. They go to the cities, can't find job, they say, oh, that's Europe. They get into the ships and cross and go to Europe. So it's the same people that bring them back, but to come forward to this other conversation that you're talking about. No, this those aids you talk about, those yes, the stealing happens at the government level. The puppet they elected to these offices are the ones that receive 99% of those aid. It never reaches the populations. It never even go further than that. So if they see on TV, oh, we give Liberia $1 billion in aid, bullshit. They give Liberian president maybe 500 million, and give the rest of his cronies the rest of the money, and they say we'll give Liberia. No, we give to maybe 2,000 people. So the rest
even 500 million.
Not bad. Not bad already. If you get 50%, that's not bad already. Ukraine only get 25%.
Let me say this. Let's add something quick. You know, the tribe leaders, they get on really well, at least in my country. There is no problem. It doesn't matter if it's from south or north, they get on well. Like FCS say, it's the people that listen to the guys, you know. They come in with some guy. If you go to my country, you're gonna see the tribe, the proper tribe. They don't even know what the fuck is AK-47. They don't care about this kind of shit. But somewhere there is a guy with AK-47. If you investigate this guy, you're gonna find out, oh, this guy, he lived in America for 10 years. Now he's back. You know, this guy is there to cause trouble. This is why you always see, oh, two tribes are fighting. No, it's two people who live in the West.
Unless they are tribes, yeah.
Who live in the West, they fighting each other, you know, behind the tribe leader. That's the problem.
Yes.
Kind of like ISIS and Al Qaeda now. We're the ones that created both of them. Now they're fighting each other.
Yeah. Exactly.
Let me say something. Let me comment on what Mehdi said about the theft. Like in my country, the government admitted, our prior president admitted that a third of the budget is stolen. A third. Can you imagine a third of the budget? And that's what the government admits. it's obviously more. It's, let's say 40%, 45% just vanishes through all the corruption networks. Yeah. So let's say like Western donors, when they bring aid, like for, okay, this is why I was even commenting sometime between Western and Chinese aid. At least for the Chinese, when they bring in the aid, they do the infrastructure themselves. But when the West used to send aid to Africa, the president and his cronies will take most of the money. They'll hire their own local, what we call cowboy contractors, to do the infrastructure. And the infrastructure that they will build was terrible. And actually, to be fair, the West used to complain that we are giving you this money. All this money is disappearing. Where are the roads that you are building? Yeah. And as I was saying, Western aid was not entirely bad because they forced some good governance practices on that, like curb that corruption, increase democratic space. Anyway, I don't want to go, I explained that extensively. Though also China, they overcharge us for the infrastructure, and they're not building us good infrastructure as what they're charging us. But essentially what Voss is saying is also true. The tribes themselves are not enemies. Is that the tribal kingpins mobilize their tribes, especially after elections, when there's an all-African, you know what happened in the US in 2020? I can say 98% of African elections are that way. It's, for us, is basically all elections are contested. Yeah, the incumbent always rigs because they have the state machinery to rig themselves back in, or the people who they have selected as their successor. So the tribes themselves, people are generally okay, but during elections things become very heated. Tribal kingpins, once they oppose each other during elections, they mobilize their tribes fight each other. Like in our situation, there was a time in 2007 there was a lot of fighting, but actually these tribal kingpins, as you say in Africa, there are no permanent enemies or friends in politics. It's just permanent interest. So they mobilized their tribes to fight each other. But when they went to the parliament, they were greeting each other. Oh, you made it through the election. Greeting each other. They're dining with each other. They're conspiring politically against each other. But the poor are the ones who really get the brunt of it. Yeah, we are just misused by our politicians. I think I'll just say that.
Not just you guys. Everywhere around the world is the same. I just want to address the super chat. I just want to address the super chat very quickly. If he say that she accidentally caused us to talk about Africa. No, so this actually relates back to the poll question I asked. How weak and strong are the men of today? Now we are not that strong. We very easily manipulated by the female super chat. Everybody just go to Africa.
By the way, I'm sorry about the Punani comment. I was just
that was Voss
making. Now I did say Punani, but
pretty good, no.
Was a joke for Wyatt, because he was like, "Wow, pretty girl," and I say, "Oh, you want a Punani, a black Punani?" Sorry, I didn't mean to offend the girl in the chat.
What is a Punani?
Why pass?
Let me go and search.
Let's go to Russia and the crusade. Let's go. Let's leave Punani alone.
No,
beautiful flower in Hawaiian.
Yeah. There you go.
Why is this so familiar? Is this used? No.
Check the super chat.
Never mind.
Check the private chat. Check the private chat.
Yeah. No, I know what it is. I just Googled.
No. Okay, let's talk about Switzerland. Yeah. Apparently you ready to fight the Russians. Okay, let's talk about that.
Yeah, say something about Switzerland.
I wanted to address the poll real quick because I didn't know how to vote because, there are different segments of America and Europe that are completely self-sufficient. They're nothing like it's projected that you see on the media. It's mostly probably 75% in that regard, at least from America, that you just don't see like the people like me and Vaughn who are mostly the ones sitting out here waiting for something to happen. We can't make a move. We don't know when we can do, but how do I want to put this? We're willing to fight for it, but it's hard for us to get together to do it because they keep us separated.
Oh no. CIA came in. Shit. Oh no.
Vaughn, please don't get involved in any
oh no
revolution, please.
Manny, So sad, Maddie. Maddie thought halfway, he's trying to say the real thing, and then CIA got him. Shit.
No, again, I guess what? These are just passed the new bill, so then they can spy on you actually, so they can shut you up. So, Maddie, welcome to the future.
And yes, in the super chat, if he is correct, it's proven. The point is proven.
Tsunami, there is a guy that.
Can I please say something to the super chatter?
There is a European guy going to Africa for African.
Got some noise.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, very disruptive.
I just want to say something to the super chatter.
Not yet. Fix your mic.
Fix your mic. You sound like a robot. You sound like a robot.
I always sound like a robot. What's new?
It's worse, man. It's worse now. You totally like a robot.
Okay, it's better.
Okay, now good. Now good.
Okay, something with the headpiece. I just want to say to the super chatter, hey, Madame Etesen, Menstru, Wobeya Akwaba. Please come. Yes. Guys, you gotta admit, how cool is it to just come on the forum, you want to actually talk about geopolitics, but then you have the opportunity to also flash off your chi, some African tribal language. Pretty cool.
Huh?
Yeah, I was talking to the super chatter in the chi, which is maybe her language down there. It's hard to tell.
It could be she could be a different tribe. But anyway, I understand.
Oh yeah, but she's the most common, and the only one I actually know, so that's why I went for it. And most Ghanaians also know Chi to a limited extent, even if that's not their quote-unquote tribal language. So I figured, she just threw in some dollars here, and I figured, a little bit of courtesy was.
Back to the tribal war. I told you. So back to the tribal war.
Oh no tribal wars here. Why are you so antagonistic, Moriani?
I have to. I'm from Africa. I have to be the antagonist. I have to.
Okay.
It's nice to see Jesus Christ full clothes, full dress.
I would like to talk about Sudan a little bit. Is that something you guys are okay changing topic to, or?
So that's in Africa.
Well, it is in Africa indeed.
Not Sudan. Why Sudan? I don't know.
Actually, let's talk about Uganda.
No, but if you think about it, it's very interesting if you look at the force composition, and not the force composition, but the players involved, because it causes a narrative fault line. Well, I mean, think about you had Iran supporting the opposing side that the Russians are supporting, for example. There are several of those throughout, but I mean, I get it. Some of you guys don't want to talk about it, so fine, I'll just let it slide.
Yeah. Hold on, copy.
Yeah, other main topics to talk about.
Copying. Just to put you straight, Russia is not supporting any side. The Europeans are saying Russia are supporting one side because the deal Russia have is with the government, but the West is saying Russia is supporting the rebel. You see?
So this is
exactly to make these people against Russia. Russia is not supporting anyone.
You see, this is exactly how I said. I tell Von earlier. You see, now the Sudanese army by itself, if these factions join, it's a good force. But all you have to do was Russia pick one, the EU pick one, then you have a very weak country. Well, anyway,
there is two countries in Africa really need regime change: Uganda and Rwanda. These two people there, they need to go. One guy is the president. In Uganda, the president's wife is the minister of education. His son is minister of defense, and this daughter is the president of central bank. These people need to go. They need to get rid of this.
Vash, can I just? You said this thing about the Russia being involved in with the rebels was just not true. But from what I've understood, it that the Russians have acquired as much as $3 billion in revenues from the gold being smuggled through there, much with the aid of the UAE. And so I just wonder, like, is that which is a significant amount? Many say it will be, one of the principal funding sources for the war in Ukraine. So I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Like, it's hard to say that it's not the case because the Russians are also situated around the gold mines. They also get equipment that the RSF are using. In the beginning of the war, they had, they were only the Toyotas, and now they have surface-to-air missiles. They don't make that in their huts, right? So they get it from somewhere. And, where do they get the fuel from? They're not producing, you're welcome, they don't get the petrol from nowhere either. It's actually coming from Libya, right? So if Russia wasn't actually aiding the RSF, I have a hard time seeing how they could persecute the war, because as far as I've understood it, their only other source of armaments, and that's mostly small arms, that's coming from the UAE. And yes, they have some vehicles that have been acquired from China, but I don't get the impression it's China actually aiding in the war effort. It's more like tangential business. But that Russia is not involved in Sudan, if you think about it, they have been trying to establish themselves throughout the entire Sahel. And from Mali now to West Sudan, they are pretty well entrenched. They have Niger now situated with a notable amount of equipment and advisors. And Libya is, of course, a thing, which by extension means to a large extent Chad. And Chad is indeed, because the RSF are operating more or less freely in eastern Chad. So it will make sense for Russia to do so, especially considering that they have now they seem to have relinquished their call for trying to get a naval base in Port Sudan, which may explain why Turkey is getting more increasingly involved, because they already have a naval base in Somalia, and it will be in their interest to get the one at the Red Sea. But yeah, I'll just Vosh, you had it first, and I guess Vaughn wants to respond. And you were actually before me, if I'm not mistaken. So Joey, why don't you go first?
Oh, me. Okay, maybe I just want us to keep a good perspective. I know we talk about a lot of bad things about Africa, which is true. There are a lot of bad things, but there are also some positives. And may I say there are some things in Africa that we do even better than the West. Maybe let me mention a few things. There's something Monimis mentioned, that people in the rural areas are fairly self-sufficient. In Africa, we are not a welfare state like in the West. So people are used to, you have to live within your means. If you're waiting for the government to give you unemployment benefits, mailing checks like the way in the US people are being mailed checks during COVID, forget it. The government is here to steal your taxes. So people already know you have to fend for yourself. And people like in the rural areas, they're very fairly subsistent. Yeah, you have your small farm, you have your small half-acre farm, you grow your own kale and beans, so you eat that. You have a corrugated iron sheet house that you can build yourself, so there is no mortgage for you. You don't have a mortgage expense. Life is cheap, but unlike in the West where people are binging on debt, and to survive you have to go into debt, most Africans are debt-free. I don't know about
your country is going European way.
People are debt-free. People live simple lives, but you are debt-free. Yeah?
Your country is going
hearing of people in the developed world having 5 credit cards that they are maxing out. They have a car loan, they have a mortgage, they have all these debts here, there. In Africa, that is almost non-existent. Yeah, that is almost non-existent, because credit is not as cheap as in the West to build financial bubbles that burst all the time. People here are content in their simple lives, simple foods, non-processed organic foods, so that's why people are not so obese with diabetes and heart disease. That's why during COVID never hit Africa the way it hit the Western world, because of diseases, of lifestyle diseases, yeah. So that's the other thing. People eat simple organic food. People are slim.
Are you sure COVID never hit Africa? Because the Tanzania president died of COVID because he was against.
But that was just but what percentage of the population? Did you see the impact of COVID in Africa versus, let's say, the United States? It was hardly anything. Yeah, people died, but it was not as bad as people.
The only person in Africa that said COVID is not real died of COVID.
Yeah, yes, yes. But it is to damage us as much as in the
okay.
developed world.
I think Von wants to talk, but before
Okay,
I
let me,
pass to
one last point. And then there have been a lot of technological developments. Like, let's say the internet has been a very great equalizer for Africans. Let's say in the 90s, there used to be a very wide gap in terms of knowledge, in terms of facilities and amenities between the developed world and Africa. But right now, especially you see, like I can't stream, Monimi can't stream. Yeah, okay, our speeds are lower, but like I am in the IT sector, yeah, we can do programming just as good as somebody in the United States or in Europe because we have access to almost the same resources due to the internet. And let's say for like my country, we have the best, I think we have it's actually we have the best mobile money transfer service that even people in Europe and US admire and say, why can't we do that? Because most people here are not banked in the formal banking system. People have banks in their mobile service providers, and you send money across each other very, very, very easily, which is something that I know in Europe and the US is not there. So there's okay, it's mostly negative, but as I'm saying, there's some positive aspects to Africa. The weather is good, temperate weather. A lot of foreign expatriates retire here because we don't have extra hot summers or harsh winters, so they prefer these moderate temperate climates that we have. I don't want to ramble on, but those are some of the positives I'll say. So it's not all gloom and doom.
Okay. You said there is you said there's good things in Africa.
Yes.
There is two good things in Africa. Ibrahim
Hey,
Traore
hold on.
and Julius Malema. Okay, Von, go.
I have my hand up a lot. You just go back and forth.
Oh, I select somebody.
Von.
I mean, it's kind of like a fucking three-person conversation at this point.
Hey guys.
What I want to say is address things that are going on. People are asking questions about Ukraine, things that we were just talking about now in chat. And I want to address something that was brought up. I've been there that the United States is slowly closing bases around the world. And what a lot of people do not understand is that these bases are being closed because almost all but the combat component of them have been basically being run by civilians. We have a huge manpower shortage right now, and we cannot man all these bases. So these bases in places we never hear about are slowly closing up, and we're withdrawing back. First of all, it should be because it is a national security risk issue. The second thing is they're being so quiet about it is just because the Biden administration doesn't want to admit that nobody's fucking joining the service. Therefore, they don't have anybody that they can replace that are retiring and leaving out of the service because of the Biden administration. We simply do not have the manpower now to man all these bases. Is my point, and I'm addressing the questions that went in the chat. But they're talking about that stuff right now. Sorry.
So maybe reduce your bases all around the world. That will be something. I mean, that's the basic logical thought, right? Just reduce your influence and leave people alone, leave country decide by themselves what they want to do. And then you can also not have everywhere money spent for nothing, right? Maybe. So I think when we see the military bases around the world and we see the American, the map with the American bases everywhere, we think, why do you need so many bases in the Middle East and so on? Then some other people say it's because of stability and they want to control a little bit what's going on so there's no other wars. Well, I call it a little bit bullshit. I mean, do you need that much bases around the world everywhere to control everything? I don't think so. I think let people decide by themselves what they want to do, and in case you need to interfere in some country, and if the country really wants that you interfere, you can. But to be always everywhere and say afterwards, oh, we didn't do anything, but everywhere there's bases of Americans taking resources from all these countries, then you're a little bit like, maybe they just don't do it just for the democracy and freedom thing, right?
Julius Malema.
Maybe Gabriel. Yep.
Julius Malema asked the United States why there is a military base in Botswana. Why there is a military base in Botswana?
Gabriel, wait, it was Gabriel.
Okay, Gabriel, go.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Because I'm not with earphones, so maybe but yeah, I can hear it fine. Hey, about the military bases everywhere, and also about the rebellious groups and infighting in Africa and all this stuff. It's, well, first of all, I'm interested, like, interesting hearing from all of you about what's going on in Africa. And yeah, one good thing that's happening in Africa is birth rates. That's going on pretty well, and that's a very important issue, because it's like, from my perspective, it's a very strong factual measurement of like population's health, you know. And you can say a lot of things about developed world versus underdeveloped, and how like the developed world tends to lower the birth rates, but that's, to me, that's a bad signal. It's like, it's a problem when and when certain populations have like difficulties and rigor and stuff. That's probably healthy in a lot of ways, and that's why you see like birth rates keeping up in like underdeveloped places. But about all the military bases, I mean, and the rebel groups and stuff, it's like, I don't know, they were all blaming Hamas on Iran, and Hamas has never had strong ties with Iran. There's like certain level of, but they were fighting against Iran in Syria. So it's like the same thing with the groups that are supposedly backed by Russians. It's like, who's saying that? Who's because all the information we get, most of the information we get from like official sources is probably fake. And so like what I do usually is I look at who has the AKs and who has the AR-15s, you know. That's like a good indicative of who's backing who, you know, like you just like in Rwanda, you know, like in Congo, that conflict, like the ethnic Rwandan rebels that are invading Congo, they all have ARs, you know. And so and yeah, like about the media bullshit, also like all this thing about spreading democracy and maintaining stability, it's all blatantly false. It's like patently lies. Everyone that isn't like a fervent believer in the liberal democracy hegemony knows that that's not the interest. That's all a matter of colonial interests and control. It's like the expeditionary force has a super heavy logistical shoulder, and so you need as much like permanent deployments as you can to be able to have a rapid deployment to any conflict zone that's going to affect your interests in the area. And so that, and also about COVID, it's like it's been extensively documented that most of the COVID deaths were like the protocols of treatment that were prescribed for all the medical professionals who were attending the cases, you know, like the protocol was basically end of life protocol. So you ventilate and you give opioids, and that's a respiratory depressant, and so people died. And since it was an unknown virus, then all the like known, tried and tested methods of counteracting viral infections were overwritten by this sort of end-of-life protocol of opioids and ventilation. So that, for now.
Upgrade, then I'll go.
Yeah, nice talk, Gabriel. I also like what Joey said about positive things in Africa. We always hear negative things, but I think there is a lot of positive to take from this continent, especially with the youth and also with the technology who is going forward and they start to install internet everywhere in the country, that can really improve the country and the knowledge of people. And that's a great thing. That's a super thing for the entire continent, not specific to each country, right? Some of them are a little bit better, some a little bit less good, but that's also in Europe the case. That's the same. But I think there's a great future for Africa as a continent. And if you can put wars and corruption aside, you could become a great continent, and you could also thrive and be one of the many countries who are in the top 20 GDP of the world. I mean, they should strive for that, but of course you need to get rid of all these problems before. But I mean, Europe did it, Asia did it, many continents did it. So I think Africa will also prevail and do it. They're strong people, and they are intelligent, and they can do it like everybody else. Yeah, coping. Yeah. Go on, coping.
Actually, it's Momiani first. If I can go after Momiani, then Momiani is first.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay, but anyway, to address this, whether it's the neoliberal democracy or the conservative, whoever had a group in Africa, they're all Europeans. They all come with the same mentor, is to subjugate and oppress. So we don't care which form of democracy shows up, it came from the same place with the same ideology. Whichever democracy they preach to you is not what they practice when it comes to Africa. In Africa, they support dictators, they support murderers, they support undemocratic leaders, they support kidnappers, rapists, and child traffickers. They support all of those in Africa and come to Europe and tell you, oh, Africa is this. No, they're the same people up supporting this government. But in the context of developing all these things, I don't think we want to develop like Europe or the West. I think it's complicated. Currently, Europeans are crying about what they have there. It's not working in their favor. So obviously, if that's development, we don't want it. If that's a development, you guys who to develop today, we don't want that. Because I was in the West few weeks ago. Friends that I left there, they basically have no time for their families. You spend most of your time basically from work to work, and I work maybe 3, 4, 5 hours maximum a day, and I cover. Anyway, I don't go to my personal life, but yeah. So if that's development that's considered in the West, we don't want that. Development that basically imprison you, development that basically keep you, from basically having no life. That's a development. And going back to what Julius was saying earlier about all this crazy thing, we in Africa, we don't want the Ferrari anymore. That's a development. We don't want the credit card, the loans. That's a development. That's entrapment. Majority of the people in West Side doesn't own anything. They don't own anything. They're all living from paycheck to paycheck, living for they own no property, nothing. Living from basically from what they work today, they pay to another banker. Go back again to work for another banker to pay another banker. They just in the middle rotating the cash between the same two people, and they just like fucking workhorses. It's sad to watch that. Development is when your people doesn't have to suffer, when they can't worry about skipping a paycheck this week and go freaking. That's development. Development is not having to basically getting kicked out of your house if you miss one paycheck. Development is not you basically have to go and you have to root your own tooth because you can't afford to go to the freaking dentist. Development is not you basically trying to kill yourself at home until you die because you're afraid to go to the hospital and up with a $10,000 bill just for a headache. That's not development. That's complete enslavement. So if what we have in Africa is not development, is not civilization, is working in our favor. Because again, you can wake up today and basically you own properties. 90% of the Africans in Africa own properties, own land, own something that actually has some value to it. Majority is a complete opposite in the West. So no, development is good. But if development means that we have to beat at what is currently happening in the West, we don't want to develop. That is not development, that's enslavement. So for now, I think we're good. Any which way we figure it out, but also in a broader context, yes, we have to get our shit on our own control and do things how we want to see it. And I don't blame the West for what they come to do to Africa. At the end of the day, we are human beings just like them. If we feel any capable, we should challenge them and do it for ourselves. If we can't, they're allowed to do whatever they had to do to us. That's just humanity. The Mali Empire was a ethnic state, was an ethnic empire, was a Mande. It was a Mande empire, which was all Mandingo people. Then once it grew, it incorporated other people. Then again, the same nonsense began. So they started subjugating other people they talk about. So empire, state, whatever it is, whoever have the power, expand. I don't blame the West for trying to expand. I don't blame the West for trying to steal and seize Africa. I don't blame them for none of that thing. If the Africans feel any content or any of those things, it's up to them to take up their arms and say, fuck you, get back to where you come from. They did it in West Africa for many, many years. They couldn't settle in West Africa. In 1800, they finally succeeded. And they take foothold from the 16th. There's almost 200 years they could not succeed in setting West Africa. Eventually they did. Again, perseverance is the key. If we surrender in Africa, may they come and steal everything, may they come and loot everything, may they come and corrupt everything. It's up to us to either deter it or to accept it. And currently we're accepting it until we can deter it. I don't think nobody should pity us. Pity is not working for us, obviously. For the past 70, 80 years, we receive aid every year, every month. Oh, we get Africa $1 trillion the past 20. What have they fucking changed? They haven't changed any fucking thing. If aid was helping, but now Africa should be the most developed in the entire world. They have the resources under the ground. They have more resources leave Africa than that goes back in aid. So what the fuck are you talking about? The money is there, the resources, obviously the revenue is there. Why is it not developing? So obviously somebody have an agenda. Whoever have an agenda is winning. So if the Africans refuse, that's why I don't feel pity for Congo, because Congolese know how much wealth they have, and they divide themselves to fight in different camps and keep the system rolling. If they really feel pissed off, they really want development, they can unite as one Congolese and kick everybody the fuck out. The bear group who's good to kick everybody the fuck out, and they run that country how they see fit. The same thing goes for every other country in the world. The Polish didn't want the Hungarians in there. What they did, they created a Polish state. The Hungarians didn't want the Polish, they created a Hungarian state. If you don't want the Israeli group running your minds and running you against one another person, kick them the fuck out and run your own fucking minds. That's how humanity survives. If you don't do it, may we go extinct and the Europeans come and take over the entire continent. That's my 2 pieces. No, I'm a rebel. I don't go. No question. Sorry, I think it was coping.
Thank you. I just saw an assertion made in the chat that I thought could be interesting to introduce into the panel, because it's Africa oriented, but it's not Africa specific. The assertion was, Wyatt, you don't have to look it up. It was very short. The assertion was simply that AI could help Africa. And sure, I think that is very much the case, because it's a low bar. It's something that could also help India a lot, because they have a lot of IT development and could certainly want to be expanding that if they or whatnot. I'm not sure. What do you guys think about AI as it pertains to societal development and, like, would AI help? I guess that's a better question. Will AI actually help us?
Just a quick reply to that. AI works with information and resources. And currently, the resources and information it has about Africa is nothing good. So AI basically cannot help Africa. Try today, with the Africans on here, try looking up AI information on AI about your village, and say it does not know nothing about your village. AI does not know nothing about Africa. What it knows about Africa is what the Western media have made.
But the thing is that AI is a tool that can also be made by Africans. It's not a particularly high bar to develop once you have the core programming techniques and so forth, and training and whatnot. So, Joey, why don't you take over, and then I think Gabrielle was after you.
Yeah, because I work in the IT field. Let me say this in terms of technology. In the software space, because software, provided you have a machine, you can do any programming. It's the hardware capability that we tend to lack. We don't have the number and the quality of, let's say, hardware servers that are deployed in the Western world to truly develop. But in terms of software development, because the internet has been a great equalizer, you can download an ebook and learn how to program just as comfortably as a person in the West. So in terms of software development, that one, there's been a great improvement. Hardware now, in terms of hardware, because of the hardware and infrastructure constraints, that's why we lag a bit. So as you're saying, we have a good number of AI developers, but sometimes the type of hardware they are running those programs under can be a bit of a constraint. Though nowadays you can do things on the cloud, which improves. But in terms of internet and IT revolution in Africa, that has been a very great equalizer between us and the developer. There's something Gabriel said about birth rates. I needed to put in a caveat there. The problem, yes, the birth rates are improving, but the high number of births are from the poor. And the people who give birth to 5-6 children. That's why you hear Africa is a very youthful population, but most of those births are from the poor who can't sustain those births. The middle class and above nowadays do a bit of family planning. So if you are in a slum and you're giving birth to 10 children, it's a very big disadvantage.
I can be
it's a
even
very
more
big
specific,
disadvantage.
I can be even more specific on
One
that.
second.
You will not find
Wait,
a lot of kids in the
one sec-
cities. They have the exact same as in the West. It's out in the rural areas where it makes economic sense to have extra hands. So that's where you see it. Yeah, I guess it's actually Gabriel's turn, Mary, but
Let me just finish one point. I know this is a bit controversial.
Wait, we got a lot of people. They're talking about other shit in the chat. And that's the thing, is that we've been on this subject and they're kind of wanting us to move on. We keep circling back to it. I don't mean to be a dick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to be a dick either, but you know, we spent the last hour going a deep dive on Africa and a bunch of other shit. And you know, when we spend that much time on a topic, there's a place called DPA Planning. You could have put that fucking shit in there ahead of time so people could read up on the specifics about Sudan and all this other stuff. So we could all sit here and have a conversation instead of the last hour literally being 3 people talking. It's kind of ridiculous. The comments have been brought up repeatedly about what people want to talk about. It's about the audience and what they want to hear about.
This is why it's diverse knowledge.
I mean, it's kind of ridiculous that it's not, people aren't responding. So y'all keep talking about what you want. That's fine, because it's open mic and it's an open topic. But you know, it's not fair if you don't. You put the stuff in the planning so people can read up on specific things and topics, so we can all discuss it and ask questions.
Okay,
that's all I'm gonna say about it.
Okay, let's talk about Texas and Lambo, other cultures and other things. It's good. You never know what you're gonna run into.
Yeah, it's part of the global picture. I just wanted to like real short pose on the topic, because it's an issue. It's not specifically about Africa, but it's about like the rural versus urban societies and how ones grow and the other ones decline. And so I wanted to tie that with like the concept of rebellion and like versus colonial exploitation or oppression, like to not make it a socialist issue, but more about like how territory loses sovereignty and the capability to utilize its resources. So yeah, like there's an issue for me that is like an interesting argument to make of development versus growth, so to speak. So let's say, yeah, like a developed country gets all these institutions and has a functioning economy and shit and all these debt cycles and the nihilism and conformity and complacency and all that shit, while the rural society has like motivations to continue to live, to leave offspring and shit like that. Like when I lived in a southern like indigenous community in the south of Chile, and when I arrived there, like people were winning like maybe $40-50 a month, you know, like nothing. I can believe it, but they all had their little plot of land. They built their own shacks, you know, and they didn't have plumbing system, but they had their orchards and their animals. And so yeah, they would work in construction, very cheap labor, but they could make ends meet because they had certain level of sustainability on their own, like self-reliance, and the $50 a month were for like the jug of oil and flour and shit that you need to buy that you can't grow yourself. So there's like means of subsistence that don't require like a very developed economic system, but then there's all the instability and violence and shit that goes on. And so, like, to make this as short as possible, when you're under a colonial rule, you can either submit or rebel. And when you submit, you usually go to a slow decay. And when you rebel, you're usually crushed, you know, like exterminated, like the Palestinians or the Congolese or whatever. So there's an issue with like strategic patience that is really important for nations to survive and rebel. Like, for example, all these rebellions in Asia were after Second World War, the anti-colonial movement was possible because the empires were so debilitated that they couldn't like totally crush them. It was really brutal and stuff, but they had to fight back in the appropriate moment, because if you don't, you'll just get exterminated. And so like there's this third path that is like, I don't know, there's this indigenous hero here called Lautaro, that the guy in the fight against the Spaniard conquistadors, he was caught by the Pedro Valdivia, the conquistador, and after his tribe was obliterated, he was taken as a servant, and he spent 12 years and learned everything there was to know, and then he escaped and became a warlord and crushed the conquistadors. So there's like this issue of learning from your enemy, like not just blind rebellion, but like to have an intelligent rebellion and a patient one to wait for the appropriate moment to rebel. And I think that's an issue with Africa as well, because like colonial institutions have evolved a lot, and it's not like direct colonization. It's more like economic oppression, like taking out resources and giving in exchange all these NGO help money that basically just bribes the corruption into keeping the status quo. So there must be like an intelligent rebellion, and patient, not just like a blind fight against obviously stronger opponent.
Okay.
That was the best.
Should we move on to Iran?
Everyone wants to change the subject. Okay, Vaughn. Seems like you're the one who wants to change it. Bring a new topic, please.
What?
Bring it on.
Wait, finger. Yeah, I agree with the Iranian Putin. Let's move on to another topic, maybe Iran topic. There will be something where everybody can speak and everybody's happy then. What do you think about the retaliation of the Israeli to the Iranian?
Okay, who won the battle between Iran and Israel so far?
Yeah,
they both bomb each other.
Iran so far.
Iran.
No doubt. Yeah.
Huh?
Iran won.
Really?
Yeah.
How?
Ask Dave Cameron. He's gonna tell you why.
Iran destroyed Israel's deterrence.
I want to explain.
It's so weird. Voss is not looking at the camera, so I was looking on the screen. I was looking, where's Voss? I'm looking for a long time.
Yeah. Can you see my face?
I was listening.
Yeah, I can see. It's just that I forgot about it. So I was like, where the hell is Voss?
Did somebody calculate how expensive that defense was with the striking of Iran against Israel with all these drones and these missiles? That's why I say Iran won, just for the money. How many losses of air defense they got?
I heard that they only spent $2 million.
Yeah, maybe.
I
think it's probably a stalemate because both sides are kind of like in limbo. They could both probably retaliate and probably do some damage, but it doesn't seem like either side's, really pushing it. As long as it's like now they're at the point like if you stop, we'll stop. And I mean, the Israelis are going to act like they did something. I don't know if we'll ever know what really happened. And, we kind of know something happened at the air base or air bases, but whatever happened probably really didn't do anything either because they had 12 days warning. So the chances of any real good aircraft sitting around other than maybe something that was already down for maintenance, like they said maybe a C-130 got damaged, so it's probably already broke down or it wouldn't have been there. So, and maybe they blew up a hangar or put some holes in the runway. But, I mean, it sounds like both sides kind of had a pretty limp dick, effect on each other. And now they kind of stopped. Because, I mean, I don't really know what Israel did to Iran. I mean, I saw some video or picture of a guy holding like this micro drone And I don't know if they were implying that they flew these little drones, and I'm like, well, if that's what blew up at the air base, what the hell did that do? And then, we don't really know what hit the airfields because they won't show it or admit it, but it obviously wasn't like devastating to Israel.
This is where
So
they lost. This is where they
I
lost.
figure it's kind of like they both got their shot in, and now they're going to sit back.
This is where they lost.
I wanted to kind of get back to, because what me and Mary were discussing is actually relevant to this, because Israel, the West itself, has a big problem, and it's a manpower issue, because nobody's joining the forces and nobody's refilling the gaps from the people leaving. And this is the reason why I was bringing up in chat is about in here about of the bases being closed. Yes, you may see more opening in the Pacific, but they have to close them other places else. There are no men and women going to join our forces right now, not under the Biden administration. And it's not just the Biden administration, it's the EU, it's all NATO countries are falling into this shit. And that's the thing, is that our when it comes to what's going on in Iran and in Israel, I think Iran really has the upper hand, because right now they can choose what they want to do. Israel is kind of boxed in and surrounded. So I think really, to me, Iran has the advantage of escalation if they choose to. I don't really know what Israel can do. I mean, can it go storming out right directly into Iran without Turkey, Russia getting involved? No. So, Iran, I think, doesn't have to do shit. It's just making Israel and the West look weaker and weaker, but they're trying to cover up as if they're going to look for some peaceful solution. I just think that they know they cannot go to war at this moment, and probably not for a while, until shit gets better in our own armed forces. Then I'll stop it.
Upgrade.
Yeah, I think maybe looks a little bit staged for me, because if you see the Iranians, when they shoot the 300 drones, they call the embassies, or they call the Swiss, and the Swiss call the Israels, and then they knew exactly where they're shooting the things, and the Israelis shoot back, and they shoot some couple of empty deserts. I mean, like, sounds a little bit like, nobody want to really do something to each other, because they both know that it would have consequences. So I don't know, like Ron said, they pretty looked like both of them had a limp dick, nothing happened, just they shoot some stuff just to keep their face, I told in the last open mic about the Iran had to do something. You cannot just get shot your embassy or consulate or whatever and not respond, because they will look weak. They did it, but they pretty much said what they will do and where they shoot, so I don't know. It sounds pretty staged to me, It's not a real thing.
Maybe they just want to make
going
a point.
on. Like if they really wanted to shoot the Israeli, just go full in. I mean, like, you just shoot 300 drones, and 99% of them. Yeah, you can disagree with Mr. Lambo, but I don't see pretty much what went well for both countries. Both of them shoot some stuff, and nobody knows exactly what it was.
Yeah, honestly, if Iran really wanted to go after Israel, they would have gone after the nuclear sites.
Exactly.
And Israel would have responded in kind, and I think that's why it's chilled out too, because that's probably the only real logical next escalation if you really want to hurt somebody.
Yeah,
but if you're just trying to puff your chest out and be tough for domestic consumption, and let everyone know you're not a pushover, like you said, you just hit something, you make your point, they hit your back, they made their point, now all of a sudden everybody's all, yeah, we won, no, we won, and
my take is
nobody really argues with them, other than the pundits on each side.
Yeah, my take is it wasn't more about no. I was up first before you. I was actually after upgrade. Yeah. But anyway, my bad point is it's not about who won this thing, but I think it set like a little precedent that let Israel know you can't fuck with Iran anymore, because leave it between Israel and Iran, Israel cannot win the war against Iran. I think we all can agree to that, because Israel, It doesn't. It will not win the war if it. But of course, with NATO backing, of course, it can do some very good damage to Iran. But one thing, the one I take from this is, long time ago, Iran could not do what it just did. But now, I think Israel got a clear message that if you try it again, we have the ability to basically retaliate. And I think that's the thing that I am taking from this whole charade they're doing. Mr. Lambo.
Yeah. Do you really think that they shut down 98% of Iran's attack, even if they did that, is not a bad thing? Gives also Iran an overview about how the defense system works around Israel. And we saw it very clearly. All these F-35s, F-15s, F-16s over Iraq, Syria, all that shit. Even if you say we're going to fly with all these 300 drones and ballistic missiles over, you give Iran a very good opportunity to see how the air defense is working around Israel. And Israel themselves with their Iron Dome is one fucking expensive. What happens? Only the shooting downs of all these cheap drones, cheap ballistic missiles was a very expensive one for the NATO. Very expensive one. And it gave a very good overview for Iran. And they didn't need to launch 1,000 drones. They can still do it, but another time, because you're going to see how everything is working. And after a while, you're going to have the same situation like you have in Ukraine. Whereas the air defense, they don't have any. If you just look at the one sidewinder of a fighter jet, that little missile on the tips of the wings of a fighter jet that they using to shoot down a drone, is $450,000.
The fact that they have to put.
No, wait, but it's just like Iran has a lot of drones. We know that. They produced in the beginning for Russia. No, Russia produced it themselves. So they got the blueprints and they produce it themselves, and they're going to make it better even. But Iran still has their building capacities to build them themselves still, and we don't know how many they have. So if they want really to fuck up Israel, they can launch 300 drones a day for weeks if they need to. And after a while, that Iron Dome, that beautiful Iron Dome of Israel, is not going to work anymore. Why? Because it's going to be out of missiles. I don't know how many stocks Israel has, but already with Hamas, they already used a lot in the beginning of the year. Now they used a lot of things to shoot down 300 stuff in one night. It's a lot, you know. These planes costing a lot of money. They need the maintenance also. So if Iran really want to, and they want to do that for 3-4 weeks, they're never going to follow that. Israel or even NATO is never going to follow all these drones flying into Israel. And it's going to start, they're going to start in the future targets. Iran doesn't need to do it now. They still can do it when they need to do it. So yeah.
Mr. Lambo, that's a good point, because we assume that we're always going to have the defenses to be able to fight off like attacks, but there's something called a salvo exchange rate and the salvo ratio, where the bleeders come in and they still, as these waves come in, they start to their combined leakage, which is what actually comes in and strikes, will eventually overpower you. The United States, how many reloads do we keep on our carrier fleet? You know, how long does it take for them to reload as well? Because there is time involved. There's a lot of math in this that a lot of people miss, is that it's not always money that's the problem. It's the resources you don't have that the money can't fix. Like we can spend a lot of money to make more missiles a lot more quicker, but guess what? That takes time, and it's not happening. And I'll stop there. Sorry.
You know, the fact that Israel depends on France, United States, and the United Kingdom to shoot these 2,000-pound drones says it all. Israel is weak. Israel is really, really weak.
Yeah, that's the thing. I believe that like Iran has an upper hand at this moment because it's in a much less fragile position than Israel. Israel has a very small population. It has a very expensive industrial complex that's very like costly economy that's pretty much strained from 6 months of war and pseudo blockade. And Iran is like it's rugged, it's rough. They're used to rigor. So and it's a like a committed population. Israel is a floating population. It's 7 million or 8 million people that are mostly foreigners that at a moment's notice of discomfort are gonna flee. And so like Israel's whole position, like its whole purpose is to make a safe place for Jews. And so now it's increasingly demonstrating to its own population that it's not a safe place for Jews. And like the achievement of Iran's attack is that they gave a huge heads up. They super advertised it. They gave warning. They told everyone, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We did it, and they passed through. So it's like, yeah, you guys can prepare all you want, but we're still gonna pass through. So like, what are you gonna do? And so there's this like super interesting aftermath where Israel's like, we're gonna strike back, and United States like, no, we don't, and then yes, we will, and stuff, and something happens, and nobody knows what actually happened. No footage, anything, no nothing, and so it's like a loss. It maybe like I was waiting this weekend that Israel was gonna do something impressive because they're like a paranoid psychopath, so they're gonna do something brutal, and they didn't. And so like what the fuck? Then there's this Pepe Escobar report where like he says that he got some leaked information of a potential nuclear EMP strike in the stratosphere that was downed by air defense or something. I don't know how factual is that, but it's pretty bizarre that nothing happened. That's like my point, that they haven't done anything in response save this like pseudo drone attack that didn't actually do anything. Nobody has any evidence of any damage. And so where is Israel at? And yeah, like this whole thing of attacking the embassy in the first place is part of this like Brookings Institute paper that Brian Berletic talks about all the time, that like leave it to Bibi to provoke Iran war, and so probably part of the plan. But the USA is just so overstretched right now, and what Mehdi was saying about the lack of manpower and how they're closing down bases in Africa and shit. So they're just not in the right time. Like they did the plan of provoking Iran, but they're just in a terrible situation right now to actually go over with the plan.
Why is Israel a country?
I believe it was Vaughn.
Upgrades next, and then me.
No, I think it was Joey. Actually, Joey had me for a while.
Okay, go Joey, then I go.
Who has cramps in his fingers?
First, I think I'll applaud Iran for its maturity for now de-escalating this whole situation by downplaying the Israeli strike, because they had every full reason to decide to retaliate yet again. So we applaud. Iran is the adult in the room, and we applaud them for them. We applaud them for it, because this thing could have escalated into a much bigger war. Maybe what I wanted to ask, let's assume the reverse happened. Let's assume Israel is the one that sent that swarm of drones, ballistic missiles, and cruise missiles. How capable is Iran of deflecting or repelling such an attack? Okay, I know this Western narrative that they shot down 99% of those drones and missiles is false, because an Israeli newspaper actually admitted it was only 84%. Nevatim airbase was significantly damaged. Of course, there's a Golan intelligence site that Israel is not talking about. I think there's something about they also hit somewhere in Tel Aviv that Israel is not talking about. But my question is, if the reverse had happened, how capable is Iran to deflect such an attack, a swarm like the one they sent to Israel? What kind of air defense? I know they have S-300. I don't know if they have Pantsir and Tunguska. Yeah. What if the reverse had happened?
They don't have these drones like like Iran has.
Shahid.
Program that the NATO countries doesn't have, or the same type of attack drones or something like that. NATO just doesn't have that. They just have the fancy, expensive, big drones. That's it.
Yeah.
Maybe who was next upgrade of all? I can't remember.
Imagine having F-35.
Upgrade.
Yeah, F-35 in the air to shoot a $2,000 drone. This is humiliation, you know?
Yeah, I found also something very interesting that the Russians want to sell some air defense and some planes to the Iranians to actually have more combat capabilities against retaliation from Iran. So, yeah, both of them start to get backing from their side. You know, the Russians back the Iranians, and Israel gets backing from France, from UK, from US. So both of them have some possibilities to hurt each other. Of course, we don't know if Iran has some bigger things going on. They said they will have some weapons which they didn't use and they could use in case Israel really started to get a little bit annoying about some stuff. And Israel, of course, has a nuclear weapon and stuff like that, but I don't think they will use it, obviously. But both of them have capabilities and can do harm to each other. I don't really see the sense right now for them to go to war with each other. Yeah, Vaughn, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, with the whole interception story, everybody knows it's bullshit. I mean, what they intercepted was the majority of the drones, if not all the drones, and probably the cruise missiles. They probably didn't have much, if any, luck intercepting however many ballistic missiles they shot, even if they were older ones. I mean, they showed a video of some piece. You know, somebody said it was a booster phase or something like that. I mean, it could have been one that got shot down. I'm not saying they didn't shoot one down, but it's obviously, you know, the 99% number or 80% or whatever the hell they want to say is padded pretty heavily by the drone kills. I mean, think about it. How many drone aces were made that night if they sent 300 drones? You know, how many guys in the French Air Force have like 5 little Garand drones painted on the side of their plane now because of the glorious night?
4 planes.
And then as far as the Iron Dome goes, I mean, yeah, you could talk about depleting their supply, but given the amount of missiles they fire on a fairly regular basis, I don't think anybody really knows how many missiles those fuckers have in storage and how many they crank out, because they obviously can keep pretty well pace. Their problems might come down the road with like bigger systems like a Patriot or air-to-air missiles, but I think, you know, whatever they're making those fucking Iron Dome missiles out of, I would imagine it's fairly inexpensive and quick. Like, because I mean, think about it. All it's got to do is fly out there and hit the damn thing or get close and blow up. It doesn't have to be no fancy, you know, high-end hypersonic air-to-air missile. So I would think that might help. They might be able to keep the line there, but obviously they'd be vulnerable to the ballistics no matter what.
And also the fact that the news is so often against Hamas and all these people in that area are guaranteed to keep a whole stack because they're fully aware of storm attack by these people constantly. So I don't believe Israel will be negligent enough to keep 5,000, 10,000 rounds. I put hundreds of thousands of rounds for those things because they know they will need it if they ever have to go long road.
I mean, but for all we know, they could be outsourcing production in other countries that we're not even aware of that are coming in. I mean, think about those ships that are going through the Red Sea. Oh, yeah, it's grain or farm equipment. For all you know, it's fucking missile bodies for the, you know, Iron Dome, or
so for
they're built somewhere else and assembled in Israel. I mean, think about it. They got money. It's not like people won't open a factory somewhere. Maybe it's not in China. Maybe it's somewhere where Israel has friends, and you know, maybe it's just somebody making one part. But I would imagine they have to be cranking them out somehow in some way, because there's days where they shoot hundreds of missiles. And then the next day shoot hundreds of more. And then the next day and most of the stuff doesn't get through.
Yeah. It's also about these French Rafales. They are based, I think, in Jordan. You
There were four double-seaters. So nothing special, just 4 planes. They shot some down. Okay, they're going to have nice paintings on the side of the planes. Okay, very good. The thing that was good for them, the area where they need to do the defense was a perfect place for them to fly around. There's a website, YouTube channel called AT Chouette, so ATECHEUT. There's a French guy, ex-Rafale pilot. I think he's Canadian French. He flew with Rafale, and he's explaining a lot of stuff that happened in the air situations about what's happening in Israel, what's happening in Ukraine. Very interesting channel. He's speaking French, but everything is translated in English, so it's very good to understand how certain attacks are working. Like the way he's doing. So he explained about these 4 Rafales. Okay, no big deal actually. You actually need to count how many. Actually, need to know is the best information that Iran knows, and that's the best thing for Iran. They know how many drones or missiles got to the Iron Dome, and they also know how many drones and missiles been shot down by these jet fighters. You need to understand, if you just say, for example, 2/3 being shot down by jet fighters, means more than 200 drones being shot down by jet fighters, means that one fighter jet carry like 6 to 8 missiles. So you just need to do a little math to a little bit understand how many planes were in the sky at that same time. And to know also, Iran said, that was the easiest part for Israel and the NATO, Iran said, we are on the way. So they had the time to track everything. They had the time to prepare themselves. They had the time to put the planes in the air, to put the air defense system into work, and just wait after the drones and the ballistic missiles to come.
I would think they use their guns quite a bit. I would think they use their cannons quite a bit, especially if they were the jet-powered Garans or anything that they wouldn't have to slow down a lot. Because, I mean,
but they are slow.
I'm sure they would use their missiles, but they would also probably fly in there and try to, strafe the formations. I mean, all you got to do is make one, and it's probably going to crash.
Wait, Vos. I think it's easier to put out a Spitfire in the air to attack a drone, because it's the same speed that they're going to strike each other. A fighter jet needs to use a cannon and a slow speed is very difficult.
Well, I mean, they can fly slow enough if those things are like jet powered and they're flying a couple 100 miles an hour. I mean, they could get slow enough because they take off at like 150 knots. And I'm just saying, considering the number of missiles and drones, even if they had full loads, they would have had, because they would have had to carry extra fuel tanks just to fly around and loiter. So they wouldn't be able to carry full loads probably of ordnance. Yeah. So I would assume they'd fire off all the missiles they could and hit as much as they could. But then if they had the fuel, they would try to go in there and at least shoot as many down until the next group of fighters got into position to shoot them down with missiles.
Of course. They had also
I'm just assuming they threw everything they had at it to make sure that they stopped as much as possible.
Yeah. But they had the tankers also in the air. And so they were prepared. And that is actually the most easiest situation that Israel could have. But now Iran has a big, clear view about how they can improve for next time, if they're coming next time. I'm just hoping for not. Iran just say we're going to launch one attack, and that's it, just to take revenge of what happened in that consulate, and that's it. Israel went stupid and say we're going to fight back because you're butthurt. We are doing nothing wrong. We are very brave people that don't kill 20,000 children. So Iran was too correct, but
so many people,
but using that correctness to say we're going to launch an retaliation attack and take a little revenge. They know, they can see what happens, they can calculate everything, so they have a very big base about everything that happens. So that's why I say that Iran actually is the winner of the game. First, because what happens, that finance and the using of all that air defense is fucking expensive, and its air defense is not being built in one day.
they have stock, okay, but after a while they need to fill up that stock again. It takes time. We're just seeing that in the conflict of Ukraine also. Giving them back new air defense is a big problem because the industry is not ready for that. The industry is not, and certainly not ready to have a lot of attacks on Israel combined with a lot of attacks in Ukraine. After a while, NATO is going to need to decide.
Yeah, but
Is it going to need to provide more, Israel or Ukraine? They're never going to be able to provide both of them if Iran decides to go full on Israel. Is the day is going to happen that Iran is going to say, we're going to strike Israel for 1 month, 2 months, every day we're going to launch them, at least 100 drones. The NATO is going to be fucked.
Yeah, but you've got to assume, like with their air defense stuff, that they've probably been in the same mode as like Russia's been for 10 years. You know, there's certain industries that they've probably built up and increased production and focused on, and especially in the Iron Dome realm, since that's like their probably number one threat every day. I mean, like I said, I mean, they could probably keep up with Iron Dome production. It's going to be the bigger stuff that's probably going to hurt them. But, you know.
Yeah, I am not concerned about the Iron Dome as the rest.
You should.
But even with the other stuff, it's likely they've been stockpiling that too, and you know they're not going to give it away because they need it.
Yeah.
And they might even lie about what they have, you know, just so they don't have to be any pressure to give it up. But I mean, think about it. They're always getting attacked. They're always paranoid. So, you know, there's certain systems that they'd want to get their hands on as much as possible. It's probably missiles.
Yeah.
RL, be waiting.
Hey Rose, how do you do? About that sequence between Israel and Iran, it's a clear mess for Israel. Because now Israel knows that it can't hit Iran without impunity anymore. Yeah, a commander somewhere in Syria, somewhere in Iraq, yes. But a consulate, an embassy, no. That's something they don't have the privilege anymore. And it also showed that Israel, without West, without Uncle Sam, without Jordan, is nothing.
Yep.
And Iran supposedly only used their low-tech drones, low-tech cruise missiles, low-tech ballistic missiles, not their state-of-the-art, not their latest version of what they have. And Israel, and it also showed how Israel is in a total propaganda. Just do the math. How many hits? Some say 7. Let's take that number, 7. If Israel intercepted 99% of all vectors, that means that 7 represent 1%. If 7 is 1%, then 100% is about 700. So there are even insulting basic intelligence.
Yeah, because wasn't the number, wasn't it 300 combined?
Yeah, it was 300, 350 combined.
The math doesn't add up.
And we know of at least 7 vectors who hit the ground. At least. It's a pure insult to intelligence. But for me, the most beautiful picture I saw about that state of Israel being so weak was a picture of a, I don't know if it was a ballistic missile or cruise missile, just above the Knesset, flying above the Knesset. That was wow. Aral, to your point, you know, the one thing is that if it really came down to where the Mideast went hot, Israel is completely isolated from any real help, because, you know, it kind of gets back to Crimea, is that with Russia having Zircon missiles there, they protect they can take out any fleet that tries to go in and assist from the Mideast and the Gulf. So, you know, Israel gets shut off. I mean, where are they going to get all the resupplies to be able to make the weapons to go forward? Where are they going to get the food to just exist with? I mean, it's not like it's all arable terrain that they're in. I mean, it's not where you can just plant, you know, grow crops everywhere. They're going to be, you know, this is the thing about, I think, that we need to realize in this day and age, the geographic position of our quote unquote major players is a big deal. In Russia, Europe is its playground. America is North America, Canada, and South America. But, you know, let's look at the East. Who's the big dog there? You know, and how is Israel going to exist being surrounded by basically enemies? I don't know. I don't, like you said, it's kind of an insult if our experts are just not, you know, thinking about this. I mean, they should have more intelligence than me. I would freaking hope so. But it doesn't seem to be happening. You know, simple math. It just doesn't work out. Mehdi, it's something that happened following the outcome of Second World War. So it's something that is 70 years, 75 years old. It's a colonial project. And the plan was those locals, population, those Arabs, the Ottoman Empire, which was falling, those populations, those entities, those nations will never be able to match the West in a way or in another. And of course, if you look at the 1948 map of Israel or the 1967 map of Israel, just that geographical entity can't sustain itself. It's obvious. So from the beginning, it was a colonial project that should have expanded. That should have expanded to the Sinai, that should have expanded to Jordania, that should have expanded to Lebanon, to Syria. So it can sustain itself. And if you look at today's political decision makes by the Israelis, whether they are from the left or from the right, they are all thinking about being self-sufficient in terms of, they try to, in terms of food, in terms of natural resources, in terms of military equipment. Even if they take everything from the West, even if it's the US taxpayers' money and European taxpayers' money who pays, they try to be self-sufficient and independent, to not count on the West, because the reality of today's Israel is that without the West, there are nothing. And despite the fact that they have an unofficial nuclear armament, nuclear weapons, because it's not official, even despite that, they can't sustain themselves without external help. And that exchange with Iran just proved that. Voila, go on copying.
Thank you. I just had a simple question that is for probably more the militarily oriented folks here. And it's a thing I've been wondering on for quite a while. It came on early in the Ukraine war with the drones and, the disparity in price for shooting down these very inexpensive drones. And I was just wondering, like, especially when we're talking about still slow, but they're long range drones. They're fairly sizable. And what is the economic feasibility of developing suicide drones meant to take other drones, like as opposed to because as far as I understood it, the issue with, for example, firing from the planes or using the Patriots or the Iron Dome for that matter, is that each missile is so expensive. So why is it so difficult to find relatively inexpensive methods to take these, those that don't have particular qualities and attributes? They don't maneuver particularly, they don't do evasion or anything. They just seem to be, to those we can answer. Vaughn, please.
My thing would be that maybe they just haven't come up with some kind of guidance and tracking package. Because ideally, I would think you would use like a Garan drone as an interceptor, maybe with just a different warhead, so it would like spray out buckshot, so it would, like a air-to-air missile. But maybe the problem is just figuring out a way for it to, AI find a target and track it and kill it. Because it's like, especially since it'd be coming head on, it's not like you wouldn't use drones to chase other drones unless they were slow. Like if you had prop Garans trying to come in, maybe you could use jet-powered, suicide interceptor Garans. But I think that would be the only thing I can think of is the hang-up would be with just figuring out how to set up some kind of tracking and targeting device. Because, think about it, if it's looking at Garan drones, you don't want it to fly into the one next to it. So maybe that's the problem there, is just firing in a way to make it work by itself. Unless you could guide it there, I guess, but that would require a lot of probably bandwidth and shit to do that, or a satellite.
But don't you need a guidance also for the drones you're sending? Because as far as I get it, they are more advanced. They're one of the more costly things in a guided precision missile is, all the software thingy that comes into it. But of course, I kind of imagine then that my impression is that when it comes to anti-drone drones, they need to be more advanced. But that's how much more advanced?
Well, like the attack Iran did. Like my idea might work because those are like slow drones that be flying in a big formation where you could fly out and hit them. But then you've seen the drones in Iraq that are small and fast, and they'll fly up and try to hit the other drone or blow up or drop a net on them. But I that's my thing. I guess you could GPS it to a intercept zone, and then either have someone human guide it to intercept, or maybe that, like I said, the hang up is just having it get to the place and then taking over AI and going after the target.
I'm kind of imagining like a wall of smaller drones with this mini cannons just shooting whatever drones, that slow flying drones that come by. Yes, RL, please.
I think stuff like that would work good for like defending positions and like bases and stuff, automated stuff like that. But think about it, like in the area you're talking about, you've got thousands, if not hundreds of miles of open desert. So a lot of those drones probably just ain't hardy enough to go out there and do that. So you probably would have to use a bigger platform. Maybe you could send out like a Predator drone with small air-to-air missiles to shoot down the other ones. Everybody's got a copy of it by now.
It's a discussion we already have. It has nothing to do with technology, but with neoliberalism. Remember the discussion we had with cars. You have a cars from the 90s, which is still running, but you can't find any more replacement parts unless you go to junkyard. Why? Not because of capitalism, no, because of neoliberalism, where the military-industrial complex is privatized, which means it is geared towards making benefit. So you have one, let's say, missiles, anti-aircraft missiles, air defense missiles. The next generations need to be better. Better means more expensive, more fancy, more how to say, more dependent on newest technology. While the Geran drone sent by the Iranians to the Russians, the first version to send them, had no GPS connection, nothing. Something you can't jam, impossible to jam, because there are no fancy electronics in it, no fancy GPS positioning system of any kind. It's like an old watch where you need to remote the spring so it can turn. Something you can't jam.
Was it like the gyroscope, whatever they had in the V2, where they could fire it and they know about where it's going to land, basically?
Kind of. Yeah. Kind of. It's something you can't jam.
But they are also
exactly, and it's very effective, especially on big target like a building or a power plant or a factory.
But RL, aren't they also very predictable? I mean, if they fly in a trajectory that is quite predictable, they don't do evasive maneuvers or anything like that. They don't do weird moves, as far as I understood it. They just, like you said, tweak it up and then they send it away.
Of course, that's why they cost only $2,000 or something.
Right,
and to intercept them, you need a missile that costs 100,000.
Not
like
necessarily.
1 million.
But
No,
and that's
it's not just that. You need to put F-35 in the air.
Your question, Coping.
Go, Mehdi.
Coping, your question, that this is a great question because RL brings it up. So did Vaughn. So you need a tracking system to do it. So now you got a more expensive missile trying to go hit a target out there. So you finally get that achieved, but now you're looking at, like you said, $10,000 missiles to knock out a $2,000 drone. And the technology in the drone can go to the dollar positioning. That's what the original missiles used. They navigate by.
You break in
go ahead. Go ahead.
We are losing you, Mehdi. We are losing you. Your connection is not very.
I mean,
great.
I don't know.
You know this kind of thing. Remember when Russia started this war in Ukraine? Everyone was saying Russia is running out of missiles because they can't produce the best technology because they are under sanction. They don't have the technology. It's the same thing is happening to Iran at the moment. Everyone is saying Iran is outdated, but everyone can see what they can do. The West always think they are the best in everything. Just because they spend billions to make a fucking fighter jet means they are the best. They are so fucking wrong. I remember when I grew up, the cars that came from Soviet Union, everyone will say, this car is shit. Now I'm seeing this car, the same car, is still there in Russia. And everyone is asking for this kind of car, Oral, WAZ, Kamkaz. All these are good for this kind of war. The West always think they got the best one, even the tanks are the best. Not so good anymore because they keep fighting these people from Afghanistan on Toyota Corolla or whatever is the kind of Toyota they use there. Not anymore. They'll go find out. Go on, Von.
Yeah, I was going to say also, I mean, honestly, like with drone interception, I think really for the time being, it's going to be mostly like point defense or electronic warfare until the technology gets way more advanced and maybe the AI catches up and somebody wants to spend the money on building some kind of AI drone interceptor like suicide fighter plane thing or whatever. And I mean, to me, that seems like it would be the most easiest thing to do, because you can use machine, that could be as down low as a guy with a shotgun in a platoon, all the way up to, the fancier systems they have, like their air-to-air, like the Panzer and stuff like that. I mean, I just think a lot of that will be point defense. Because, I mean, really, for right now, I mean, think about it. Yeah, they got Lancets and stuff that can fly 70 kilometers, but it's not really practical to try and put the money in it so that thing, like, flies around and hunts a tiny drone. You might as well just wait till they get close and shoot at it like they've been doing, or throw a stick at it, or dodge the right way. I mean, until it gets cheaper, like more cost effective, I don't see them making a whole lot of like crazy stuff like that, just because if you got enough machine guns shooting in the air, I mean, it'll knock the drones down, and that's cheaper.
Can I respond to it? Because you mentioned a lot of points that I actually want to get on, and that was it kind of ties a little bit to the AI and the point defense and stuff like that, because I get the impression that the anti-drone and anti-missile kind of goes a little bit sure, it's nice to have the proactive ability to take it out far away from your territorial front lines, for example. But that also prerequisite you to be faster. You have to be having better in all the targeting. We get the disparity you guys mentioned. So point defense. Well, but how about you connect that into nodes and nexuses of information, and you combine it with the AI? As far as I get it, you need just the detection and the targeting for them to have point defense. If you have enough gunfire, like you said. So why don't we see like in the same way as you have anti-air? If you think about the flags they used back in World War II, right? They just saturated. But here you can actually saturate with precision. So I kind of like something like that. Yeah, Mehdi, please.
Yeah, coping. You know what? Andrei Martinov brought this up. You are talking what the Russian net-centric system is, what the T-90s and those above, the T-90M, the Tor missile system. Basically, all their modern tech is net-centric, and all its sensors are always constantly pinging into the system, so they get better resolution of real-time what's going on. And it's pretty amazing. And what you're saying is already in existence. We right now don't, at least as far as I know, don't have the same thing like they have it. And I highly recommend that there's a couple Andrei Martinov videos where he speaks about this, about how all these sensors being out there just build a dynamic map that can be reached down to by anyone out there. You could have a tank somewhere 4 kilometers away actually being the one to take out from the system, the net, someplace else is actually doing the targeting. All that tank is doing is just letting the missile fly. The other one's actually doing the targeting. It's all incorporated. You just described what they already have, and we need to catch up on it. Sorry for that rant.
I think actually we already have that, and it's probably as good as theirs, if probably not better, because when I was on the M1 in '93, we got to do a demo on the SA, and with the digital map and everything, you lays a target like a tank, and it puts that tank on a map as a military symbol with an 8-digit grid coordinate, or a position or fight, let's say an ATGM team. I mean, guys in the military know there's little map markers you use to designate certain types of units. So when you laze those, you can input that data into your computer real quick. It actually does the first part like in a second. And you can basically send that information to an artillery battery or an air wing, whatever, and they would have the exact coordinates and the type of target they had to hit with a push of a button and an encrypted satellite transmission. So we probably have something like theirs. It's probably fairly comprehensive, but it would probably be us and a few of the other Western countries. But I mean, then again, who knows how well it's maintained and used, effectively. I mean, I'm sure they train with it all the time, but the Russians are doing it for real in real conditions, whereas we're just training in training conditions.
The one difference I want to just to respond to that real quick is that it's not, their system doesn't run by if one tank is targeting another. Its sensors are always pinging out independently, looking for targets within the system. They have AI targeting right now. You can sometimes see it in operation flickering when you watch some of the videos. All that information goes in there, and it gives them a better resolution of what's going on and where the enemy is. And nobody has to be the one actually focusing on it, because the system itself is putting those markers that you talked about right there. I see, I know what you're talking about, and maybe we have, but I just
there's probably are some differences because they always, you know, get into that a little bit more. But, you know, like I said, the map that I have on my tank would be uploaded to a battalion map. So it would consensually get bigger and paint the picture digitally for them. So, but they might have more stuff. I mean, because think about it, like in the EW department, they're probably ahead of us there. If they're not ahead of us, they at least have a more variety of systems than we have. You know, even if we both have the same capabilities, you know, they got way more variety. And then, you know, so there's things where they're ahead, and, you know, maybe hypersonics too, probably, you know, stuff like that. I mean, we could catch up, but you got to spend money to do that, or redesignate funds.
Mm-hmm. But actually, about the air defense against these drones, the solution is actually pretty easy. You already had the Americans, example, you still have the Patriot system. These are big launchers. If you just design a new launcher system, like much smaller warheads, just enough to blow out next to a drone, because you never hit a drone, you explode next to it. And you have like one launcher system with like more than 30 missiles, less expensive. And you just add it to your already Patriot battery at that airfield you have stationed. So if your radar is tracking down an attack, the radar system is going to see which type of missile, which type of drone is coming in, and then you can choose which type of anti-air missile you're going to launch to it. For the moment, it's not the case. You have three different Patriot systems.
I mean,
which battery you use. So there's just one single type of launcher per battery. So if you have a Type 3, it's going to be only Type 3 launchers and that battery. If you can add other launchers and with that battery, it's more missiles, I think you already solved the problem.
I mean, I think the easiest, quickest solution, sorry, Ariel, is just guns and point defense, because it's the cheapest solution. I mean, it'd be cheaper to tweak a radar to track drones and just put Gatling guns and machine guns on trucks and stuff than it would. I mean, as long as you get them, who cares if it got within 10 miles of the target? I just think it's easier to let it come to you and hit your defensive line than it is for you to go to them.
Yeah, but that is even less than short
the
range.
thing is, they use that just to fuck up the air defense, you know? Because every time when they launch these drones, we know ballistic missile is coming.
No, but like these Gatling guns, if you see that on the ship, is actually the last help tool, your last air defense tool that you're going to use.
I mean, that's
the last. It's depending for what. If it's like for a missile attack, it's going to be the last one you're going to lose. If you already shoot down your air defense missiles and they miss a target and that missile is still coming to your ship, you're going to squirt with that Gatling gun to your missile last, and it's not 10 miles, it's even less. It's much more less. So a Gatling gun is good, but it's very close. So if your Gatling gun is missing, you're fucked. The air defense.
Yeah, but I mean, close.
Purpose.
Close only counts in.
You don't want to get your shot.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
We already saw the effectiveness of the Gatling gun in northern Iraq when the Iranians attacked a supposedly Mossad base within Iraqi Kurdistan. It was ineffective. and putting smaller missiles to protect the Patriot system.
No, it's not
If
protect the
the
Patriot system. It's adding to the Patriot system.
whatever, it makes no sense, because the Russians, if they want to hit a Patriot system, they do it with Kinjal or with KH-22. The Patriot system itself is not even able to intercept.
No, I just meaning
Ukraine can.
that you have your main
So-
air defense system, so you have your Patriot system, but they just have one type of missile.
and it
When you have
doesn't
a Type 3 Patriots-
it doesn't change the main calculus of cost.
Yeah, it definitely changed. If you have
Again,
a Type 3, 4 million,
which-
5 million
which-
euro a missile,
which
you're
for
going to
for
spend that
a
money,
high
1,000
intensity or a higher intensity confrontation like we see in Russia, and what might potentially be against for Israel against Iran, a high intensity
No,
warfare.
but we already
What
saw
matters
no.
is not your technology at all. What matters is your production capabilities.
Yeah, but your
Yeah,
like we saw,
yes,
like, no,
yes.
no, like
The
we saw
number
last-
of drones
like we
you
saw
can
last
field against the number of anti-drone missiles you can field.
Yeah,
Joey,
but
go ahead.
It's all about industrial
honestly-
capabilities.
No, it's Joey.
Just give me the example.
The easiest solution would be to tweak your radars and sensors, and just like the Gatling guns, those might not have worked that good because they might not have been tweaked the right way to read those kind of drones. You know how they have to learn different aircraft and learn the signatures. I mean, to me, it just seems like you've got plenty of those systems laying around. You've got plenty of old ships you can decommission and take shit off like that, and you put them on trailer trucks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's a matter of time. It's a cheap fix. It's a quick fix. It's probably the most cost-effective fix because everybody's got machine guns, and you just figure out how to, give your guys enough warning so they can get into places. Especially with, like, obviously it only works in certain kind of conditions, like maybe against Garan drones flying in big formations towards certain targets. You can use those kind of point defense systems and lines. Maybe against some of the slower cruise missiles that fly in a basic flat straight line, but then you might have to spend the money on the more advanced air defense stuff for the high end stuff and try to have a shot. But I mean, really for the drones and the slower, cruise missiles, machine guns and Gatling guns and stuff like that would be your cheapest, quickest fix. You got tons of that ammo. It's cheap to make. The guns are cheap to make. It's not like you got to have microchips and crap like that for a AK-47. And even if you have to mount 20 of them on a rig and have some guy with a string pull the trigger to make them all shoot at the same time, I mean, that's still cheaper than trying to figure out how, like what you're talking about is a cool idea, but you cannot even imagine how much money that would cost just for them to fucking come up with the idea and then try to field it. In the meantime, you could literally build thousands of trucks with gun systems on them, or,
But
it just seems like the cheap way to go would do that. It's
I
quick.
agree with you, Vaughn, and that is actually the thing that I tried to explain. You already have that Patriot system, so you have that radar with these launchers, but you have only one launch system. So you have just one type of missile for that battery. If you can have a battery of Patriot systems, and in that battery, so you have your main launchers to use for the very dangerous targets, then you have an extra with that, smaller launchers with smaller missiles, and then maybe you also can use trucks with Gatling guns for like the last resort. Actually, the same system that you're using on a ship, because a ship is using more stages of air defense. They have their main air defense, and then they have lower categories. Why don't they do that on land?
Well, I'm just saying,
problems.
I'm just saying, given the conditions of the attacks and the way they attack, I just think your best defense is saturation of the area with those types of systems, because that's your only chance to stop it. Because, a wave of 300 drones and 100 cruise missiles every day, that's going to be a motherfucker to try and stop with missiles.
Oh, yeah.
And I just think if you can, you just put as many guns up in the field as you can of different types of systems like that. They're cheap. They're easy to make. You can make them out of just about any damn thing you want, as long as it's a machine gun that has a good rate of fire, and you just saturate these areas you want to protect with those systems. I mean, like I said, as long as you shoot it down before it hits, even if some of the debris crashes into the target, that's better than a direct hit, and it's just the cheapest, quickest thing you could do.
Exactly.
I mean,
and it's already.
And they got to have something right now. They can't wait 2 years to develop a system or 5 more years to produce it. They just, I mean, you can literally just get guys right now grabbing shit out of a depot and welding it on trucks.
Yeah, like you say, you can already use out of commission of old plans, all plans of old defense systems and re-put them in use, because you're just speaking about fucking slow drones. We already saw last year in Kiev that Patriot battery squirting in that automatic mode 32 missiles to drones and then be destroyed by a Patriot. It was on automatic mode. It squirted 32 missiles in 2 minutes time. It spent $185 million in 2 minutes time to try to destroy drones, and then Russian like, no, we are here at Kinzhal. The Kinzhal is not a problem. The Kinzhal, actually nobody has solutions against it in the NATO. No country has air defense system. But for the other ones, like the drones, you need to imagine if that same battery had cheaper missile systems or even Gatling systems, and it never had to launch 32 missiles in 2 minutes times. It could use to launch 32 missiles, okay, but smaller ones, cheaper ones, easier to replace ones. It just makes sense, like you say, Von. They have so many solutions.
It's just like the sea drone. The same thing come up a few minutes ago. Now it's a two-way conversation now. The same thing complained about a few minutes ago, isn't it?
Go ahead, man. I'll wait. I just make a quick point. I'll wait. Go ahead.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Yeah, answer Mr. Lambo, Joey.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. In fact, what Coping was saying is quite ingenious. Having kamikaze drones attacking other drones, yeah, because missiles will always be more expensive. It will be always a more expensive option to destroy a drone. Even as you're saying, if you have a missile with a proximity fuse so that it doesn't hit the drone, still more expensive. But as you're saying, also a Gatling gun, if you can have, like the Americans have their phalanx close-in weapon system, if you had a smaller scale version, because the phalanx is on ships, if you had a smaller scale version that now can shoot drones on land, yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Of course, we've seen the Russians have the electromagnetic warfare guns. I saw a video where Russian was pointing an electromagnetic warfare gun at a drone to confuse the GPS system. And of course, you've seen the tanks. On top of the coping cages, the Russians are trying to put electromagnetic warfare system. I don't know if I can still go back to the Israel-Iran, because that was the original question that I'd raised my hand for so long. What was actually hit in Iran? Did they hit anything? Yeah, because the Iranians say it's just they shot quadcopter, so nothing was hit. The West are saying they hit an S-300 engagement radar, fire control radar. They used Jericho missiles.
Our comments to Mr. Lambo's.
Where's the disparity?
Then they can answer Joey's question. For Mr. Lambo, when you trying to say, my thing is this: when you're saying it makes perfect sense in an industry that wants to build a defense mechanism, or the worst military industrial complex is to make money. What you're saying, and if you make what you're saying, what Yvonne is saying, it's a perfect defense system. All these layers and all this of modifying the Patriot system to respond to drones and to, but yeah, that is if you want to have that mechanism, if you have that defensive mechanism in mind. But it is about they're making money. They know they have no serious threat. The serious threat is countries that will not use drones, that will use very serious weapons, which is Russia and other people. So they're not gonna go there and go build that system that Mr. Lambo is talking about. For they charge you $30 billion for it, when they could just give you a Patriot and say, hope to God, drone doesn't destroy a Patriot, because they know that real enemy could do some real damage to them. It's not going to fly a drone and defeat them in the drone warfare. They know that very, very well. So they're not going to build that system Mr. Lambo is describing, but it's a perfect system combined with the Gatling gun Vaughn is saying. But so yeah, that's just my comment to that. Now, Vaughn.
Yeah, I mean, like with what FCS is saying, I mean, and I'm not saying anything bad about it, what your idea is, Lambo, but basically, like, that's the wet dream of the MIC, is this new system within a system that they could add to. And I mean, again, like if you take sea drones, the easiest solution for sea drones for these small ships is to mount a bracket on the rail and put a PKM on there and add extra spotlights and then give the crew some extra training on a machine gun. That's the easiest, quickest thing to do, because that's really the best shot you got at doing it without spending a ton of money on, oh, I'm going to buy these new counter sea drones, you know, and all this shit. You just, you know, maybe put 8, 9, 10 PKMs around the railing on the boat. It's not like, I mean, think of it. That's a machine gun they probably got 1 million of. Probably got them laying around. You probably trip over one. So, you know, you just get them and you load them up on a boat and you put maybe a few hundred rounds with each gun or a few thousand rounds in a few boxes. And if they get an alert of drones coming in, a sea drone, they just run out on the deck and they have their machine gun teams out there. Maybe one guy runs the spotlight, one guy's helping them load, and the other guy's shooting at the drones. Like I said, even if it gets close, yeah, they might take some damage, but it's better than a direct hit. And it's the quickest, easiest thing to do, spotlights and machine guns.
Yeah, but you see, that is cheaper, but they go the expensive route because that's a too cheap a fix, and the MIC doesn't like cheap.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're right. I mean, my idea is easy and cheap, but they'd hate it. They want to go with Lambo's idea because it's expensive and they make a lot of money.
Yeah, but they already did that in the Second World War. They had all that threat of these carriers in Japan, all these planes, suicide planes. So, like, if you look at the Iowa-class battleships, the 4 that still exist, and you can still visit the United States, so I need to go to the United States to see one of the 4. But during the Second World War, they had, like, I don't know how many crew they had, but they added, like, 1/4 extra. Like, if they had already, I don't know how many crew they had. I think something like 3,000, and they added 1,000 extra crew just to use AA guns, just to shoot all these planes down. It was the fucking cheapest solution. Of course, they had their 5-inch guns, they had their little more guns, anti-air defense, but they added a bunch of new crew on these ships just to use machine guns or lower type of anti-air guns. They did it like that during Second World War. Why they just don't do it like now? That's something that I blame for the Russian Navy, that they know there is a problem. They know they can help it, but they just don't do it. For the Black Sea Fleet, for example. I already told that during a previous open mic. Their Gatling system that they have on the ships, they can't angle below 0 degrees. These are the old turtle-formed Gatling guns that the Russians have. But then you're looking at the more modern Atlantic Fleet, Baltic Fleet ships, or even the biggest Kirov class battle cruisers. They have new Gatling guns. It's like a Terminator. It's like 2 Gatling guns with also extra missiles, and they can angle very low, so they can hit very close to the ship if needed. The Black Sea Fleet is a less maintained fleet of the Russians. They have probably new ships, but they're not that modern compared to the other ships they have, and they didn't been upgraded for a long time. But they need to do it if they need.
Hey, Lambo,
solution.
Even if I had all those systems you just talked about, I'd still put a shitload of fucking PKMs on the railing.
Yeah, of course. You need to have a plan B, the plan C, the plan D, the plan, or even a metal net around the ship like they did in the Dreadnought era. You need to have Wayne for that. He can explain that. But they did that against torpedoes. But the problem is now the sea drones are basically more dangerous than torpedoes. They are they are not made from metal, so they are more difficult to track, and they can go the direction they want because you're piloted by a bloke after his little screen and his joysticks, so they can avoid things that the torpedo not really can do. So the solution is there, and I just don't understand why Russia doesn't do it. That's the thing. But we know about a lot of solutions that we can do, and like FCS say, yeah, it's all about the money. It's not taken out of money, so they don't do it. But actually, yeah, if you want to protect something, even cheap is good, you know. So yeah, I totally agree.
I just want to do some because I'm a mod in chat, and we got some NAFOs in there. I wanted to ask them because they seem to think that NATO can come and save these people. So let me ask you, if NATO itself said there is no ammunition within Europe itself to give to the Ukraine, what the hell is NATO going to use to fight with if it was ever allowed across the Atlantic and to be able to form up into its divisions? All the ammunition that was stockpiled there for them to fight with has already been given to Ukraine. So what are we going to fight with, quote unquote, if NATO ever made it there? Okay. And now for all you bitches, I got the mic. You don't, you idiots.
Well, yeah.
We have a little super chat we should hit real quick.
In defense of NATO, in defense of
I'm getting a bit tired here. Can I just throw in a question here? It pertains back to the Kinzhals and the AA. Because as far as I've gotten it, the Kinzhals are quite expensive and difficult to make. And the only reason that what really makes them worthwhile is like it's already been underscored. There's no way to really stop them. So here comes the question then, with the typical like Gatlings and whatever being the most cost effective and more likely to succeed if you have a good targeting, I guess the limitation then, wouldn't that be hypersonic projectiles? How difficult would that be to have to adapt an AA with specialized ammunition that would be able to take something like a Kinzhal? Like, is that even remotely conceivable or
impossible?
I think with a hypersonic, your best chance is to put as much buckshot, for lack of a better term, in front of it and hope it hits something. I mean, really, because you're not going to tag it from behind unless you're going to go out and spend money on a missile that goes faster than the hypersonic, which you don't even know how fast it goes.
But what if you use projectiles?
And you're not going to catch it from the side probably unless you fire like 3 hours ahead of time.
But how fast can you get a projectile? Like, can't you get a projectile faster than a missile?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you could theoretically do it, but I'm just saying, I mean, your best bet would be to hit it head on with some shrapnel, like they do with an air-to-air missile. And with that, it's so fast, you just have to keep throwing up shit and hope it hits something. It would run into something. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's going so fast with the plasma thing.
Yeah, you also have
they have an issue with there's a lot of debris that comes. They're friendly fires occurring with them as well. So, like, I mean, these buckshots, I can imagine them being good for smaller targets, but Kinzhals, as far as I get it, are quite sizable. And
well, what I'm saying is, it's almost like you almost have to get a lucky shot and maybe hit it with something that would damage it and cause it to fuck up.
Sure,
I mean,
I get it.
Honestly, hitting the damn thing and shooting it down, I don't even know if that's really a realistic possibility right now. I'm just talking about getting lucky, nicking the damn thing, and maybe causing enough damage to make it crash.
If I can frame the comparison, it will be kind of like, instead of throwing one dice where you have a high chance of maybe hitting it, it's in this case, because you don't have any good dice, you throw 100 and then hoping that one of them maybe hits.
Yeah.
First,
I would like to follow up. I would like to follow up on what Mehdi just said. It's not just equipment and ammunition which is lacking, but also manpower. Look at the UK. They are talking about mobilization or at least making a kind of conscription like before. French army can only send to Ukraine theoretically 15 to 20,000 troops, not more. I'm not even talking about Germany, the Bundeswehr. What is the Bundeswehr? What experience have they? Nothing.
Hey, I was going to ask Ariel.
I mean, look at countries like Denmark. They have sent all their artillery pieces. They promised their F-16, so they will be left with F-35 that still needs to come. With what a country like Denmark will fight with. And the Netherlands, they have sent all their M113 version. which is just an armored personal carrier, nothing more. Let's make a list of all NATO countries. The only country which can really fight is the United States.
Can they?
And in United States, you also have big issues with recruitment, with LGBTQ, the fuck. And we know that the US Army is an entity which is bogged down by corruption. Too much corruption from the high level military personnel to the politician, to the military industrial complex, to the banking system, it's corrupt. Where the fucking money goes? It's how much money is the US Army budget? 850 billion plus all the other side money. What NATO can do against Russia in Ukraine?
Nothing.
I'm not asking that as a pro-Russian. I'm not pro-Russian. I don't feel myself as being pro-Russian.
Yes, you are.
I'm just asking 5-year-old question.
Can I
and if
hop in
they
on
can't bring me answers that are based on facts, based on logic, then fuck off.
Yeah, so can I respond like a Belgium dude?
Can I hop in real quick?
The big Belgium
I
army.
want to help.
No,
Can I
I'm going
hop
to
in
respond to RL. Coping, otherwise, is going to be off topic with coping because I had an answer for topic. Like for RL, just to tell you how bad the NATO is. We, the Belgium, have a very big navy fleet with 2 frigates. And we send 50% of these frigates to the Red Sea, so 1. That frigate did some training before getting to the Red Sea. I had problems with the missile launch system, so it never reached the Red Sea. It's coming back to Belgium. Good story about that. So that is how fucked the NATO is, for example. And for coping about the Kinzhal is a semi-ballistic missile, hypersonic missile. So it does work like a ballistic missile, only it's changed trajectory. So that's a very big problem. You need to calculate the trajectory. With a normal ballistic missile, you can do that. And they are also theoretically hypersonic. But they can intercept them and they can shoot them down, like happened with Iran to Israel as a little example, that they are able to shoot down very, very, very fast missiles. A Kinzhal is another problem. The biggest problem for air defense for a Kinzhal is the spot and reaction time. So once you see it, you need to calculate where it is and shoot it down. Try to shoot it down. The time is so little that when you already calculate it, when you need to shoot it down, it's already there. That's a problem with hypersonic missiles. And the biggest problem is for the NATO countries, nobody has hypersonic missiles. So they can't calculate it by themselves, by testing it themselves. You need to have it at your own to be able to launch it, calculate everything, how it works for 100%, to be able to make an air defense system that can shoot it down. If you don't have it, you can't make it. So that's the biggest problem they have. And all that bullshit that Ukraine is telling that we shot down Kinzhals is the biggest bullshit on earth. They never shot one down. They even stated they weren't even capable to shoot down the KH-22 cruise missile. That cruise missile is going 4,000, 5,000 kilometers per hour. It's slower than a Kinzhal. That they say, okay, we didn't shoot, but Kinzhals we can. Yeah. Fuck. The reaction time is
Mr. Lambo,
before we move on too far, I want to not go off the subject of the counter drone warfare with the ships. I really wanted to jump in on that. And what I was going to say is that they, what the Russians are doing is exactly what has been discussed here in chat. Things that Vaughn was bringing up, that's exactly the approach they have. So what they're doing is they fired, I think, the admiral that was in charge of that fleet, and they're putting, they're mounting a lot of the KPV Vladimirov, heavy machine gun with a massive 14.5 millimeter round, which is really great for shooting things that are specifically like drones, because it has a very good, very flat trajectory. It's a bullet that flies very, that was designed for these kinds of issues, for AA and counter armor, and that's what they're doing. They're mounting spotlights. They're mounting dozens of these KPV machine guns. So that's the plan. Plan is to
you're fixing it.
Low tech. The low tech approach is kind of the next step. So we'll see how effective that is. That's all I wanted to say. I'm really sorry.
So they're actually, you have sources that say that they are fixing finally that problem after firing.
That's what they're doing.
Okay, that's good. I hope it happens one day.
Sorry,
Mr.
go ahead.
One thing,
My bad.
Mr. Lamb, one thing you forgot. NATO is a defense alliance, but guess what? They have fuck all to defend. They don't know how to make things to defend themselves. Everything they build is to attack.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they've been everywhere. No one has ever attacked NATO. NATO been involved in a lot of war, and they are the one making the attacks. Now they find someone who can defend and can attack. And can attack fast, really, really, really fast. This is one of the things these people are really scared, especially of France. France is really scared for the Russia at the moment, because they know all this propaganda comes after they finish with Ukraine, and they're gonna go straight to NATO's country. They know if that is true, the first country they're gonna attack is Germany, UK, and France. And countries like Poland, Estonia is gonna be like, wow, if they can do this to this big country, what about us? This is where NATO is gonna be found out. Okay, Vaughn, go.
Oh, I was just gonna say, with the oh shit, that's been so damn long.
Kinzo, air defense, ships.
No.
Spotlights.
Fish and chips.
Ukrainian chicks. Oh, no, that's too long ago.
Panini.
Oh, I was gonna ask RL. There's reports that the first French troops have arrived in Odessa. Have you heard anything about that? Like the type of troops? I look like just trucks. I couldn't really see anything on them. Maybe some APC or some kind of vehicle of some kind. I don't know.
No news in mainstream media. They don't talk about it at all.
Okay. Well, and it's just a video showing these trucks. I mean, I guess they're French trucks or French people in Odessa, which I don't know. I mean, I don't really see why Russia would let that stand or allow it, really.
French Renaults, French truck Renaults, like your Dacia RL, but less cheaper.
Less cheaper, I don't know, maybe.
The old molds, Dacia's made the old molds, but it's not no, it's French, yeah, but
For me, blade springs.
Yeah.
But for me, I don't think the French troops are there. Like usually, the most sensational stuff tends to be fake in this war.
All you need is
Usually.
500 French mercenaries in the truck. You have the French troops over there. You can easily fake that. You have a bunch of French guys, French mercenaries sitting in the truck and speaking French. Oh, the French military is here. I don't think there's.
To find the French is not difficult. You just need to find in Ukraine a truck full of wine. Just follow that truck.
Is that
That's not that's really not a joke, because like in the First World War, keep the morale of the military high. these soldiers in the trenches were always drunk. French got French wine, and the Germans got schnapps. So actually, they were like drinking, shooting to each other from the trenches. They had tons and tons of wine. I am not going to be, I'm not going to be looking strange if we're going to see in Ukraine a truck shot down by the Russians that was transporting some Bordeaux wine.
But what I guess
that was a famous quote from World War I, where it was like, when the mice smell cheese and rum, they panic because they know that death is to come, something like that.
Yeah.
To raise the morale before everybody gets slaughtered.
Exactly.
But on a sincere note, let's say the French really sends, let's say, 1,000 troops or 2,000 troops, then these are all French citizens, right? Then they're going to have family. How easy or how hard is France going to hide this information? Because the family will be asking, right?
Yeah.
No,
but they already
don't
know
think
what
you can
to say.
easily hide. No, telling 2,000 troops
they
to not
won't.
tell your family you're going to
Natural
Ukraine.
cause. They died
won't
by
ask.
natural cause.
Hey, don't
They
forget.
won't ask because those guys are from a foreign legion.
Yeah, la Légion étrangère.
They signed to die. They signed to be sent in the front line. They signed for that. It's the purpose of the foreign legion, by the way.
And 99% of them are not even French.
I was about to say that.
On paper, yes, but
yeah, but I mean born in France.
Yeah, and they don't have real families anymore, most of them.
Yeah.
At least not in France.
No.
There's a lot of.
And when you had a colonel or a general of French army who died in Ukraine, they just pull the news that that colonel or that general just got an accident in the Pyrenean mountain or something, or in a crash of a plane.
Yeah, or talk about an avalanche. Yeah, exactly.
I think this is a great discussion, because what happens when the when families start complaining or researching in where their loved ones really died, and they find out that they were sheep dipped and sent over to Ukraine. Now the French Foreign Legion is allied to the French army, but it's not part of the French army, correct? So it can be separated in a way, well, legalese, I guess, splitting hairs, that it's not actually the French, but it's a foreign for hire group. Is there a distinction that allows for that? You know what I mean? Is there? Did they send anybody from the actual French army?
The only difference between Foreign Legion and regular French army is to which the soldier is pledging his allegiance. In the French army, they are pledging their allegiance to the nation, to France, etc. Not in Foreign Legion. They are pledging their allegiance to the Foreign Legion. Yeah.
Again, just to answer a question, I think the Mali or the Mali or the Burkina Faso leader and Guinea leaders, they're all in the France Foreign Legion. So don't be surprised. You walk out when you see a bunch of African guys in the French military uniform in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Some of the French say that what? You don't look French. Well, yeah.
Bonjour, nous sommes des Français.
That's one of the biggest problem in Africa. A lot of French army in Africa, they are African, and they are to fight Africans, but on France side.
Yeah, I mean, in the United States, as far as U.S. military personnel dying in Ukraine, I mean, they would cover it up with accidents or training accidents. And as far as the families speaking out, I mean, you've got insurance payouts involved, maybe additional cash payouts involved.
Yeah.
They might be told they have to sign an NDA to get the money, which they might not argue about, if they were told their husband died and is a hero, blah, 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 or, as long, wouldn't be unheard of for them to pay people to shut up or flat out intimidate them. Like if you speak, the money stops. You don't get your insurance money. I mean, and the thing is there's a lot of little technicalities in there that they could pull out of their ass to try and do shit. So with the American people, it would probably just be a matter of that. You know, they sign NDAs and they don't get paid if they talk. So the family shuts up because they got to pay the mortgage and the bills. Dad's dead.
Yeah.
You know, kids got to go to the dentist.
Someone said that.
That's probably what's going on here.
To one point.
Someone said that
during the ambush a few years ago, there's an ambush that happened on a bunch of US Marines, either in Chad or Niger. After that incident, there was a bunch of surprising US military accidents all around the world. Either this helicopter had this incident or this.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, we were speculating about that. I mean, think about it. You hear about an Osprey crash. Here's an idea I had. You know, when I was in my guard unit, it was an aviation unit, and every month we got like a white paper on all the aviation accidents and the information they had available. But we were kind of thinking, like, you know, what if an Osprey crashes and, you know, there was really only 3 guys on it, but they say there was 20 because they got to put some Ukraine casualties on it. Now, these informational things we get every month, you know, they're real detailed breakdowns of these aviation accidents that involve injuries and fatalities or loss of an aircraft. And I would wondered if that would be a place to look to find the truth of what was really happening, because those are factual reports on the incident. So if there was only 3 guys on the aircraft in that report, it might state that. Whereas in the news story that you might think, oh, I remember an Osprey crashing, and that's the one they said 20 guys died on. But if you're inside the Army and you get the brief, you know, not that people be like trying to figure it out. I'm just saying, I just popped in my head. It might actually have the actual body count or injury count in the report, and it wouldn't jive with what they released to the media. But I mean, obviously that's what they would do here. They would just hide it in training accidents or mishaps. I mean, like you're saying, there's been random crashes in the desert, aircraft lost at sea. You know, they can
like trying to casualty launder. They're laundering their casualties through.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they are.
I mean, that's I definitely, I always pay attention to, especially these Osprey crashes, because the Osprey is like, they're not going to get rid of the Osprey. The point of the Osprey is to do island hopping. You know, it's what it's designed to do. They're not going to, you know.
The thing is you'd have to be service specific. So if you want to hide Marine casualties, you've got to use like the Osprey. You couldn't hide Army casualties with an Osprey crash. So you'd want to have a Black Hawk crash for the Army, maybe an Osprey or a CH-46 for the Marines, you know, a Chinook for the Army, you know, a C-130 for the Air Force. I mean, it would have to be specific, you know, to really try to launder the casualties. Because if you say, oh, there was 29 Army guys that died on a Osprey, a lot of guys in the military are going to be like, what the fuck were 20 Army guys doing on the Osprey? You know, it's just not something that's common. It would stand out.
Yeah, exactly. What I was putting that in chat is like you'd have a crew there, and then you got this one guy that's totally detached from, not even involved with the unit, totally detached, stationed fucking somewhere in Guam or something like that, but yet he happened to die in this Osprey crash right here. And there's a good way to just get rid of somebody from the paperwork, like Vaughn said. Who knows? And actually, somebody was bringing up the Osprey itself is a known fucking nightmare and death trap. I would never want to be on one of them. Never.
Well, that's what I was trying to talk about, is that the Osprey has this notorious reputation that everybody knows.
Yeah, I mean, if you hear about Osprey crashing, you just be like, yeah, whatever, that's nothing new.
Yeah, and the thing about the Osprey is that it's not like, oh, it's not like, oh, there's going to be so much public outcry and they're going to get rid of the Osprey, because the Osprey is, you know, it's part of our plan for going to war with China if we have to do that, etc. So they're not going to get rid of it, and it has a reputation for you know, killing service people. So it's a great way to launder casualties. I like the new term we've invented here.
Casualty laundering.
Okay, let's talk about who's gay. Why you gay?
Oh, Macron is gay.
Oh, about Macron is even worse, but I'm not entering there.
Well, speaking of, I was just on the subject of
just to mention that the war in Ukraine is entering its third year.
Yeah. Before we move on too far,
why not talking about the 20 years long conflict in Afghanistan? 2 years, 3 years is nothing. Yeah. Just look at what the Americans have done in Afghanistan after 20 years against ragtag, flip-flop, barefooted Talibans.
All right, RL. Before we move on,
and as soon as Uncle Sam, and as soon as Uncle Sam decided to get out of that place, all the other NATO countries, all of them, plus Australia, plus other non per se NATO members, couldn't stay because there are nobody. There are just nobody.
Is it true that
hey Jeffrey, are you Jeffrey Epstein, the pedophile that didn't really suicide himself?
Is it true that American left Afghanistan without tell other people that we are leaving? They just woke up and the America are going, and they're like, "What about us?" Is it true, Vaughn?
I think that it was. I think that it was. What happened was they already planned to leave Afghanistan. There was already they already made a deal with the Taliban about the timeline, and Biden came in so that they wouldn't leave on Trump's timeline. Biden came in and he had his own timeline, so he leaves at a time when the people weren't expecting, and so it ended up being like drop everything and run, and a bunch of equipment got left behind and all this stuff. It was like there was politics involved with the disastrous pullout from Afghanistan. Go ahead, Maddie. You're muted, Maddie. Nobody can hear you right now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, great point, because there is something known as NEOs, and they're orders that are set up for withdrawal from leaving a base or whatever, and it makes it so that you get the civilian population out first. Those that you've attached to you that would be in danger because they still lived in the area, they would get cleared out, and the last thing that would go would be the military just withdrawing behind it. The NEOs were already in place in the Trump administration. They were going to get exercised, but fucking Biden administration turn it into a political thing, like, hey, look at us, we got everybody out of Afghanistan, we won, woohoo, stuff like that, and it turned up blowing up in their face by the way they did it. It was all politics. I will never forgive the Biden administration and the fucking people attached to it for the bloodbath they have caused.
Come on, Mehdi.
Well, actually, 2004.
Uncle Joe is a good guy.
Come on, man.
One war.
Speaking of U.S. aircraft that are having issues with crashing and everything, have you guys seen the news about Boeing? So there's another whistleblower. A new whistleblower came out, and after the other one mysteriously suicided himself in the Boeing parking lot, and this new guy, I was listening to like part of his deposition. He was talking about the immense quality control issues and the effects that it's going to have on not just the reliability of the planes in the short term, but the lifespan of the planes in the long term. He was discussing things like tolerances are way out of line, to the point where he dubbed it the Tarzan effect. He said that people, in order to get panels to fit together, they were doing things like lubricating different panels and then jumping on top of them so that they could kind of like, you know, like use excessive force to be able to make it look like there aren't the gaps that there are. And he's like, these gaps are still there. There's debris that winds up in these gaps. That it was like 80% of the gaps that he like examined had debris that would have definitely resulted in much shortened lifespans of this aircraft. So there's I don't know what's going on with our aircraft industry. Please go ahead, Maddie.
Back in the day when I worked in the MIC in a machine shop, one of the things that we had to go through was ISO compliance, which is like all your data, all the tolerances you're supposed to be running are running compliant. You had to be audited every year, and they went through all your paperwork. Of course, it was just rules and regulations, just somebody a job someplace else in the government. But you had tolerances that you had to keep within, you know, for like aviation and stuff. They could be plus or minus less than a five-thousandths of an inch, or even less to like the 10,000ths of an inch. So, you know, things like that you had to keep. You know, and if you're jumping up on top of trying to force things to fit that are not within the tolerances they're supposed to be, it's not gonna work. And I can just only imagine what a shit show that place must be right now. And if they're anywhere near compliant like we had to be back in the day, I just can't. That's just amazing to me.
Yeah, I was shocked. I was shocked to read that. And I mean, we're not gonna know about what happened to the original Boeing whistleblower who had he did his first deposition. He had 2 more days of deposition before he, you know, really just must have really just the depression struck, you know, right in the parking lot. But it's still coming out. It's still leaking out. And this guy was talking about the fact that they silenced him. He had even received a death threat from a higher up. So they'd even used death threats against their own. I mean, that's his job description, is to go around and let the management know, hey, things are not in compliance, things are not within tolerance, whatever it is, right? That's his job. And he's like, they started moving him around from like the 787 to the 777 program. And everywhere that he went, he kept finding these issues. And that's when he, one of his somebody from management was like, man, if I wasn't, like if I was one of those people, I would have killed you for what you said in front of the panel. So it's I don't know what's going on there, but it's definitely a freaking all hands on board to avert public relations disaster. Go ahead, RL.
The most surprising thing with the first whistleblower is the time for the police to conclude that he suicided himself. It was so fast. They already came up with a conclusion. Incredible. That shows you how US system is totally corrupt.
I love the way these people
totally rotten.
The other thing too, to be fair,
you know what?
To be fair to like Boeing,
General Dynamics also.
A lot of these issues might be related to the airline maintenance. And you got to figure they're the ones doing a lot of the DEI hiring.
Yeah, at least the blowers, I don't know. That second guy, maybe he's not the guy that got fired and he just want to take revenge and talk bullshit. Never know. You know, from that door that flew off that plane, the last big major thing, it was also because these parts were built in external other factory, another plant of Boeing, so from an external company. And then things can happen very wrong.
I want to explain that. I want to explain that actually, because this is also affecting General Dynamics that makes the Boeing engines.
Yeah.
And they're made in New Hampshire. My sister almost married a guy that works on that factory, and they've been hung up for a while just for the commercial airline part of it. And from what I heard, that is also a shit show. There's a lot of shit happening in our aviation industry that we're just not being told. And but a lot of it is because, like Boeing, like that whistleblower goes out. You know, my sister just flew on one of them. I don't know which, but would you want your family up there knowing they're jumping up and down trying to get this thing to fit together when they're made for specific tolerances to fit together so they don't structurally bend and flex and shit like that when they don't meet up correctly? You know, knowing this shit, I don't want anybody flying on the damn things.
No, but that are stories for me as bullshit. If you know how metal is made, and these days laser cut it and the millimeter precise of nanomillimeter precision cutting to ensemble a thing is like a giant puzzle of a giant, do you call that a maquette, or I don't know, a scale model that you need to put together. Every fucking part is calculated by a computer. Every part is made with a computerized cutting system. The people are going to tell me now, in 2024, you're jumping on the wing to put two panels together because it otherwise don't fit. I don't believe it.
Well, what you're talking about are the same things that happen. This is what I want to explain, though. There's a tolerance that's involved here because you have tool wear that gets involved. And if the tolerance is you're running low, the other one's running high. Now you got a bigger space than you thought that is out of tolerance. So these tolerances have to be kept so that they still meet up, even though maybe they're not done perfectly. If you're jumping up and down trying to fit metal to metal together,
it's going to be the opposite.
You know, I
can
ran
give you the best example ever, and that is not
controlled. I ran the lathes that did these things, dude. I understand what you're talking about.
No, listen, Eddie. I can give you the best example, and that's molding. The best example, and this I can prove it on YouTube. Top Gear did it. They tested in a Lada. Lada made the same cars for years and years and years, and they used exactly the same molds for years and years and years and years. If you look at your car, the panels on your car, you have little gaps to fit to each other. You have little gaps always. And a Lada, you take a Lada that's 20 years old, and you take a Lada. It was filmed a few years ago. I don't even know if they still make that model. But the thing was, if you take the exactly same type of car, so I just take, for example, the Niva, take another Niva for 20 years old and another Niva made 20 years after, the gap on the panels that was and 20 years ago like that, and on the exactly new car, the gaps were that. Why? Because Lada never changed their molding, their panel molding. They never change it. A panel molding is going to take some friction in the years. So the molding is going to get bigger and bigger in size. So what's going to happen? Your panel is going to be shorter or bigger. So that's why I'm saying if you have like a wear and a tooling, your wear and a tooling going to create that the gap is not going to be closer, but larger. That's what I am also saying about these panels. Even is that the panel that is being made in a mold and they don't maintain that mold, you're never going to need to jump on it. You're just going to even fit it easier, because that the mold had some slides. I don't know what I'm going to say in English. It has
Mr. Lambo, it goes both ways. It's something that has to be within tolerance. It can't be shorter or longer. So if the panels are too long or too big, and you got to jump to fit them in, or if there's something else in this puzzle, as you put it, or this model, it doesn't fit just right, and then you're gonna run into this issue way down the line of the body of the aircraft, then you're going to have to, just like you were talking, maybe, I don't know what the issue is. Maybe the issue is a lack of training. Maybe the issue is the fact that they're not changing the molds or something like that. I don't know about these issues, but I'm telling you that what the whistleblower was saying, that the things are way out of tolerance to the point where 80% of the gaps had debris that would dramatically shorten the lifespan of the aircraft. Wyatt shared a link for this story. So anybody can check it out.
That whistleblower, why? There's also something I always ask myself. That whistleblower, why justice come now with that story and not when the problem was big?
He was coming out when this problem was big. This has been an issue. So that's part of what he was discussing.
Did he take outside with it or not?
For years, he'd been the guy before him that is no longer alive. That guy was more outspoken. This dude was trying to work from within the company to get this issue addressed. And what they were doing is they were telling him to shut up. So yeah, definitely read that story. They were shutting him up. There were death threats that he received. And there were just some of the things that he outlines that he witnessed. I mean, I've worked in manufacturing, but nothing ever as high end as aircraft, where the tolerances would have to be so precise that so many people's lives are at stake. So this is it was quite shocking what I read, and like we said last open mic, I don't want to take a vacation. My vacation plans change. You know what? I'll take a freaking train if I have to.
Yeah, I installed.
That's what I meant by ISO compliant, because it makes sure that wherever that's being manufactured, those specific tolerances are being met, so that whenever they're put together to maintain the structural frame that the engineers actually intended to them. If they're not fitting correctly, then there's probably going to be some issue with flex or whatever at the joints. I don't know that part of it, but what I know is that if you're running out of tolerance, that means that shit's not fitting right. That means it's not structurally sound.
Yeah, that's just the thing. I just don't understand that things like that can happen, because I installed CNC machines, laser cut machines for the aeronautic industry. And here in Belgium, not far away of where I'm living, we have a factory that's making like the blades for the engines. The little blades, fucking expensive machines. I installed them. We transport them. I installed them. I had explanation. I saw them working. I talked with these guys. So they working in nanomillimeter precision, things like that. And so I saw a lot of industry and metal things, and also in the heavy, expensive industry. So I just don't get these stories that it's able to happen,
No.
Yeah, definitely read up on it, Mr. Lambo. I highly recommend.
Just one second. I ran those machines. They're all Fanuc-controlled machines. You probably read it right there on the computer panel. They run M and G code. I wrote the fucking programs for the goddamn things and had to prove them out once you guys and the riggers got them set in. So I know what I'm talking about when I talk about ISO compliant. If you are out of that, because parts are being made all over the United States, wherever they come from, when they get put together, if you are not maintaining your tolerances and say another guy down the chain is not as well, you have structural problems because things are not fitting correctly. So if you're jumping up and down and forcing things together, it's like trying to force a square into a round hole peg, or vice versa. You know what I mean? It's just
I totally understand you. I just don't get that things like that can happen. That's not followed. Right. You're able to make this type of
I think that there's two things that I would focus on in terms of your question, Mr. Lambo, as to how could something like this happen. I think number one, that the first thing I would be paying attention to is there's a lot of sensitive timeline stuff here, right? Like people have orders for these aircraft. You got to get your part done so that somebody else can get their parts done so that the aircraft can be built. So there's people that are operating. So it cuts into your profits if you got to go redo this part, if you got to go get more space, whatever aluminum, in order for you to actually make sure that it's within the tolerance, in order for you to actually have the training necessary in order to make sure that people can actually operate these machines. So there's number one, it cuts into the profits on that, on the timeline, and number two, it cuts into the profits on materials. So you got to rebuild something and you already have a bunch of stuff. Go ahead, Mehdi.
This is what they call, when we shifted in the 90s, this is what happened, is why we lost our military industrial capacity. We went to JIT manufacturing theory, which is just in time. It means that you don't hold inventories anymore. You get the part just before you're about to machine it, and once you get it, the other side of it, wherever it's going, is waiting for that part, wherever it is. Nobody builds up an inventory. That's the problem. Once you get severed from anywhere during that process, once it's severed, you're fucked, because you don't have any backup to continue the process of manufacturing until that gets sorted out. You gotta wait. You got it all stacked up, and you can't get it anywhere. And what happens if we get cut off from China? With most of the parts that we need, and some of the shit that we need actually goes into our military equipment. What happens? We're going to
the just-in-time thing also.
Yeah, one thing that I noticed when I was in the States working for a company that work in the same industry is the refusal to hire capable and qualified people in certain positions, and this is coming down the chain because, as you say, trying to face some quotas or trying to face some kind of checkbox, they'll put somebody in. Once somebody in the chain fucked up, it goes down. Sometimes all this issue could just be one different group that's just fucking up the whole precision. And once you're up at 13 millimeters, it threw up the whole freaking QA. So again, try not to override that checkbox they have. They may just overlooked it, and now look what they have. You have a whole fucked up system, and to fix it, because once you miss that initial fault line, it just go down the chain line. It just go down the whole line. But how what Mr. Lambo saying, sir, how is this possible? The U.S. Industry, the few that I worked on when I was over there, and what I noticed from them is it is very much easy, very possible. They're no longer building things like they had the Made in America logos. They begin to have all these little criteria you have to meet. It's no longer based on that anymore. It's how fast they can get it out and how far they can turn over profit and be at the door. They're trying to build like China, but maintain the prestigious name they always had, which does not match. China build things that can break down in tomorrow morning, and they want to build at that same speed, but also build something that will last 10, 20 years. That's the issue they're having currently in the States. And Boeing keep competing against nobody, basically. And out of this rush, we have the latest one. We have the latest one. They keep producing so many junk, and now they have so many latest junk in the market. And for me, that I fly so often in those freaking planes. Every time I watch my ticket and it's a Boeing something, I'm like, oh shit! I hope I reach my destination, because it's fucking crazy. You don't think about it, but of course, since planes is way safer in traveling, of course you take those risks. But whenever you enter a Boeing aircraft, that crossed my mind. Like, I hope this isn't a plane that failed QA that failed some audit. So yeah, that's
just keep your seatbelt on. If a panel blow out and you keep your seatbelt on, you're going to be stuck outside. So that's a safe thing that you can do.
Really quickly, before we start doing closing, I want to just really Maddie's gone now, unfortunately, but I really just wanted to say that I think that he's spot on, that it has a lot to do with his just-in-time manufacturing, and we can see that this issue is affecting not just our civilian aircraft industry, right? This issue is notoriously affected, for example, Javelin production, where they have to pull out old retirees, 70-something-year-old dudes, in order for them to teach the young people how to do it, because they can't 3D print their way out of a lot of these issues, And there was, I think it was Jake Sullivan last year. He had this exact speech where he was talking about, the system for the way we have our supply lines is great, but now we're in a situation where a lot of these supply lines, they're not fully under U.S. control. That means quality control and all this other stuff, to a large extent, is outsourced. There's a lot that I think there's a lot of truth to that. Go ahead, RL.
It's all about profit, making more profit. That's why you got that stretch supply lines, no more inventory. It's for profit, making way more profit than before. And for that, it's not just the policy of not having any more stocks, spare parts, but also the people working, the maintenance intervals. Because Mr. Lambo, you're talking about lasers cutting a sheet of blades. Yes, but more precise are the machines, and more maintenance it needs. And more maintenance equals more cost. And those maintenance for very high-end machines requires very high-skilled maintenance technicians. And the main issue for Boeing is not just the parts they receive that are not good, but also the assemblies. People who are assembling those different parts who seems to not have the proper qualification for it. And that's also a matter of cutting cost, making more profit, coupled with policies for integrating more diverse people or whatever, I don't know what. So they are hiring people because of their sexual orientation, because of their skin color, because of their origin, because they are living in the hood, and not because they are suitable for the job, not because they got the qualification required for the job. And that's what you see, not just in Boeing, but in most of industries in United States. A drop of level, driven by profit, making more profit. And if some of your supply chains is not in United States, but I don't know, in China, in Vietnam, in Indonesia, in whatever place, it's a matter of cost to make more profit. Here is your answer.
Yeah,
and that's the result you see with Boeing.
I can also give an example for a manufacturer I know where I installed machines, and he bought Chinese machines because it was fucking cheap. I could make the same thing, but the quality is much less compared to a German or an Italian manufacturer of the same type of machine. So after he said, okay, I saved a lot of costs with that Chinese machine. I could make a lot of profits. After a while, he also had a big problem that his machines falling down apart or broken down very much faster, and having replacing parts are more difficult to find. So he started to buy, I think it was a German or Italian machine, I don't care, again, to solve that problem. Because one, the service is better to repair that machine. It was a CNC machine, so and also a plate bent machine. If you just look at the quality of steel, and I am a crane operator, and I just look at the Chinese brands, how fast they break down, start to rust compared to the German-made machines. I working personally with a German-made machine. Liebherr is called. Liebherr also makes landing gears for Airbus, for planes. They are very good in quality. The steel quality, the German steel quality is much higher. The Krupp steel is much higher than compared to Chinese quality. So you can say we're going to try to make profit by buying a cheaper machine, because it makes difference in price, and the difference is huge. You can speak by 4 by 5 times. And we are speaking about a machine that is minimum in Chinese dollar, in Chinese market in dollars, $1 million, and the German machine is going to cost for exactly the same machine $5 million. All these things of quality of that machine itself, even like you said for precision, but if it's going to run off a little bit, you're going to be less precise for the exactly same thing you need to build. It's much different. It's I just take the example with Lada again, with that molding system. The molding technology that they're using, if you just compare to Lego or even other car manufacturer like Volkswagen, these molds are always precise because they're being controlled, they be refit. You're never going to have this gap difference and a Volkswagen compared to a Lada. So it all makes about, like you say, maintenance, quality of your products, quality of your machinery, and a big problem now because the cost. A lot of companies decided to buy Chinese as not really a good idea. At certain brands, because they're going to buy. I just give a fucking stupid example. They're going to buy on AliExpress. They don't know what they're buying. They just order it. Oh, it's the same machine I need. I'm going to order it, but they don't know what they ordered. I don't know if you once bought a 3D printer on AliExpress. You just
sounds like my wife.
Yeah, but it's that 3D printer going to buy on AliExpress is going to be bullshit compared to a 3D printer of Siemens or something like that. It makes a bigger difference. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, industrial supply chains, well understood problems, right? Obviously, if your purchasing agent is going to AliExpress instead of to peer reviews of serious stuff, then you're going to have major problems.
Yeah.
So shall we do closing? Because it's 5 hours plus, and I'm pretty much at my limits. My brain is like, it's getting mushy.
Let's do closing.
Who want to go first?
Let's do 7 hours.
Oh, FCS. Okay, FCS. Okay, yeah. FCS, you go first.
All right, man. Hey, again, as always, nice to meet you guys from all around the world. Sometime I'm actually in the works of going to Wyatt's country pretty soon. Some process coming up. Anyway, if that ever happens, maybe I'll reach out first. Till then, again, tell Australia not to find Twitter $750,000 for everyday violations. Let free speech reign. They've already censored YouTube. They've already censored Facebook. They should not censor Facebook. You either believe in democracy or you don't. You can pick and choose. If the Chinese was to censor Twitter, breaking news, China want to find Twitter $750,000 for not taking down a free speech. But till then, let the people wins. Bye-bye, folks.
Thank you, FCS. Lance, you didn't talk all the way. You just listening. The closing.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I just sat here and listened to people, I guess. So every time I thought of a question in my head, somebody already answered it. So anyway, thanks. It's a cool panel. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. We'll see you later.
Thank you, Lance. Lance, I sent you the email already to join the open mic.
Yeah, I saw
launch.
that. Yep, I
Cool.
did. I saw that.
Join it.
So,
all right. Voz,
thank
closing.
you.
Okay, Slava Ukraine.
Huh? That's all?
No. It was a good open mic, I wanted Vaughn to talk more about the thing he had about F-35 being shot down by the Russians in Iran or something, I really wanted to know what happened. And it's good to see Mr. Lambo, the French guy from Belgium.
Not French.
Yeah,
The
that's
British
all.
guy call you the French guy. He's British. He's British.
I'm not fucking British. We'll never be one. Yeah, okay. I'm done.
Okay, Mr. Lambo.
Yeah, I'm also happy to see MC Voz again. Wiki, BBC. Yeah. And his camouflage suit, you just even see him in his studio. Yeah, good DJ. I like your music. I don't know when it was on the voice chat you showed a little bit. You need to do that more. Make little techno concerts for us. You're like the BBC version of our very famous techno legends in Belgium, because you're a techno country. No, we have Charlotte de Wette. She's pretty and she's very good. She's putting the old style techno back into this era of music, so it's very cool. Now, Ukraine, you see the plane above me. That's going to be the joke with the F-16s. I keep saying that. F-16 is going to be a joke, not going to make a difference. Even the 16 billion that they're going to get is not going to make a difference. Just imagine one Patriot system is costing more than 1 billion. So you're going to empty your money very fast. You know, it's sad, actually. I was more hoping the United States is going to say, no, we need to speak. We need to stop that war. No, we're going to finance that war more because it's earning us money for the economics. It's fucking sad that money is more important than lives, you know. That's fucking sad, and it just need to stop. You're watching every day new footages how Russia is eating Ukrainians. Of course, pro-Ukrainian sides are always going to say only the good things that happened, but the Ukrainians are able to do lying so hard to their own population. I already told that 2 days ago to some friends. You know, Zelensky said one time there were like 180,000 dead Russians and 31,000 dead Ukrainians. And I said, you need to reverse it and multiply it by 3. And maybe we're going to speak in a more accurate number. It's fucking nuts. And speaking about French VOS, if you're just watching the news channel LCI, I don't know if you can see it from United Kingdom.
Yes, I can.
That is a so fucking propaganda big news channel, and it's just RL can confirm it. It's become sick of it. I just don't even try to watch anything about that channel anymore. It's fucking crazy. But I am happy that DPA exists, that other channels exist, that are not specifically pro-Ukrainian, but more like neutral. I'm going to give credits to Willy OIM, really fighting for cancer, that Australian bloke. I love him. He's opening his minds, and he's using very famous, very good sentences like, if I don't see proof, I'm not going to believe it. It's like these Ukrainian strikes on the Russian airfield. Yeah, we destroyed a lot of... Yeah, okay, we saw one thing, and that's it. Speaking about we shot down more than 120 Russian planes, fuck you. Nothing happened. That Tupolev F-22 that crashed, I'm never going to believe an S-200 missile is going to hit that plane 300 kilometers further away. If you know that the maximum range of that missile is 300 kilometers, just fucking lying for their own propaganda. And his reactions of his channels, the guy always saying, yeah, you need to stop to say that. If you don't see proof, you're not. No, because they do that for the morale of the citizens. They're lying for the morale of the citizens. Stop doing that for the morale for the citizens. You need to tell the truth. There's a YouTube channel that's called We Tell the Truth, something like that. And they're just telling bullshit. The title, the name of the channel is just a fucking lie already. And it's telling the truth. That is the fucking name of that channel. Telling the truth. Stop doing that. You know, it's crazy. Now, the people need to know the truth. DPA helping in that. We helping in that. We are analyzing everything. We don't know everything, but we are seeing a lot. We're seeing almost everything. And that is something, yeah. You don't need to believe us, but yeah, we're seeing things you don't see. So yeah, so good. I'm not going to do that all the time again. The 5 hours completely. Yeah, but I was happy to do it today. But yeah, always nice to speak with you guys, and see you later.
Thank you, Mr. Lambo. Just how I talk about the tell the truth, but it's totally not true. It's like, you know, defense politics Asia, but there's no Asia. We are always talking about Ukraine.
Yeah. How dare you?
Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it was a good open mic. I liked it, even if I was bitchy. Always like seeing the new faces. You know, please like, subscribe, and share. You know, we try to give you good analysis and good summaries, good opinion, and even good discussion, even if it gets crazy. I guess with the fall of Berdici, more than likely several M1s would be in at least Russian-controlled territory. I'm not really sure what happened to them all because they've all been, damaged or destroyed, and it looks like they've all been further destroyed by later on hits. So, and I would assume if the Russians got their hands on one, they'd be bragging about it and showing it. And then I can't really say that the Ukrainians recovered them because it seems like they tried that once and got hammered pretty hard. So I guess we'll wait and see what happens there. Then you've got the massive offensive that's not an offensive, that's just a pressure campaign. Just wait and see what happens. I think as the ground dries out and the summer comes, we're going to see a lot of action in central Ukraine. And it's a good show, good week. Y'all take care and have a good week.
Thank you, Vaughn. Craig, closing.
Yeah, I think I agree. The dry season is going to be active in Ukraine, and there's not much to say now based upon what we're going to see then. On the free expression, freedom of the press issue, I'm going to point out that there's actually active talk about Julian Assange being pardoned or plea bargained, which that would have a pretty major effect on press freedom in the world if that actually occurred. You remember when Trump wanted to do it, he was intimidated out of doing it by the Republican Party that said they would back his impeachment if he did it. So if that can be achieved now, I mean, Biden kind of has to do something to get Gen Z back, then that, I think that's a positive step on press and expression freedom. Remember that when Assange first sought asylum in the Ecuadorian embassy in London, embassy being sacrosanct was very important to his life being protected. And so Israel striking an embassy of Iran's, and then subsequently Ecuador raiding a Mexican embassy, and also in Africa, the Ugandan president closed the US embassy over something silly like flying a LGBT flag or something. So like we are seeing active disrespect right now for embassy grounds and neutrality. And I just wanted to point out that without that sanctuary tradition, Julian Assange would have been basically thrown into a CIA hole a very long time ago. So if you want press freedom and free expression to continue at all, then get on the Assange case. If you're American, push for that pardon or release, and recognize that without embassy sanctuary and traditions like that, we really wouldn't have very much of that kind of freedom or multilateral ability, or even the ability to talk peace. So all that is important issues, and I'm glad people raised it, including in the super chat, free expression problems. Relating to Africa, we guys were on for about an hour about Africa, and I never actually heard why Rwanda and Uganda were Congo's biggest problem. Nobody else mentioned what was going on in Uganda. Nobody mentioned the South African elections or the offer that the United States made to Angola to neutrally rebuild its rail lines without taking any preference or any pound of flesh for it, so that they could openly sell to anybody, including China and Russia. If that is in fact a strings-free offer to take over something that Chinese are no longer doing, then that would actually be great. That would be like a total change of tone for America in Africa, and it would be a shift off of the colonial powers' behavior in Africa. And maybe the U.S. has to
We're gonna talk about it.
start doing that. Well, if you want to come back on and answer that specific question, Boz, I'd be thrilled, but let me finish my closing first. I wanted to mention also in South Africa, since we got into it quite a bit, there is a party called the EFF, Economic Freedom Fighters, under Julius Malema, and their platform is a wide open Pan-Africanism. They want build, operate, and transfer projects like Chinese rail to go all the way from South Africa to Djibouti, up on the Horn of Africa, and all the way to Nigeria. And they actually want to open up the borders to at least the neighboring countries and allow Black Americans to come in and have South African passports. So a very aggressive Pan-Africa agenda. Where they're going to run into problems is they want serious land reform to 99-year leases, more like China's land system, and that's going to put them in direct conflict with the IMF, which has a private land ownership model. And this was critical in Ukraine. One of the main reasons for the war in Ukraine is that the IMF deal that the coup set up allowed BlackRock to buy all this land, but the deal with the Russians would not have required Ukraine to change its land. So basically, you could argue Ukraine is an IMF war, and there could be another IMF land reform war in South Africa potentially if the EFF get in. But they're a really interesting party, and I would encourage anyone to go look at their platforms and look at their thinking about African integration, because they'd be the most advanced people to talk about it. All of this is emblematic of a world that is moving away from American control, and where Americans are maybe even trying to reinsert themselves as just service providers without empire. Whether anyone believes them or not is another question. Victoria Nuland went to Sudan and there was immediately a civil war. Her retirement doesn't exactly resolve that. But I think we're going to be keeping our eyes on Africa basically forever. And I would encourage everybody to learn a little more about these Sudan and Congo conflicts, so that when we talk about it, we actually get into specifics, because talking about whether Pan-Africanism is good or tribalism is bad, or what imperialism is, it's a total waste of an hour. We want to be specific if we're going to get into the conflicts. As far as the Mideast is concerned, well, we ran through that pretty well. I think the big question in the Mideast is Israel has realized there are limits to American support. I think the US, the UK, France, Jordan have all indicated they're not going to be involved in that kind of interception again. And if it wants to get in with Iran, it's getting in with it alone. And we went through the cost issues and why this is not at all a thing that Israel can do. And it's boxed. In a way, a cornered animal is the most dangerous, and we'll see what happens. But I think it's a turning point for Israel, a very potentially telling one. And by this time next week, we may know whether they're willing to come to the table on things like Palestinian statehood, because there may be no other way for them forward if they don't have American backing to go attack Iran. I agree completely. Russia will never abandon Iran, because the Belt and Road and the International North-South Transport Corridor meet in Iran. And if you do a little homework on what's called the Middle Way, China is planning a freight rail system through Kazakhstan, just north of Turkmenistan, and to the Caspian. And then they're going to hop over the Caspian Sea and through Azerbaijan and Georgia and get to Turkey and get to the Black Sea. Now, this is a pretty flexible route. It doesn't put them through Iran. It doesn't put them through Turkey. It doesn't put them through Russia necessarily. They could route traffic to avoid all three countries. So that's probably where China will invest most of its effort. And, there will be other branches through Turkmenistan, through Russia.
That's it. Great.
I don't know what happened. I dropped off.
You didn't drop
sorry.
off. You are still
Sorry,
here.
I was switched around.
Also your place.
Yeah, I was just finishing. So watch that carefully. That middle route through Kazakhstan to the Caspian. You probably will see barges running around the Caspian one way and a railway the other way. But basically, I don't see how NATO or the US can stop that final Belt and Road route from happening. At the same time, China's building large irrigation canals. Russia's building a railway, big one up in the Arctic around some of its peninsulas. Even Afghanistan is building a large irrigation canal from Iran over. So very large earthworks are happening in Asia, and the overall development of longstanding problems in Asia are getting solved. Western sanctions don't seem to be affecting that at all. And last point I'm going to make, because I keep making it over and over again, everybody's going to want to look up a material called Galvorn, Galvorn, from a company named Dexmat, Dexmat. This is a carbon fiber material that is available in thread form, yarn form, tape form, and mesh form. And it is stronger than steel, lighter than aluminum, and more conductive than copper. And it's being used in a very wide variety of applications, including thermal fins for electronics, including everything Kevlar is used in, and so on. Now, a consequence of having Western sanctions is the West doesn't get to enforce its patents. So materials like that can just be copied by the Russians, who can use it for military or civilian or whatever use. They can use it faster without a licensing agreement because of the sanctions. So in a way, it's the most disastrous thing you can do is have a huge pile of great material science breakthroughs, and then you can't collect a penny on them because you've sanctioned somebody. And so this has big impacts for the German economy and others that are based upon R&D. So watch carefully the material science implications of that on military and so on. The very last point I'm going to make is a bunch of countries are pulling away from the American strategy. Canada is putting a big defense budget in. Most of it's going into the Arctic, not into Europe. Germany is trying to reconcile with China right now, and I don't think they're going to be up for any more conflict or a gear provision to Ukraine. And France flailing around, but in the end, either they abandon Africa or they fight for it, one or the other. And if they abandon it, they're going to have to get their materials from somewhere, and I think it's going to have to be Russia. So I'm seeing a whole bunch of signs that there's going to be a collapse of the NATO strategy at about the same time that NATO collapses militarily, and probably the EU survives this and NATO doesn't, which resolves Toby's dilemma of only one of them getting through this. So anyway, that's my roundabout, and I hope we can talk more about the economic implications of all this military stuff that we seem to agree on. Ukraine is pretty much done.
Thank you, Craig. IL wanted to go first.
Well, it was a short open mic for me, but still pleasant. So 61 billion to Ukraine, to the last Ukrainian, to the very last one. And it just shows, because many people in France, in Europe, in United States think that NATO is way, way, way stronger than Russia. And if NATO was directly involved in Ukraine, Russia will be simply destroyed. So why is not NATO directly involved then? No, they prefer playing the no morality stance and sacrifice all the Ukrainians. For what goal? We will see. Only future will tell. And you can see it also in the Middle East. Very appalling, that last exchange of bombs and missiles and drones between Israel and Iran. It shows to the entire Muslim world that Jordan is just siding with the West. All they do for the Palestinians is just a joke, just for public relations. And to a certain extent, other Arab countries also, Gulf monarchies. Just interesting in, oh no, not interested at all by the fate of the Palestinians. And Iran has marked a lot of points, even against Turkey and Erdogan, that hypocrite, which is still helping the Israelis by providing them with a lot of commodities of any kind, and even commodities that is used to make bombs for the Israelis, but whatever. And about Africa, yeah, Congo, yeah, Rwanda, yeah, Uganda, yeah, South Africa, whatever. We didn't talk about Senegal and their new president. That's a very interesting topic we should talk about. But hey, we only had 5 hours, 5 hours and a half. It's not enough. Voilà.
It's Sunday. Come on, man. It's Sunday.
It's Monday for me now.
I have to wake up early in the morning.
It's Monday for him as well.
It's 6 a.m. for me now, you know.
It's midnight for us.
It's midnight for him.
And for me too.
Yeah.
My Dutch part of Belgium, boss.
Okay, we're gonna let midlife bro Logic. His first time here. He's here just to talk, just to do closing. Introduce yourself first.
Hey, thank you so much for allowing me on your show. My name is Midlife Bro Logic. You got it right there. I just heard your show for the first time, and I'm certainly glad I did. I like the discussion going on. I'm not an expert in this field, nor did I serve. And yes, I am from the United States. I live in Baltimore. And I heard a lot of things. I know it's DPA, Defense...
Politics Asia.
Politics Asia. But I
Where
heard
you
someone
find,
talking...
Where you found the channel? How you found the channel?
I'm just kind of a YouTube guy, just scrolling around YouTube, wasting my time. Or maybe it's not a waste of time, but I just stumbled upon it. I certainly like open mics. I like podcasts. That's what I'm into there. And I was just going to say, just want something quickly. Hopefully I'll get invited back. I definitely sub to you, and I'm definitely going to listen in more and get more of a feel for the show. But I heard something earlier, and I always hear it often. And let me just start off by saying that Joe Biden is the worst president that I can remember in my lifetime.
Come on, man.
Yes, I'm 47, so the first president that I was aware of was Reagan. Of course, I was young. And you have to read and you have to go back in time to really learn about these people. But as an adult, Joe Biden is a disgrace to America. It's elder abuse. His doctor wife should be arrested for elder abuse. It's insane that this is our leader. It's disgraceful. It's shameful. It's horrible. I am no fan of Joe Biden. That being said, the best thing that Joe Biden ever did was have the balls, I hope I can say that, to pull out of Afghanistan. That was a disaster for 20 years. Americans died. We blew up zillions of people. We didn't create peace. We didn't create a lasting government. We only created more enemies, ultimately failing and arming our enemies with sophisticated weapons, and all my tax dollars went there. It took nuts. It took courage to just go for it, because no matter how long you're going to stay there, it's never going to be right. And I don't want to be part of America where it's neo-colonialism or just straight up colonialism. That's what it is. It's the fall of the Roman Empire. I can see it before my very eyes. Probably I'll be dead before America completely falls and collapses, but it's disgraceful. But the one thing that I want to say about Joe Biden is thank you, Joe Biden, for pulling us out of Afghanistan. And with those words, I think I'm out. It's nice to meet you all, and I'll see you again. Thank you so much, DPA.
Thank you, Midlife Bro Logic. I will email you the link to join the lounge. I think you will enjoy it. All the gang, all this is exclusively for the open mic speakers only. And over time you will get used to, you will know these people better. You know this show, and you will know what is DPA.
Trust me, you're gonna find a lot of people there that love Joe Biden. A lot. One of them is here. One loves him.
And Midlife Bro Logic have his own YouTube channel. So you guys can want to follow him, can follow him. I dropped the link already. And
thank you so much.
And then the next will be Coping. Coping say he don't want to be last.
Really? Okay, I'm out. Thank you so much. I'll watch it on the outside.
Oh, stay on.
Oh,
Stay on.
Okay.
Don't leave. So, like RL said, it was a nice open mic. I think it's really nice of Wyatt to just have spent so many hours just letting us come here, talk a lot of nonsense, and I actually did kind of appreciate that we veered a little bit off the preordained, like it doesn't get too boring. It's a little bit nice, but I kind of said this before, I want to echo it again. It would be nice if we actually got into the planning and then we actually handle these black holes gracefully. That being said, though, I actually understand Vaughn when he was kind of getting a little bit upset of us going off topic, and I haven't updated myself. I've been off the lounge because I know that my time will just I can't afford the time, basically, because when you get back into the lounge, you will notice that Midlife Bro, that there's a black hole, many black holes, in fact. You might never get out. You might indeed get stuck forever. So speaking of that, one black hole, so I kind of introduced that, and that was Sudan. I'm pretty sure we are going to be seeing quite a lot of things with that place, because to me, it seems like it echoes what Charles de Gaulle said. Countries don't have friends, only interests. And when you see like how juxtaposed the involvement of the various players are in Sudan, I think there's a lot to talk about. And so there's no doubt about it that as soon as I get back into the lounge, I will start reaching out to those of you who are interested to be talking about, be it Sudan or maybe any other African thing, because I've noticed that there aren't many recordings going. So if the recordings are to be revolving around Africa, then I guess there will be less people who are dismayed about that topic coming in when they want to talk about the Ukraine. Though I must say, it's really, really cool to actually see someone from Ghana that is kind of picking up this thing, open mic, want to talk about Ukraine or whatever. It's just reflective again of how special this open mic really is. Like, you get people from all over the world. So thank you very much for the Medasepa for the super chat. Very, very nice. It validates us directly. And of course, that goes for the rest of the super chats. Those of you support Wyatt, make it more bearable for him through Patreon, Ko-fi, Locals, and Boosty. And yeah, if you find it in you to share, please do, and press that like button and subscribe with the notification bell on, so you can pick up all the African topics that me and Vosh and FCS and Pralta probably as well gonna cover and whatnot. So yeah, that was my closing. Thank you again, Wyatt, for having me on, and yeah, over to Bradley.
Copying.
All right. Well,
Copying.
I didn't participate in most of this panel. Oh, sorry, were you talking?
Voss wanted to say something.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No. I was
Copying.
I was
Leave
just
Africa. Leave
sitting there
Africa alone and keep your Norway with you. You know.
Oh, okay. Let me do a little spoiler. One thing I had in mind. Let's colonize each other is the topic I had in mind. That is the topic I had in mind. So you can guess who I'm going to be inviting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
next. Bradley
All
closing.
right, so like I was saying, I didn't participate in most of this panel, but I did listen in, and I thought the conversations were very enlightening. It was enjoyable as always. Thanks to everybody who watched. If you haven't liked and subscribed, what's wrong with you? Get on it. I want to say that even though I haven't got much to say for my closing, I hope that we here in the US get our act together in terms of the gaps in our foreign policy thinking, the gaps in our manufacturing, the gaps in our aircraft panels. Information warfare isn't the only thing we're good at in the US, and we can and need to get our act together. We have the talent and resources to do it. I hope Boeing is feeling the pressure to fix their supply lines in manufacturing and tolerance issues, because offing whistleblowers is not going to fix the problem. So I think that, you know, we can make some of the best equipment in the world, and it's good that this issue is coming to light, at least in the dark corners of the interwebs. To the NAFO trolls in chat, don't be a little bitch. Hop on into the open mic. The water is excellent. We'd love to have you here. Once again, to all the panelists, the audience, and those who super chatted, and of course, especially to our tireless commander, thank you very much. Be sure to stop by next week for more discussions like this.
Thank you, Bradley. I wanted to say something, but I forgot. So anyway, Gabriel.
Yeah, guys, I'm sorry for popping up so late in the game. It was a really interesting discussion to do. But yeah, like, I think it's pretty transcendental that, like, the historical period we're living in, momentous. And it's lovely to be able to discuss it with strangers from all around the world. Of course, there's probably some certain bias in like the type of people who are like open to Wyatt's proposal of like objective analysis, which is very courageous. I mean, I don't agree with you in every point, but I admire your wholesomeness in your approach, and it's very refreshing. And yeah, like, it's also very admirable your confusion, patience on all these hours of toil on the web. I could certainly not bear such a task, and opening this space for discussion, and hopefully it has some effect in the world, you know, like what you say, to sort of pass like surpass the BS and trying to get to, and that's the awesomeness of hearing the perspective from people from the different places, because it's closer to the ground. Of course, there's a certain tendency in the places that we go to, like there's a predominance of like someone said around there, third world countries, which is mainly European and American, basically. With some representatives from Asia and the global majority. But yeah, we get different points of view, and we kind of agree in a certain way, at least the ones that can tolerate the open mic, you know, like it would be great for, as Coping said, like the naval trolls to, I mean, not Coping, the Bradley said, the naval trolls, you know, to come up. Like it would, as I said at some point, it would be great to have some like more established debate back and forth with, and there was something really interesting that this volunteer that you brought up, Wyatt, your friend, it was a really hard time listening to him because it was so antagonistic, but then he said something super, wow, yeah, he said something super interesting that really I could agree with, and he talked about like the capacity of a population or a people to unite and fight for what they will. And it's true. In the end, like, yeah, there's a sort of historical geopolitical lottery in which you can succeed or not, but the people who are willing to do what it takes and put aside the differences and unite can actually have a possibility of thriving. And that's kind of like what we're seeing. We're seeing old nations, ancient civilizations that endured a huge storm of Western development, technological modern development, and once the frenzy is dying out, you know, in like a mad rush, you know, like a super sudden and in historical terms really fast development, they're burning out, and the ancient civilizations are taking notes. They're taking notes and learning from the mistakes and all the development. And so I guess that's what's happening. So yeah, lovely to see you guys. Have a wonderful week. Peace out.
You forgot
Thank
one
you.
thing. You forgot one thing. Love Ukraine.
Yeah,
All right.
love your enemies. Love your enemies because they are the only ones that can bring you the joy of battle, of glory.
They are the only one that cares about you. Not in the good way, but they care about you.
This is some Jesus talk here. Let me refine it. Love
One
the
word.
enemy, but punish the wicked.
One word. Don't.
Don't. That is so powerful. Don't.
You
Thank you,
really need
everyone.
to love your enemies. You
Bye,
need to
Wyatt.
love your
Thank
enemies
you.
because they bring you the battle.
All right, bye guys. Now
Bye.
my turn to do closing. Bye guys. Yes, closing time. So the just now Bradley was talking about, you know, the United States need to redo their manufacturing and whatnot. So just now I've forgotten. And yes, please, United States, get your act together. No, improve your manufacturing and everything, because I'm in Singapore. We buy American, and if the American things are shit, then our things will be shit. No, so yeah, I know I'm part of the West. You know, sometimes people think that, you know, I'm anti-West. I'm not anti-West. I'm simply pointing out the reality that the West is shit, and the West need to improve so that, you know, don't drag us down together and die, because I don't want to die. So, you know, that's the thing. And yeah, you know, and just now about the enemy, you know, your enemy is the only one that can't stop thinking about you. They're thinking about you. No, you're living rent free in their brain. They're the only people that, you know, can't stop thinking about you. So yeah, that's the reality. And today's open mic is very unusual. I personally think it's a bit weird. It's a weird open mic. A lot of black holes. We keep going from one black hole to another black hole, and although it never really triggered a black hole alert, because we didn't drag on too long, but it's just a lot of very unresolvable topics that we just went in and out, and then a lot of quite a number of people like Maddie, having some audio issue. So it makes it a little bit difficult for me to listen as well. So so hopefully that will be resolved. And one more thing about thank you for all the compliments about my work and the open mic. One day, if the open mic able to continue to grow, and we reach the size, don't say very big. I will say very big. Like let's say we reach the size of Team Pools or Team Cast IRL, where we can have every time we go live, there's 15,000, 20,000, 25,000 people watching. Let's say just 10,000 people watching. It will be huge. And if you know who is Team Pool and Team Cast IRL, you will know that how powerful his platform is. His platform actually do influence politics. And if DPA Open Mic able to reach that kind of level, but instead of talking about US politics, we talk about international politics, and who knows, we may be able to influence geopolitics. The conversations around if every open mic every week is being watched by 1-2 million people, somehow we're definitely going to draw attention by media. We'll be influencing people's mind. Will influence the conversations being talked about all around the world. Bringing about things that is undercovered by the media. We bring into topics. I think we may be able to change the world or for the better. We bring about a totally new culture of talking. To cross swords despite having different opinions. I think this is my ultimate dream. I think this will make a huge difference. Because then we literally give people words. Give people power to the people on the ground. The unnamed people, the unknown men and women, the nobodies, a chance to come up and talk, because this is the open mic. Anyone can come on. The link is just in the pin. Anyone can just click and come. A lot of people actually click and come in and leave because they don't even believe that this is real. That you can actually just come on. So a lot of people actually click, they come in, and then they realize, oh, holy shit, I can actually literally come in. But then they quit because they're not ready for this. But the reality is that if you reach that kind of level, and people will be fighting to come on, and then everybody have a chance to really share their views. And I think it will be a very powerful platform. We will be able to initiate talk and conversations that is too difficult or too sensitive for TV stations or or national TVs or even newspapers. Actually, honestly, I'm not even sure if there will be newspapers in the future, or even TV stations in the future, because everything of these traditional media are all dying. And so, and we do not know. I'm not sure. And as we grow further, if we are too big, we'll start to have to break up to we have maybe a US open mic. So we have a global one, then we have a US centric one. We can have a African centric one. And we have different stuff and to help to be the host for the different segments. I think that would be cool. But of course, the global one will be the most epic one. We talk about geopolitics and war. But we shall see. We shall see how this goes. We are still super tiny. We are very small. Even though we every show is around 3,000-4,000 views, it's actually very small, very very small in the grand scale of things. If you look at the Duran, they're getting like I can't remember what's the number, 200,000, 100,000. I'm not sure. So so we are still a long way to go. We are very very tiny. So it is up to you guys to help to promote, share the good words, and to grow this DPA Open Mic, because this is your platform. I don't even talk much, if you realize, because this is your time. I'm only providing the platform, And just to help to bring people together. And through DPA, the main channel, doing all this reporting, I'll try to promote DPA Open Mic and try to get people to get into this new, it's still relatively new idea that we can just talk. And most people they prefer to just watch maybe the Duran, they watch other podcasts. I actually don't know how many podcasts are there. They want to listen to the famous people or the people who they recognize, Brian Belatic, history legends. They like to listen to the people who are famous already to listen to their views. But honestly, to be honest, if the people like us, we watch DPA Open Mic, we realize there's actually a lot of nobodies that are super smart, like way smarter than I am. They know things that I don't know. They talk about stuff in perspective that is mind blowing, and but it's only through watching, then they will know. So yeah, so that's what it is. Anyway, hopefully we will continue to grow this platform, and and thank you for watching. Do press the like button, subscribe. I'll see you guys on the main channel and the war channel, and my content strategy is all over the place right now because I'm struggling to grow the channel because YouTube stuff. Anyway, and also check out the some of the videos that I posted over the past 24 hours. I think a few of them are quite important. And I finally posted a video on DPA gaming after 1-2 years. So yeah, it is actually a recording from 1.5 years ago. So it was from 2022 December. So it's actually an old video. I didn't play games lately, so no. But I just wanted to record it and post something to grow that channel. Games are safer. It's not so sensitive. I don't get censored so easily. And slowly grow another channel so that I can have another income. But see how it goes. And thank you for all the super chats. There's a lot of super chats today. Iranian Putin, come in the rear, midlife bro, Logic. Thank you for the super chat. So let me plug in. So thank you, midlife bro, Logic. Thank you, Iranian Putin. Thank you, NGS, and definitely thank you, Ify. If we did a lot of super chat today, so thank you a lot to her. And she's Ghanaian, living in Canada. Pretty girl, or at least that the profile pic is pretty. Not sure if it's her. Maybe this is the internet. We do not know everything. Thank you, Heinz, John Steele, another John Scott, and thank you, Melkor. So yeah. And thank you guys for helping, and thank you for participating in the discussion, the chat, and watching. And I'll see you guys in the next update. Again, I need to find the button to bye.
From conflict we fought, from every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers they ebb and they flow, in the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, uncovered, share the line, in the arena of thoughts we find. A world where every voice is signed, invading the future. From whispered winds to roaring night, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, uncovered, share the light, in the arena destiny. Round the table, the world convenes. Every culture, every scene. In the marketplace of dreams, we chart the course of unseen streams. Together we stand.